Pokemon Hacking System Part 3 Chapter 151-200 Chapter 151 Lure. Idiot, don't go here and use this trick. Saga directly squatted down and gave it a brain break. Others didn't know it. Saga saw at a glance that this was a precursor to using the Dragon Star Group. As the most powerful ultimate move of the Dragon element, the power of the Dragon Star Group can definitely be called destroying the sky and destroying the earth, especially when it is used by the violent salamanders at the peak of the King of Heaven. However, the city is directly below, and there may be some citizens hiding somewhere. Once the salamander calls the Dragon Star Group to bombard, the power is enough to move those houses to the ground. If some casualties are caused, then Saga is not a rescue the world, but behind the scene, driving it out of the city. Saga said in a deep voice, "First use the destruction of the Deathlight and the wave of the dragon to attract its attention, and we fly towards the forest to the east." Ow! The salamander first roared in grievance, and then the sharp dragon eyes looked at the target below again. The dragon mouth slowly opened, and blue energy fluctuations began to gather. Dragon fluctuation. Almost all dragon-type Pokemon are born with the unique trick, because the effect and color of the different dragon species are also different. The blue light wave the size of the basketball is more and more dazzling. The dragon head is thrown hard, and the blue light wave is instantly launched. Bang! With a heavy muffled sound, the dragon's wave perfectly hit the belly of the swallowing beast. The huge size of the swallowing beast is a living target. The salamander doesn't even need to aim, and it can hit easily by firing it at will. Astonishingly powerful, the belly of the devouring beast kept denting inward, and the soft body around it kept worming like dough. At this moment, the stunned face of the devouring beast finally showed annoyance. Its huge mouth let out bursts of noisy scream. The surface of the body once again showed a faint fluorescence, and the energy stored in the body began to consume and heal the body. Although the dragon wave consumes a lot of energy, the remaining destructive power is still constantly attacking its abdomen. Saga watched the reaction of the devouring beast in the city, and commanded lightly, "Continue to use the dragon wave attack to provoke it as much as possible." The salamander heard the words without a second word. The dragon's wave quickly condensed, and a few seconds later, another powerful blue light wave bombarded it. Compared to destruction of Deathlight, Dragon's wave is a little weaker in power, but it is superior in that it consumes less stamina. The battle with this devouring beast is destined to last forever. Those tricks that consume too much will only last. After all, the violent salamander. Salamander is Saga's strongest Pokemon at the moment. If it falls first, then it is impossible to compete with the giant devouring beast by relying on the flaming chicken and the forest czar. One is the strongest fortress and the other is the assassin. Which is more important? Sarah can still tell the difference. Result: the originally dark eye began to flash dazzling blue light wave. The giant devouring beasts in the city have completely become the target of the violent salamanders. Although the middle bees have also fought back several times, the slow attack speed of the acid bombs and stinky mud bombs will be avoided by the flying salamanders. This attack is simply too simple. Devouring beast has been completely irritated. Even the dumb beast who is slow to go out will be angry when it is attacked continuously. The beast moved its huge body and began to march towards the violent salamander not far above its head. The devouring beast, whose mind was filled with anger, did not notice that there were two figures approaching rapidly behind him, one red and one green. It was the flaming chicken and the forest lizard. The owner instructed them not to move for the time being, and when they arrive at their intended destination, they should try to restrain and harass this big guy to the greatest extent possible. Saga kept making the salamander adjust its flight height up and down, on the one hand to prevent the sudden outbreak of the swallowing beast, and on the other hand to maintain sufficient hatred value. Who knows if this booty will run back halfway after chasing it. From time to time, go back to the last wave of the dragon. Although the damage caused by the ultimate move will be dealt with in a very short period of time, but there is no victory, and it is quite good to be able to consume more stamina. Pokemon Center. The Devourer began to move towards the city's outskirts, and Joey excitedly looked at the screen on the monitor. At first, Joey was most worried that the battle would break out in the city. Judging from the destructive power of the salamander and the devouring beast, once the two really fought with all their strength, it is no exaggeration to say that the east and west blocks would definitely be destroyed. Aslin, now you should rest assured. Jun Cha, who was on the side, patted Joey's shoulder and said with a smile, "This young man named Saga is really good. I never thought that he would have such a powerful salamander at a young age. Looking at the power of the death light, I still have some scheming." Joey turned around and shook his head, and said, "It's not that simple. If we don't solve the problem of the devouring beast, the situation will fall into the same predicament. I believe this young man is indeed very strong, but this devouring beast must not be underestimated. No one knows how terrifying it will actually be when it erupts." Junsha agrees secretly in her heart, but still comforts her mouth. "Joey, you have to think in a better place. Even if this young man really can't defeat the devourer in the end, but the Alliance is not ready to send a champion-level powerhouse to come help us solve this matter. As long as we persist for a few more more days. I believe that the Alliance will not just give up a city and fall like this. Silu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 152 Trap. Really hard to play. Saga looked at the devouring beast in the forest below speechlessly. The flaming chicken and the forest lizard kept moving quickly with the help of trees, and the attack was also flashed at a touch, because a highly poisonous body fluid would be secreted from the pores of the devouring beast, especially when the size of the devouring beast was enlarged tenfold. The toxicity of these liquids becomes even more incredible. The flaming chicken uses flames to wrap it so that the body will not directly touch the body surface of the devouring beast, and the venom will be evaporated by the hot flames at the moment of contact. Forest lizards use their natural advantages in the forest, and the flexibility of forest lizards has reached an unbelievable level in densely forested areas, especially after Saga's forest lizards have taken strength-enhancing agent. Their strong muscle strength far exceeds that of them. The same kind, move and flicker. The extremely elastic leg can quickly leap over various trees, and then use the elongated blade to quickly attack. The devourer was annoyed by these two very flexible Pokemon. The simple brain made it extremely resentful, but the bloated body made it impossible to fight back effectively. The two of them were like cunning little Lada. Can't come across anything. Of course, the amazing defense brought by the huge body of the devourer is not something that the flaming chicken and the forest lizard can break. They can only cause some trouble to the devourer at most, and the most important attack still needs to be completed by the mobile turret of the salamander. It should be almost there. Saga looked down at the electronic watch on his wrist. 8:85. More than an hour should be enough. The devouring beast was drawn from the city to this empty forest as planned, and at the same time, amid the constant harassment of flaming chickens and forest lizard, it gradually reached the place Saga planned to sit cross-legged on the thick back of the salamander. Saga watched with interest the attack of the devouring beast. The mode is very simple. The main means of attack are acid bomb, stinky mud bomb, venom sputtering, and most of them are very powerful. The destruction is so horrific to know how terrible these 3 skills are, but the disadvantage is that the charging time is long, and the launch trajectory is very obvious. It is difficult for those petite and extremely flexible Pokemon to hit. Of course, the almost perfect body defense and the characteristics of glutton swallowing beast don't be afraid of their loss. To be honest, Saga was not very interested in swallowing Pokemon. After all, the speed of this kind of Pokemon is always its law. Although if you cultivate one well, the trick is also a very big highlight. This trick is effective. Once a special skill has stored a lot of energy, it will burst out with the power of almost all opponents of the same level, especially after the size of the swallowing beast has been released several times. The upper limit of the energy it can store in the end is not an exaggeration to say that it may expand by a full 100 times. If it is a trick, that kind of scene may people shudder just thinking about it, which is also the most important reason why Saga wants to conquer this devouring beast and create the most perfect fort. This is also a necessary level in the future Sky Garden plan. Let's start. Saga stood up slowly, wrapped his arms around him, and shouted loudly, "By Kira, use earthquake." Voice fell, only to hear a violent muffled sound from the plane on the ground, and then it began to shake violently, and the place where the source of the shock was located was right below the swallowing beast. The lightning flashed away and devoured the beast in ignorance. Just as it was about to condense acid bomb, the ground began to fall and crack. A huge circular pit with a diameter of more than 50 meters appeared on the flat ground in this forest. The swallowing beast above fell without a doubt, and the depth of the giant pit reached more than 20 meters. This was a trap for the swallowing beast. A piece of land not far from the pothole suddenly wriggled, and at the next moment, a small green head with sharp horns broke out of the ground, with handsome and lovely black tears on its face. It wasn't Kira or who else. When Saga came up with the idea of conquering the giant swallowing beast, he sent Karate to the forest to the east, and dug a cave that matched the size of the swallowing beast under a flat lawn shown on the map. The need to dig is too obvious. Just dig loose the ground below, and then just wait for the swallowing beast to specify the location. An earthquake trick plus the weight of the swallowing beast. Such a perfect trap hole will appear. Sometimes using your brain to conquer a specific Pokemon is definitely a multiplier. Saga really didn't want to confront this devouring beast completely, not to mention that it hasn't used a unique ray until now, which is also one of the things Saga is most afraid of. The flaming chicken and forest lizard wanted to go up to see the situation of the devouring beast, but were stopped by Saga sharply. The devouring beast in the pothole was quiet for a while, and then began to struggle violently, but that kind of physical structure made it impossible to break free from the pothole, because it actually had no leg, and the function of the deformed hands was almost equal to 0. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 153 Miserable Devourer. The initial plan was implemented perfectly, and it was fortunate that it faced a soft-bodied Pokemon with a very low IQ, such as the Devourer. If it were replaced by other slightly smarter Pokemon, this plan would never have been so simple to succeed. Then it is the turn of the salamander salamander to start to show its power, and the swallowing beast trapped in the pothole has really become a living target at this moment. The already bloated body and the traps are fixed. There is no room for dodging, and it can only resist with the body. If it goes on like this, even if its physical energy storage is very amazing, it will eventually be exhausted. Of course, Saga did the same. Violent salamander. Destroy the deadlight. Up is to open up. If you blindly use ordinary skills to consume, the time is too long, and it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no mistakes in the middle. The salamander nodded the dragon's head, and the ferocious dragon's mouth slowly opened, and the orange light quickly condensed in the mouth. Destruction of death light is a purely destructive skill. It does not have any other special effect. It consumes a lot of energy of the Pokemon itself. The officially classified skill power index is 150 point, which belongs to the highest power value. It is also the most popular skill. Pokemon with many attributes can learn it. Whether you are fire, water, ordinary, steel, super energy, or dragon, death light is very civilian. Orange light with a strong destructive aura flashed through the air and slammed mercilessly towards the swallowing beast below. The red bead-shaped eyes of the swallowing beast are full of fear, and it is afraid of the flying blue dragon above its head. Otherwise, the unexpected body shape will mutate, and the swallowing beast will hardly have any power to fight back against the violent salamander of the peak of the King of Heaven, and the powerful dragon might be enough to oppress it and lose its will. Destruction death light mercilessly hit its head. A violent explosion sounded, and the swallowing beast let out a painful whimper, and then a green light appeared around the body again, and the greedy ghost characteristic combined with the physical strength stored in the body began to automatically repairing the damaged part, but it has become from there. The slightly dim green light shows that the physical strength stored by the devourer is no longer as dazzling as it was in the city before. Obviously, the damage along the way plus this time the heavy blow consumed a lot of its stamina. Seeing the expression of the beast begging for mercy, Saga ordered the salamander to speed up the attack, and the delicate facial features were unusually calm. That this kind of strangeness has occurred. If Saga does not accept it and hand it over to the city, then what awaits it is that it is being studied by a group of scientists. There are kind and scrupulous members in the Alliance, such as Dr. Ogi and Dr. Otokimaki. We treat Pokemon as friends and treat them on an equal footing. Who are even crazier than the researchers of Team Rocket. They have genius ideas and wisdom, but they regard Pokemon as a research tool. The Rockets represent darkness in the eyes of ordinary people, but this darkness is never lacking in the League. However, because these people can bring many benefit to the Alliance, the top officials of the Alliance also turn a blind eye. After all, Pokemon is still regarded as a tool in the eyes of most people, which Saga has never denied. Devouring Beast may also feel that no matter how much he begs for mercy, it can't change his situation. Gradually, it seems to give up resistance, and the green light emerging from its body begins to become more and more dim. With the attack of the violent salamander, it becomes more and more. The more violent it was, the more wounds it had on its huge body, and the green light gradually stopped repairing. The explosion of the ultimate energy made the devouring beast look very miserable, and the original purple and smooth skin became dark, especially some parts even cracked, and purple liquid flowed from the wound, which was venom and the devouring beast's blood. Have you given up? Saga waved to stop the salamander from attacking. The devouring beast trapped in the pit slumped to the ground weakly. The severe consumption of physical strength made its off-body unable to stand upright. The original scarlet blood-like eyes were now very dim, and the huge mouth was closed, panting heavily. Purple, green liquid dripped from its mouth. The indiscriminate bombardment of the salamander may have damaged some of the stomach bags inside the body of the devouring beast. The stomach bags ruptured, and the acid in the body began to flow out of the mouth. Fortunately, the skin of the devouring beast itself is immune to acidity, otherwise he was bruised and bruised again by his own high concentration of acid. Another attack. I don't believe that a devourer of this size and gluttonous nature would fall down so easily, Saga said coldly. This time I will use the Dragon Star group directly. The continuous attack made the violent salamander consume a lot of stamina, but compared to the devouring beast that could only be beaten passively, the violent salamander's situation was much better. Hearing the master's order, golden light first appeared in the eyes of the salamander, its wingspan widened, the dragon's head raised to the sky, and an ear-piercing dragon roared out of the flamed chicken and forest lizard standing below. At this moment, they are all staring at the invincible figure in the air with amazement. Facing the master's strongest group of Pokemon, they may not even have the room to fight back. The gap between the two at this time is almost incomparable. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 154 Baikungwa City. Miss Joy, what going on with the salamander? Outside the operating room, Saga saw Joey coming out and couldn't help but ask. Miss Joy took off her mask, smiled, and said, "Don't worry too much. Although the injury looks serious, your Pokemon's physical fitness is very good, and it just endured the aftermath of the explosion. As long as you have a good night's rest, I believe it will be alive and kicking tomorrow." After all, the attending physician of this operation as our Dr. Shiji. Hearing Joey's answer, Saga couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Recalling the battle more than an hour ago, Saga had to admit that the slow Pokemon sometimes burst out with unimaginable power. Who seemed to be seriously injured seemed to be able to subdue it by smashing the overweight ball at will, and when the salamander slowed down its light speed, the giant devouring beast began to explode, and its off-body swelled rapidly. The last physical strength and energy stored in the body poured out with the increase of the spouting trick. The aftermath of the explosion that spewed out a unique trick completely destroyed the forest. Fortunately, Saga had put away the flaming chicken and forest lizard in advance, but the violent salamander, who was caught off guard at the time, tried his best to stay away from the center of the explosion, but it was still rushed. The aftermath of the explosion blasted out, and in the process, the salamander used its body to protect its master. So in the end, the salamander that had endured too much shock passed out, but Saga was unscathed. When Saga returned to the city with the seriously injured salamander, Joey and Junsha both looked sad, because they thought that since the salamander was injured and comatose, then this time it must be another victory for the swallowing beast. Perhaps it may also be injured, but according to the characteristics of the swallowing beast, any injury can be quickly recovered only by supplementing food. Next, he must face the invasion of the devouring beast again. However, when Saga handed the overweight ball to Joey, the entire Pokemon Center was almost turned over, and the people who stayed in the center looked at this sunny guy with the same eyes as a monster. Young man, thank you very much for this crisis. Dr. Shiji looked at the blonde boy in front of him with complicated eyes. I have offended you before, and I hope you don't take it to heart. Saga shook his head gently. Bo is too concerned about the safety of the city, but after this time, I don't know if the doctor will continue to study that kind of medicine for rebirth from severed limbs. Shiji's face stiffened. He was silent for a moment, and slowly said, I think I will continue to study this medicine. As you said, it cannot be denied because of a failure. Before, there were too many people in this world living within the nightmare of disability. They suffer with the contempt of ordinary people. Life is very difficult since the God of creation owes them. Then I hope that in the future, the medicine I have developed can bring them back to life. Saga stopped talking and exchanged a few words with the doctor, and then returned to his room. The incident of swallowing the beast was over, and there was no need to stay in the city. This Dr. Shiji may have a strong utilitarian intention, but he is still a human being. More principled, the starting point of the amputation drug is also very good. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand how much pressure those people with physical disabilities endure. It is believed that once this drug is successfully developed and widely promoted, as the inventor for Dr. Shiji, it is definitely a step to the sky, and his influence in this world will have a terrifying increase. Ah, this familiar taste is so wonderful. Walking on the crowded street, Xiaoyao took a happy breath and opened his hands as if to embrace the sky, which is rarely visited by the scourge of the melting beast. This small city is so kind. Saga observed this neat and tidy town and said with a smile, this is Baikonghua City. To be honest, it is also equivalent to Xiaoyao's hometown, North Orange City. It is also called Xiaochunghua City. It is only separated by a small forest from Chunghua City, which has a gym. It is a small city, about the size of some town. Because it is adjacent to Chunghua, it is located in the north. The city is Baikonghua City, which is a subsidiary town of Chunghua City. It is governed by the same chief and is of course protected by Qinli. I don't know if my mother will be surprised when she sees me, and I don't know if Xiaosheng has grown taller. Along the way, Xiaoyao is like a happy little bobo, jumping up and down. This is the first time she has returned home after traveling for half a year. It can be regarded as a homecoming. After all, compared to the little girl who didn't understand anything half a year ago, today's Xiaoyao has really improved a lot. She wants to share her achievements and joy with her family. This is an idea that everyone who returns home will have. Where is my hometown? Nibi City is only the city where he was born, and it can barely be regarded as his hometown, but he has no parents and no relative. Is this kind of hometown a hometown? Compared with Nibi City, Saga still prefers to live on Pineapple Island. There are partners who fight side by side, although they look different, but Saga has long regarded them as his family, perhaps because the two lifetimes are orphans. Saga cherishes this kind of feeling very much. He does not allow it anyone who hurts their own Pokemon, because they are not only friends but also the closest family members. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 1.5 million. Dad is a big star. Xiaoyao, it looked like your father is quite popular in this city, Athena said in surprise. Returning to the somewhat familiar city of Chunghua, there were pictures of Mr. Qinli everywhere along the way, the billboards on the road, and the logos hanging in front of many shops, all of which actually use the image of Mr. Qinli. I don't even know why this happened. Xiaoyao stared blankly at this changing city. When did Dad have such a terrifying influence? He was even more popular than the so-called big star. Saga smiled lightly, pointed to the TV broadcast in the store, and said, Mr. Qinli is really amazing. He has conquered the citizens of a city in just half a year, and his popularity in Chunghwa City is really a superstar. The two women heard the words and saw that what was playing on the TV was Mr. Chinley's game video. With his handsome and mature face, his wisdom and calmness in commanding, coupled with the ferocity and domineering of the hyperactive monkey, Chinley has become a popular trainer. With all the conditions of the family, as long as his future strength achieves a major breakthrough, he may become a super popular trainer comparable to Michael. Dad is amazing. Xiaoyao adoredly watched the hyperactive ape in the video and smashed Long Longyan with a punch. Chinley never allowed his children to watch the game when he accepted the challenge at home, because he didn't want his family to affect the trainer who came to challenge. After all, the children worship their father, and they would definitely cheer him on during the competition. This will also imperceptibly put some pressure on the challenger. So Xiaoyao has never seen a few games of 1,000 miles since he was a child, and he doesn't know much about his father's actual level. Haha, look, another idiot walked out of Mr. Chinley's gym, and by looking at his expression, you can tell that he was taught a lesson by Mr. Chinley. Yes, if you don't have that kind of strength, don't challenge Mr. Chinley. It's just a shame. These people. Saga frowned slightly, and looked at the people who were mocking the trainer who failed to challenge. The trainer surrounded by the crowd didn't say a word, but from his flushed face, he could see how resentful he was now, angry at the gloating of these people, and hating his own lack of strength. It was the first time he saw a city so crazy. Young people in this city, both men and women, admired Mr. Chinley to the point of being infatuated with him. Men worshipped him, women liked his face and temperament, and even did not allow it at all. Outsiders speak ill of Mr. Chinley. Of course, if that's all he is challenging the gym by himself. At the time, they were inexplicably surrounded by a group of people, and the reason was even more speechless. They thought that they did not challenge the strength of the orange gym. And get yourself out of the orange. A trainer who normally challenges a gym is treated like a provocative enemy by these fanatical fans. No trainer could bear such a disdainful and contemptuous tone, so he rushed into the Chunghwa dojo in a rush. That Mr. Chinley is an amiable man who speaks well. After hearing his intention, he said he accepted the challenge without even finishing lunch. Of course, the final result was a fiasco. Just like what these citizens said, Mr. Chinley's strength is really very powerful. I just didn't expect that these guys still didn't let themselves go, and the failure of the challenge gave them the best topic of ridicule. Xiaoyao's face is not very good looking, although these are his father's fans, but this kind of behavior is completely because of his father's blackmail. If this trainer is a bad-tempered person, or someone who holds grudges, he will definitely slander his father and slander Chunghwa Taoist Hall in the future when he is ridiculed and insulted. I don't like it. Xiaoyao's identity is not suitable to go up to persuade, and after a few words with Saga, the three of them decided to enter through the back door of Chunghwa Taoist Hall. After all, if you enter through the door, you and others will dress up, maybe get challenged by the zealous guys and cause some trouble. I'm back. He entered Chunghwa Taoist Hall. Xiaoyao couldn't help but shouted loudly. The displeasure at the door just now vanished, because he finally returned home, not because of this house, but because he had his closest relatives in the house. Of 3 people. Just that the atmosphere of Chunghwa Taoist Hall looks a little weird. Aren't you all at home? Xiaoyao tilted his head, puzzled. Otherwise, if I shouted so loudly, why didn't anyone respond? Miss Xiaoyao, welcome back. Suddenly, a brown-haired boy in a Taoist uniform ran in from the side door, with a broom in his hand. His face was dripping with wet. He must have been cleaning outside the door just now, and he immediately heard Xiaoyao's voice. Ran in. Xiaoyao put her arms around her arm, looked at the young man she had never seen before, and wondered, who are you and why are you in my house? Haired boy scratched the back of his head and said cheerfully, I am the teacher's disciple. My name is Jinji. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 156 Affair. For the first time, I am the teacher's disciple, and my name is Jinji. Oh, Xiaoyao nodded knowingly. By the way, Jinji, do you know where my parents went? Did they go shopping together? Hearing this sentence, Jinji's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He first glanced around secretly and found that there was nothing wrong, then walked quickly to Xiaoyao's side, and said in a very low voice, Miss Xiaoyao, you are half a year old. I didn't go home. Maybe I don't understand. What's wrong with my dad? Xiaoyao asked in confusion. Shish. Jinji quickly raised his index finger to silence. Miss Xiaoyao, don't be so loud. Let me tell you about the teacher. It's like this. Because of some problems, the current situation has become more complicated. The situation is complicated. What are you trying to say? Jinji. Xiaoyao frowned and said dissatisfiedly, boys, don't be so hesitant. Actually, I want to say that the teacher may have had an affair recently. Jinji was agitated, immediately shouted out, Jinji, who are you saying is having an affair? A gentle, pretty female voice suddenly came from behind. Fashionable dress with off shoulders, a brown-pink lady's ponytail, a snow-white sun hat on her head, and a gentle smile on her beautiful face. This smile made people feel like a spring breeze. Mom. Xiaoyao looked back and and saw the person coming, and couldn't help shouting excitedly, "Mom, I really miss you so much." Then Xiaoyao also quickly ran to his mother. "Is that Xiaoyao?" Seeing his daughter who he hadn't seen for a long time running over, the visitor was equally excited and couldn't help himself. He squatted down and hugged Xiaoyao tightly. "Mom misses you too, welcome home. It's over." Jinji stared blankly at the person who came. That beautiful smile in his eyes was like a coming storm. Thinking of the black belly of the teacher's wife, Jinji felt that his life was momentarily hopeless. "Saga, thank you for taking care of Xiaoyao along the way. Let's go home now, and I'll cook a good table for you." Mitsuko held Xiaoyao's hand and said happily, "By the way, Jinji is also here to help. I also want to ask who you said was having an affair just now." A knowing blow. The already ugly face now looks like June. Jinji nodded tearfully. "Bless yourself." Saga laughed at the boy's shoulder, and then strode up. "By the way, Mom, where's Dad?" After entering the gym, Xiaoyao still asked his doubt just now. "That Jinji said that Dad had an affair, but I don't believe it. Dad and Mom don't know how affectionate they are." As these words were uttered, the whole room suddenly became silent, and even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard clearly. "Cheap and let you go to the back." Couldn't help squatting in the corner and drawing circles in loneliness. "Ah, by the way, I suddenly remembered that I haven't cleaned the competition venue, and I have to clean it before the teacher goes home." "Mistress, then I'll go to clean it first." Before Mitsuko could open his mouth, Jinji made an excuse and ran into the other room. "Jinji, this child is always reckless." Mitsuko shook her head helplessly. "Xiaoyao, you haven't eaten yet. I made a lot of snacks just now. Saga and this beautiful lady, let's eat together." "Mom, what's wrong with Dad? And Xiaosheng, why isn't Xiaosheng at home?" Xiaoyao is not a fool either. She still understands such an obvious excuse. A woman's sensitive intuition tells her that something may be wrong. Something bad might really happen between her mother and father. Mitsuko smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't worry about it. It's nothing. Don't listen to Jinji's nonsense. The snacks are ready. Everyone should eat first." Obviously, Mitsuko doesn't want to talk about this issue. Since she doesn't want to talk about it, Xiao Haruka, as a daughter, can't force her to ask anything. If it's like what Jinji said, my father has an affair, wouldn't that hurt my mother even more? With incomprehensible questions, Xiao Haruka, Saga and others followed Mitsuko into the restaurant. "I've made a lot of it. Let's eat as much as you like." Mitsuko looked at everyone at the table with a smile as she boiled the thick soup, the delicious rice balls in small bites, looked up at his mother's back from time to time, and then whispered to Saga next to him, "Brother Saga, do you think my father is really having an affair, or my mother's?" Why is the expression a little unhappy? Saga took a sip of green tea and said calmly, "I'm not sure. After all, Mr. Chinli is now a big star in Chunghwa City, and there are not many women who like him. But from what I know about Mr. Chinli, first of all, he loves him very much. Aunt Mitsuko, there is no doubt about that. And the most important point is that Mr. Chinli is a strict wife, and a wife who dares to have an affair is such a courage." With a tone of ridicule and consolation, he said it in such a serious manner. Xiaoyao couldn't help laughing, and the rice ball that hadn't been swallowed in his mouth almost spit out. "It's not wrong. My father is a strict monogamist. A man who is afraid of his wife is unlikely to have an affair. Presumably there may be some misunderstanding between the two, so Xiaoyao's mood is much better when he thinks about it." To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 157 Mother and Daughter. "Mom, where did that guy Xiaosheng go to play?" "The time being, I don't continue to ask my father's questions." Xiaoyao thinks of another person instead. "It's my little brother who wears big glasses and has always been a stinky fart. Logically speaking, if my sister has been away from home for a long time, my brother should be the first to run away. The person who came out to welcome him, but now he hasn't even seen that guy even after dinner." "Oh, you said Xiaosheng." Mitsuko took the thick soup and walked to the dining table, and said, "This child went on a trip with a trainer from the Kanto region 2 months ago. The child seems to be called Xiaoji, and he seems to know Saga." "Oh, you. So it is." Saga nodded and said with a smile, "I do know Xiaoji. It should be said that our relationship is not bad. He once participated in the Court Conference and the Silver Conference with me, and achieved good result, but he is an excellent trainer with passion. Xiaosheng and him go on a trip with him to open their eyes, and it can be regarded as accumulating some experience for the future trainer road. A sumptuous lunch. Since Mr. Chinli is not at the gym, Saga can't challenge Chunghwa Gym for the time being. Athena said that she had something to do, so she went to the city center ahead of time after dinner, while Saga decided to take a short rest, take a good nap, and keep her spirits up for the upcoming gym competition. Mitsuko and Chisato's bedroom. "Mom, look, this is the ribbon badge I got." Xiaoyao proudly took out the badge box from his backpack. "Although there are only 2s now, I believe that I will be able to collect all 5 ribbon badges soon, and then participate in the annual gorgeous celebration." Mitsuko nodded approvingly. "My daughter must be the best. Mom is proud of you. But Xiaoyao, you have to remember that the most important important thing for a woman is not to achieve great result but to be able to find a good man who is worthy of his life. I think that Saga is quite good, handsome in appearance, amazing in strength, and the most important thing, it's that he doesn't care. Hearing this, Xiaoyao's face instantly flushed, and he hesitated. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? I have always treated Saga as a big brother, and never had anything else. Really? Mitsuko jokingly stared at Xiao Haruka's regret, stood up from the top and shouted loudly, Mom, you really are. I'm only 10 years old. You don't need to be in such a hurry to marry me. And how can you see that brother Saga is not a careless man? Alright, how can I? How can you know your thoughts? Mitsuko pinched her daughter's bulging bun face with a smile, and said, look at Saga's eyes. I have long understood it as someone who has come here. It's strange if you don't like him. So what if you are 10 years old? My daughter is beautiful and has a good figure, and she will definitely be the second most beautiful woman in Chunghwa City in 2 or 3 years. Who is the most beautiful woman in Chunghwa City? Xiaoyao asked blankly. Oh, hey. Mitsuko covered her mouth and red lips and let out a coquettish smile, and said, is there any need to ask? The number one beauty in Chunghwa City. Can there be anyone other than this sexy mature mother in front of you? Mom, you win. Xiaoyao lowered his head helplessly. Mitsuko didn't care about her daughter's contemptuous eyes at all, and continued, as for why Saga is not a man who cares, I still believe in my own vision. Look at that. The beautiful woman named Athena has always been by his side, but he never showed any obsessive or coveted look, as if he was surrounded by an ordinary-looking woman. Xiaoyao, you must know that Athena is a super beauty that is only a little worse than your mother. Even a beauty of this level one can ignore it. I think he must be a very dedicated man. Down. Xiaoyao couldn't stand her mother's narcissism anymore, so she threw herself on it and covered her head with a pillow. As for the other side, Athena, who received the subpoena, immediately went to the Pokemon Center, where one of her subordinates said there was important information to tell her. Enter the Pokemon Center. There is a cool breeze blowing on your face, and the central air conditioner provides the most suitable temperature for the center, which is completely different from the feeling of heat outside at this time. Well, Athena, who was about to go to a certain room, suddenly found a very interesting scene. In front of the counter, there was a man chatting with Miss Joey very happily. From the 2 blushes on Joey's face, you can see her current mood. How beautiful to know that Joey rarely chats with people like this during working hours, even if there are basically no trainers in the center who need help at this time. However, the most important thing is that the man is very familiar, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. It is exactly the same as the photo on the billboard outside. The man in front of him is the owner of Chunghwa Taoist Hall, Chinli. I seem to understand something. Athena raised the corners of her mouth lightly and whispered, it seems that this so-called affair seems to be true. Phailu reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 158 Hyperactive 8. Disgusting. Chinli, you really are. Joey lightly covered the red lips and smiled. Chinli put one hand on his waist and the other on the counter, and said indifferently, don't worry, I have full confidence in you, so I will leave this to you. Well, for the sake of Mr. Chinli, I'm very happy about it. Hearing these conversations, Athena instantly had no sympathy for this handsome and mature man in front of her. As a husband and father of 2 children, she was so frivolous and open-minded as she was in the Pokemon Center. What about eating grass on the edge of the nest? I don't know how Xiaoyao will react when he finds out about this. Shaking her head helplessly, Athena walked towards the agreed room. As an outsider, it is really inappropriate to intervene in this kind of family dispute. Jinji, why did you ask me to come to this place? Xiaoyao yawned and asked dissatisfiedly. If girls don't take a nap every day, it's very bad for their skin. Mr. Jinji glanced around furtively, then heaved a sigh of relief and said, there should be no problem here, so madam won't be able to hear. My mother, what happened to her? As soon as she heard the news about Mitsuko, Xiaoyao's drowsiness disappeared instantly. Although she may not be able to turn her head around sometimes, she is not an idiot. Something must have happened to her mother, and it was definitely related to her father. Otherwise, every time I mentioned my father, my mother's face would change significantly. It's the way it is. Jinji looked a little helpless, and began to slowly tell what happened in the past month. What? Xiaoyao's decibel suddenly rose a few notches, and exclaimed in shock, you mean there is some kind of relationship between my father and Miss Joy? That right? Jinji nodded affirmatively. Because recently, the teacher often goes to the Pokemon Center when he has something to do, and a few times when my wife and I were shopping together, I saw the teacher and Miss Joy chatting very much happy, plus some rumors out there. So, Jinji hesitated, gritted his teeth, and said, teacher, he may have cheated. How is this possible? Xiaoyao shouted angrily, with the word, I absolutely don't believe, written on his face. Miss Xiaoyao, I know it's hard for you to accept this kind of thing. Jinji continued, I naturally don't believe that the teacher will betray the lady, but the lady has already confirmed that the teacher is there. It is estimated that after a while, the lady may directly show down, and recently the lady seems to be right. The topic of hunting swallowtails is very sensitive. I know you have a hunting swallowtail, Miss Xiaoyao, but it's best not to be in front of my wife. I'm afraid she will do something terrible. To say who Jinji was afraid of at Chunghua Dojo, it wasn't that the naughty and poisonous Xiaosheng, nor the serious teacher Chisato, but Mrs. Mitsuko, who always had a good expression on her face. Why is that? Xiaoyao murmured in disappointment. I remember that the Pokemon that Miss Joy used did not hunt swallowtails. I don't know about that. Jinji scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Anyway, as long as Madam hears the topic of hunting swallowtails recently, her face will become super scary. If I'm not mistaken, the so-called bird hunting should be some information that Mr. Chisato accidentally revealed to Aunt Mizuko at some point, and women at this time are often very sensitive, so Aunt Mitsuko subconsciously thinks that hunting swallowtails is what Mr. Chinley and Miss Joy have engaged in. Jinji touched his chin and nodded lightly. It makes perfect sense. Saga, why are you here? Reacting, Jinji felt wrong, and turned to look at the blonde boy walking out of the bushes. You heard what I said to Miss Xiaoyao just now. Clearly. OMG. Jinji covered his forehead in pain. Saga didn't care about Jinji's constipated expression at all, and walked towards Xiaoyao, who was in a bad mood. Behind him, a few white figures gradually emerged, with a sturdy body, snow-white hair all over the body, and a small group of red hair with a personality on the forehead. These Pokemon are the ones from the Orange Gym. Iconic combat power. Hyperactive Ape. The hyperactive ape in the lead looked the most vicious, and the scar at the corner of the eye made it look extremely violent, which caused Jinji to see this hyperactive ape like little Rada seeing the cat boss, and he rolled around, climbed, and quickly ran behind Xiaoyao. Hyperactive Ape. Long time no see. Xiaoyao put away her sadness and forced a smile to look at the hyperactive ape, who was walking slowly. Uru. Hyperactive Ape let out a low growl, and opened his long arms to embrace the girl in front of him, while a hyperactive ape behind him handed a bunch of bananas. Gar. Hyperactive Ape patted Xiaoyao on the shoulder, then pointed to the banana in his hand. Gar, are you going to feed me? Xiaoyao burst into tears and laughed. Aluyalu. Gar. Hyperactive Ape nodded, and then helped Xiaoyao peel a banana with those nimble claws. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 159. The Provocation of Hyperactive Ape Pass Battle. There are many lazy people living in the large greenhouse in the backyard of Chunghua Taoist Hall, as well as a large number of hyperactive apes. Of course, there are several very powerful Leaf Kings in the deepest part of the greenhouse forest, but because of that lazy nature, the King of Leaf is sleeping most of the time. Chinley has the command of all the Pokemon in this greenhouse, but not every lazy man, hyperactive ape, is his Pokemon. There are also many lazy people who sneaked away from the wild, and some of them brought back together with their own hyperkinetic ape during courtship. And to say that the strongest hyperkinetic ape in 1,000 miles is the one with scars at the corners of his eyes, it looks the most ferocious, and has the most aggressive personality, and it is also the leader of this greenhouse forest. Different from the lazy man, the laziness of the king who asked for lead, the hyperactive apes are full of vitality, and they are like taking stimulants all day long, which is completely different from their initial form and evolutionary form. An extreme past. Many trainers regretted that if the hyperkinetic ape could still retain its vitality after evolving into a Leaf King, then the future of the Leaf King clan could completely surpass all quasi-god Pokemon, and even some low-level divine beasts. For those middle-level divine beasts and high-level divine beasts that master the power of rule. Aluyalu. The hyperactive monkey threw the remaining bananas in his hand to Jinji, who was hiding behind Xiaoyao. Jinji panicked and hugged the flying bananas, and then hid away again in fear. It seemed that he was quite afraid of the hyperactive ape leader in front of him. Scar. Hyperactive ape took a few steps and ran to Saga's side, with only two sharp claws waving his arms constantly, and at the same time he kept roaring something, and with that abnormally fierce expression, it is estimated that ordinary people would have long ago scared to hide away. You mean, you want to see a strong chicken? Saga soothed the hyperactive ape's emotions and said slowly, Allah Allah. The hyperactive ape nodded excitedly, and continued waving his long arms and roaring. The human boy recognized him as soon as he came to the greenhouse forest. Don't underestimate the memory of the Pokemon. He was the trainer who commanded the strong chicken to compete with him half a year ago. And what makes the hyperactive ape most memorable is the ruthlessness of the strong chicken. In order to defeat himself, he actually forcibly dislocated his arm. To be honest, the hyperactive ape at that time was stronger than the strong chicken, and it turned out to be underestimated at first. The opponent was then counterattacked by the wrong hand of the strong chicken, which made it cover in the gutter. So this year, the hyperactive monkey has never forgotten that game. It is not reconciled. It must fight again. Let the strong chicken see how powerful he is. I can understand your mood. Saga smiled and said, if that's the case, then it's as you wish, but it's no longer a strong chicken. Come out, flaming chicken. He threw the Pokemon ball with his hand, and with a bang, a dazzling white light rose on the flat terrain. The radiance dissipated, and a tall human-shaped Pokemon appeared on the grass with a fiery red figure and almost perfect red muscles all over his body. Aggressive dark golden pupils. Gare. As soon as the flaming chicken came out, he couldn't help but roared up to the sky, which was used to vent his inexhaustible energy. Why are these Pokemon so scary? Gingy was taken aback by the momentum of the flaming chicken, and reluctantly hugged a bunch of bananas while eating in the corner and complained. Looking at it, the lazy man is the cutest and easiest to take care of. Hyperkinetic Monkey scratched his head, and looked suspiciously at the big guy in front of him who was almost half a body taller than himself. Although he was not as strong as his big brother, he was almost the same height when he stood up. It was really the one from half a year ago. Small. The normal height of a hyperactive ape is 1.4 right. The development of this card hyperkinetic ape in the group is also quite outstanding, with a height of 1.6 right, and the height of Saga Flame Chicken is 2.130 higher than ordinary flame chicken. Standing in front of a hyperkinetic monkey is like an adult facing a sick raider. Of course at that time it was just a strong chicken, only 1 in height. 2 right. In the eyes of hyperactive monkeys, it is indeed a little bit. The former little guy has become the big guy today, and the hyperactive ape who encountered the flaming chicken again did not respond for a long time. Gare. The hyperactive ape is still there. In a stunned state, the flaming chicken has already recognized the guy in front of him. The first battle of the Pokemon that he became the master. The kind of forcibly dislocating his arm feels a little painful even thinking about it now, and the more painful it was at the beginning, the more profound the memory is now. Can't you recognize it? Saga patted the ape on the shoulder and said, it was the strong chicken back then, but it has evolved. The most important thing is that its current strength has completely surpassed you. The hyperactive ape, who was still in doubt, immediately exploded when he heard this sentence. Of course the so-called evolved hyperactive ape knows, isn't it, from the group of lazy little guys who have evolved into the current self. Although the strength will be due to this, there is a great improvement, but to say that it has completely surpassed it, the hyperactive monkey can't bear it. Lee or not, you can see the real chapter under your hand. Aluyulu raised 2 sharp claws and slowly shook it backward. The hyperactive ape, who was very aggressive, sent a provocative signal. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 160 Face to Face. Don't get excited. Saga stopped the flaming chicken who was preparing to fight, and said with a smile, I originally came to challenge your master, but now is not the time. It would be better for you and the flaming chicken to stay in the upcoming gym challenge. Is it suitable? Gar hyperactive ape lowered his head and thought for a while, and then looked at the flame chicken beside him, who also had a strong fighting spirit. He knew that Chinli also didn't like the hyperactive ape to compete with other trainers without his orders. If you want to go, since it will definitely be better than the last one, then stay in the gym to challenge. I'd like to ask my father to clarify. On the way back to the gym, Xiaoyao suddenly said loudly, I still don't believe that my father would be that kind of person. Instead of thinking wildly here, I might as well ask the person concerned directly. If my father is really empathetic and don't fall in love, then I will never forgive him in my life. After speaking, Xiaoyao immediately, he pulled his legs and ran in the other direction. Hey, Miss Xiaoyao, you don't know where the teacher is. Where are you going to find it? Looking at Xiao Yuanyuan's back, Jinji hurriedly shouted. Don't worry, Saga said indifferently. According to what you just said, Mr. Chinli has something to do with Miss Joy, so he is most likely at the Pokemon Center now, and Xiaoyao should also have gone to the Pokemon Center. Xiaoyao stood at the gate of the Pokemon Center panting, trying to open the gate, but was afraid of seeing something he shouldn't see. Breath. Xiaoyao summoned the courage to open the door, and then walked in slowly. Immediately afterward, the scene in front of him made Xiaoyao's heart almost cool. The father, whom he and Xiaosheng had always admired the most, was now chatting with Miss Joy very happily. Daddy. Xiaoyao looked at Chinli in disbelief, and the appearance of a former gentleman almost collapsed in his heart. Looks like this might be true. Saga and Jinji also walked in from the door. Xiaoyao's frustrated and disappointed expression on her face explained her current mood, and one of the tragic things in life may be that she was looking for a woman outside and was seen by her daughter. Since Mr. Chinli turned his back to Xiaoyao and the others, he didn't see his daughter. He was still chatting and laughing with Joey while scratching his neck, while Joey, who was facing the counter, was the people at the door. As for Chinlisheng's daughter, Joey, it is still quite familiar. The one not far away. Looks a little sad. Isn't the little girl with the turban the daughter of Mr. Chinli? Xiaoyao. Feilu Little Say inside Department Group 1-1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 2-9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. Joey quickly reminded Chinli, who had noticed it. My daughter. Chinli looked back in doubt, and when he saw the person coming, his face couldn't help but smile. Isn't this Xiaoyao? And Saga, when did you come back? Come, let me see my daughter for half a year. What has changed? This somewhat heartless guy didn't notice that the expression on his daughter's face face was not a surprise to see her father, but a kind of sadness and disappointment. After traveling for so long, did you catch any new Pokemon? Qinli walked to Xiaoyao and said with a smile, come on, let Dad see how strong my Xiaoyao has become. Saga also somewhat admired the man in front of him. When his daughter saw him flirting with other women, he was still so calm, and he was able to talk and laugh with an indifferent expression on his face. He was really a role model for me. Liar. Dad is a big liar. Tears flowed out of Xiaoyao's eyes at once. Qinli was caught off guard by this unexpected response, scratched the back of his head embarrassingly, and said, Xiaoyao, what's the matter? When did Dad lie to you? Xiaoyao wiped her tears and sobbed. Dad didn't say that he will always love his mother. Why? Why is it like this now? Xiaosheng knows about this. I don't know how sad it will be. What's the matter? Qinli is also a little aggrieved now. He clearly didn't do anything. How could he become a big liar in his daughter's heart and make Xiaosheng sad? Mr. Qinli, this time Xiaoyao came to see you because he had something to ask in person. Seeing that Xiaoyao was too excited, Saga said, this is not the place to talk. Let's find a place where there is no one to talk about. Saga pointed to more and more people around. Xiaoyao is not an unreasonable person. This matter is not right, and it is also a family matter of his own family. The face is not easy, and the one who is sad in the end must be the mother. Okay, it should be possible to talk about it here. Qinli sat on the sofa in the private room and looked suspiciously at his daughter, who was ready to ask her guilt. What did I do? Unexpectedly, she still refused to admit it at this time. Xiaoyao pouted, stood up, and said loudly, Dad, why did you betray your mother? Why did you pursue Miss Joy? Do you know how angry your mother is at home now? Why did you before? Such a good father will become what he is today. Why did they listen to it for thousands of miles? It was like a thunderous blow, and it felt like they were carrying charges that were not related at all, as if they had somehow become a cheating man in the mouth of their daughter. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 161. Mitsuko arrives. Xiaoyao, have you misunderstood something? When did I say that I would pursue Miss Joy? Qinli shrugged innocently. Teacher, if you do this kind of thing, admit it generously. Everyone is a man. Open your heart and speak eloquently. It's useless if you don't admit it. Jinji, who was on the side, couldn't see it, and summoned the courage to point to the teacher he once respected. Jinji, what are you talking about? Qinli narrowed his eyes to look at the pretending to be brave disciple, and said, I don't seem to be very clear. Can you say it again? A casual stare from Qinli's eyes. Jinji's courage immediately dissipated, decisively hiding behind Xiaoyao again in fear. Husband. With a bang, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open with force. Looking back, the person who came was actually Xiao Haruka's mother, Mitsuko, with a bad face and a heavy luggage in her hand. To catch up and chatter something, Miss Joy stood behind her with an apologetic face and kept apologizing to the lady. What the matter? Mitsuko, what's the matter with you? Why are you even preparing a suitcase? Qinli asked suspiciously, and from the expression on his face, this guy didn't seem to understand what happened. I've decided, I'm going to travel, Mitsuko said firmly. Ah. Xiaoyao heard the words immediately, got nervous and wanted to say something, but when I saw the angry look on my mother's face, I stopped talking. Mitsuko, Qinli immediately shouted, which made the atmosphere at the scene even more tense. Just when everyone thought that this was going to be a showdown, Qinli's next sentence made people speechless. Then where are you going? I remember that this time is not the peak season for tourism. Teacher, you are really? That's not what Madam said. Jinji once again summoned up his courage and stepped forward and shouted, why does the teacher keep pretending to be stupid? But she just said that she was going to travel. Did I hear it wrong? Qinli looked puzzled. Hearing this, even Saga's indifferent mood couldn't continue. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he glanced at the innocent Qinli with contemptuous eyes. He had still seen someone with such a low EQ. The key was that this guy was still married, and gave birth to a daughter and a son, who was almost 30 years old. You can't even see how angry your wife is. I said yes. Mitsuko took a breath, afraid of being caught by this. The guy who has been with him for more than 10 years was furious, and then shouted loudly, I said I am going to go on a very long trip. So it is. With a smashing heart, he said, no wonder your temper has suddenly become a little abnormal during this period of time. It turned out to be because you want to go out for a long journey. Then Jinji will leave the cooking to you in the future. Oh my god. Xiaoyao couldn't believe that such a cute guy in front of him was actually his father. Did he really think that his mother just wanted to go on a trip? This kind of guy can really cheat. Let's talk about it. Saga didn't want them to keep misunderstanding like this. If this kind of thing is not explained, it will only become more and more troublesome in the future. To put it simply, Xiao Haruka and Mitsuko think that you have an affair with Mr. Chisato, and the object of the affair is Miss Joy. Do you have any explanation for this? Without waiting for Xiaoyao to stop him, Saga has completely explained the cause and effect. Mitsuko was stunned at first, and then looked at Qinli with an angry expression, but there was also a trace of anticipation in her anger, hoping that her husband's answer would not be what she imagined. Even if they heard such straightforward words, both Mr. Chinley and Miss Joy at the door only showed surprised expressions on their faces. Besides that, there was no embarrassment or shame for revealing adultery. It seems that this matter should be a misunderstanding. Sweeping the expressions of the two, Sajia has fully understood in his heart that there is absolutely no relationship between Mr. Chinley and Miss Joy. It was spread so much that even Mitsuko believed it inadvertently. Haha, Mitsuko, you are so cute. Haha. Chinley touched the back of his head and laughed heartily. I just wanted to give you some surprises, but I didn't expect you to think of such a place. It's so cute. Sorry, although sometimes I often do things that make you worry, but this time, you really misunderstood me. Stop smiling. Chinley suddenly became serious. In short, let's go home first, then you will know. Having said this, Chisato paused, his face filled with a childlike smile again, and said, no matter what, Mitsuko, you must believe that I will always love you the most. Hearing Chisato's confession, Mitsuko's originally angry expression instantly blushed, and she lowered her head and looked at her toes, as if she had changed into the girl who used to be. Why Chun again? I was glaring at each other just now, but now I am very loving. The world of adults is really difficult to understand. Jinji hugged his arms and shook his head helplessly. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 162 Firework. Dr. Oki's research. After returning to the gymnasium, Saga took the flaming chicken to the greenhouse forest to find the apes and they reminisced, while Xiaoyao returned to his room. Chisato and Mitsuko also returned to the master bedroom of the two of them, not knowing what the two of them were talking about inside. Time passed quickly, and night came in a flash, and the explanation in the mouth of 1,000 miles is also coming. Chinley mysteriously brought a few people to the botanical garden in the backyard of Chunghwa Taoist Hall, and when Xiaoyao was about to ask something, Chinley made a gesture of silence, and then the backyard door opened. Miss Joy, who should be at the Pokemon Center, rushed over with a toolbox, which made everyone wonder what Chinley asked Miss Joy to do. Miss Joy, everything is now up to you. Chinley walked to Joey's side and said, and Joey nodded with a smile, and then opened the toolbox that he carried with him. The box was opened, and it contained something similar to a detonating device. There was a red button on it. It seemed that as long as you pressed that hard, something unusual will happen with the red button. Joey first glanced at Chinley standing beside him, and after getting his acquiescence, he took a deep breath, and then pressed the red button hard. Immediately afterward, a surprising scene occurred. The dazzling light of colorful 7 began to flash from the surrounding corners of the botanical garden. In an instant, the originally dim place was illuminated like daytime, followed by bursts of loud cannon. From the surrounding corners, something similar to firework began to be sprayed, one after another, continuously, and finally the firework sprayed into the sky actually formed a huge and incomparable colorful light-hunting swallowtail, which looked extremely gorgeous in the dark night sky. Even the colorful 7, the colorful wings flutter gently. Because I have a level 7 certificate for making firework, Mr. Chinley asked me to help him make this unique firework. But because I wanted to surprise Xiaoyao's mother on your wedding anniversary, I kept telling me to keep it from you. But it seems that this incident caused a bad misunderstanding between you, so I am really sorry. Joey closed the box again and bowed to Mitsuko sincerely. Ah, Mitsuko covered her mouth in surprise, and she knew how excited she was at this time from the sparkle from the corners of her eyes. The meaning of hunting swallowtails. I understand, because when I fell in love with Chinley, it was under the witness of a group of hunting swallowtails. Before that, she even thought that Chinley might have put the two people's wedding anniversary as forgotten. All misunderstandings were completely vanished at this moment. It's really unexpected. Saga applauded and looked at the happy man with admiration. Can't think of anything. Xiaoyao wiped her tears and asked, I never imagined that Mr. Chinley, who looked careless and had a low emotional intelligence, would do such a romantic thing. It wasn't entirely due to luck that he was able to catch up with your mother in the first place. Late at night, because of the misunderstanding and the wedding anniversary, Chisato and Mitsuko left the gym early after having a special candlelight dinner. According to the two of them said that tonight is their festival. They want to live a good two-person world. Of course, because of the gorgeous firework, many people in Chunghwa City also know that today is an important day for their idol. The most upscale hotel in Chunghwa City took the opportunity to invite Chinley and his wife to their hotel for free to spend this wonderful night. For this reason the best couple's room is also prepared. Dr. Damu, how is the situation with that swallowing bee? The gym room. Saga, who had taken a bath, opened his laptop and started a video call with Dr. Ogi, who was far away in Kanto. The other end of the video, Dr. Damu looks a little sloppy, with gray hair and various split ends. The original white researcher's coat is also full of stain, and his eyes are full of bloodshot. The whole person should look very tired, but from those eyes full of passion and excitement, you can see how excited the owner of the eyes is at the moment. According to some agreements with the doctor, Saga first sent it to Dr. Damu after conquering the swallowing bee. After all, he had asked for others before before, and now it is necessary to make some compensation. For this kind of figure in the research community, maintaining a friendly relationship is a must. Saga, you don't know, this devouring beast is simply amazing. Dr. Damu excitedly raised a square glass piece and said loudly, I collected some cells of this big guy. After so many days of research, I found an even more amazing thing. That is, this devourer's cell, the cells are abnormally active, and they are absorbing energy to divide all the time. That is to say, as long as the swallowing beast is provided with a sufficient source of food, in theory, it can grow indefinitely. This growth should refer to its body shape. Flash of surprise flashed in Saga's eye, and then he said, but this kind of growth should have a limit. It is impossible to make it grow bigger, or the food of this world will not be satisfied with it after a few decades. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 163, Upcoming Gym Challenges. You don't have to worry about that, Dr. Damu said with confidence. Although this devouring beast is mutated, it is still an ordinary Pokemon in the final analysis. It has a lifespan limit. The older you get, the vitality of the cells will decrease year by year, and I have prepared for it. It is a high concentration nutrient medicine made from the concentrated food that people throw away every day, so that the powerful stomach of the beast will be able to digest these things very well. Saga nodded in admiration, but it was Dr. Damu. If you want to feed this devouring beast, the daily food cost alone can make ordinary families despair. However, Dr. Damu wisely used the devouring beast to eat everything. The feature of being able to digest, on the one hand, solves the food source of the devouring beast, and on the other hand makes some contributions to the environment. This devouring beast is very powerful, and although it is not suitable for fighting in front of the public, it is quite good as a secret weapon at certain times. I chatted with the doctor about some of the latest research reports on Pokemon. Saga said goodnight, turned off the notebook, and went back to the top to recharge. For tomorrow's gym challenge, it is also the 5th gym that Saga has traveled in Fangyuan so far, and it is also the strongest gym so far. Gym trainer Mr. Chinli is known as the most promising star trainer to become Fangyuan's next titled Heavenly King. There is no doubt that his strength is absolutely outstanding among many gym trainers, especially he is raised in the depth of the botanical garden. 3 kings asking for leave, one is more terrifying than the other. Moreover, his strongest hyperkinetic ape will also evolve into a Leaf King in the near future. At that time, Chinli has 4 powerful Leaf Kings. Although the super high racial value Pokemon like the Leaf King is too limited by the lazy trait, it is undeniable that even if the characteristics are severely limited, the Leaf King is still a very scary Pokemon, plus thousands of years of exclusive training. These 4 kings of asking for leave will also become the capital of his future as the top 4 kings. Early morning of the next day, in the botanical garden, the day began to chirping softly. Beautiful hunting swallowtail butterflies fluttered and fell from the tree, collecting sweet pollen from the fragrant flowers. Because Fangyuan's Aoguyan is more aggressive, and the concept of territory is very important, Mitsuko didn't want the garden she had worked so hard to take care of to be hampered by the battle of the clan. After all, there were also many grumpy hyperactive apes living in the garden. Therefore, Chinli also specially introduced a mild-tempered life from Kanto, and also added a liveliness to the botanical garden. Watching these cute little bird gods flying around every day is a good way to relax. After enjoying the 2-person world for one night, Chisato and Mitsuko, who returned to the gym in the morning, deliberately brought many exquisite and delicious breakfast from the hotel, and invited Saga, who had just done the morning exercise, to have dinner together. Xiaoyao is really a little lazy. It's almost 7:30, and this girl is still sleeping, Mitsuko complained while eating a fruit sandwich. However, from the smiling face from time to time, you can still see how good this lady's mood is at this time. After experiencing such a romantic scene last night, Mitsuko must never forget it for a lifetime. Chinli smiled gently and said, the child will definitely be very tired after traveling for so long before returning home. A good night's sleep can also relax the tiredness caused by traveling. It was the same for me back then. Every time I came home from a long trip, I would fall asleep on the familiar place, and I would never wake up until my mother lifted the quilt. By the way, Saga, don't be polite. Eat as much as you like. If you don't like it, I'll just go out and buy other things. Treat this place as your home, and don't be polite to us. Seeing that the boy didn't move his chopsticks very much, Mitsuko thought it was because he didn't like it, and said quickly, swallowing half of the egg tart in his hand. Saga shook his head and smiled. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that when I went out for the morning exercise, I had already visited the surrounding breakfast shop. To be honest, my stomach is very full now. So it is. Mitsuko breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you didn't like that we prepared breakfast for you, but I would like to thank you again for taking care of Xiaoyao's child over the past 6 months. Sometimes I feel apprehensive when I think about it. If that child was a when people go on a trip with Xiaoyao's character, I feel that I may not go far before running home, and no one will help me when I encounter danger. These are what I should do. Xiaoyao is a very talented coordination coordination trainer. She is also working hard for her ideal. I think she will become a famous coordination master in the future. Thank you for your blessing. Chinli put down the milk he drank, suddenly stood up, and said loudly, then next, it's the challenge of the Chunghwa Gym. A competition with gym badges is bet. I wonder if you are willing to accept my challenge. Saga. What? I can't ask for it. Been waiting for us now. Saga's blue eyes lit up with fiery fighting intent, and a battle with a trainer of the level of Chinli with all his strength is the trainer's greatest enjoyment. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 164 Battle in the Botanical Garden. One more. Breakfast. Chinli and Saga came to the botanical garden in the backyard. Apart from the two of them, Jinji followed behind as a gym judge. Ordinary rock and soil field inside the gym. In the face of most trainers, Chinli will only compete on that field because their strength is limited. Even if they burst out with all their strength, they will only cause some damage to the field at most. Have seen some of Saga's game videos, and I have also seen the extraordinariness of this young man. Chinli has long regarded him as a trainer of the same level, so it is carried out in the gymnasium. Once the two can't be controlled, it is very likely to cause huge damage to the gymnasium building. This is not an alarmist. As far as the king of asking for leave from thousands of miles is concerned, a full-strength Chi Hekwan can definitely destroy that rock and soil site in an instant. Okay, it's almost here. Let's compare the last game to our hard content. I also really want to see the true strength of the young genius who has won 2 regional championships. Coming to an empty valley, surrounded by mountains, the field for battle is extremely wide, and the surrounding tall rocks are rugged. This is a natural competition field, and it looks extremely domineering. Jinji touched Saga's shoulder secretly, and whispered, this is the place where the teacher usually trains Pokemon, except for the last time I played with Mr. Longtianwang Yung here. This is the first time I have seen the teacher bring people here. Your strength must be very powerful. If you have time, can you teach me 2 tricks? My strength. Saga smiled lightly. It's okay, but when it comes to being a teacher, it's still far from being a teacher. On the contrary, Mr. Chinli is not only a strong trainer but also a good teacher. I believe you can learn a lot from him. Of course, the teacher is the best man I've ever met. Jinji, what are you muttering about? Do and hurry back to your position. You are the referee of this game. Chinli stood opposite and shouted loudly, sorry teacher, I'll come right away. Hearing this, Jinji hurriedly picked up the red and green flags and ran towards a certain stone pillar in the middle, then carefully climbed onto the top of the stone pillar whose top was cut flat, tense all over, and stood still. Chinli looked at Jin Zito who was ready, and then said loudly to Saga, if there is no audience for this game, I think there will be less atmosphere. If Saga Rui is too noisy, I have prepared a special group for you. Audience. Honored. Saga smiled and nodded, and at the same time walked towards a huge stone pillar that was not in front of him. Similar to the stone pillar Jinji was standing on, it was also artificially cut flat to stand. Saga knees slightly bent, soles of feet gently stomping. His body was silent, but he jumped up the 3-meter-high stone pillar with incomparable flexibility. Chinli was stunned for a moment while watching this jump, but Jinji was stunned when he saw it. Is this still a human? This is not a platform of tens of centimeters, a stone pillar with a height of 3 meters, so I jumped up and went up. On the other hand, I just climbed the stone pillar of 2 meters. It took several minutes to walk from the side, step by step up the lower stone pillar. Thousands of miles applauded and gave a thumbs up. This young man is not only quite talented in commanding Pokemon, but his personal physical fitness is so amazing. Seeing this, Saga just smiled back and didn't make a sound. Even Saga himself can't fully understand the perverted body that is being strengthened every day, but it is certain that there should be no human beings with physical fitness and his strength in this world, even those small groups with supernatural powers. People, like the power of the royal dragon, the power of Viking, a special power that can strengthen the body, is not enough in front of the heart of the king. From ancient times to the present, it is true that there are very few human beings who have inherited the power of Yulong and the power of victory, but after so many years, there are not a lot of them, not to mention the Yulong clan who have inherited the power of Yulong. In their generation, the best use is Longtianwangdu, which may soon be called the champion dragon. Next is Xiaochun of Yanmo Taoist Hall and her younger brother Soya, and it is not ruled out that there are some hidden secret powers, but since the beginning of human beings for countless years, the one who has the heart of a king is only the hero king from 1,000 years ago. Apart from that, there has been no such case of countless kings. Conceivable that Saga, who inherited the rare heart of the king of heroes, will reach in the future. Seeing that the other party was ready, Chinli also began to walk towards his podium. Although not as exaggerated as Saga, he just jumped up. However, the physical quality of Chinli should not be underestimated. The seemingly jagged stone pillar jumped several times in a row like an agile hyperactive ape, and also boarded the special stone pillar podium. Short rest. Suddenly a loud noise came from outside the valley. In Saga's curious eyes, small heads appeared one after another at the slope on the edge of the valley. In addition, there are more than 20 hyperactive Hyperactive 8. The lazy man is just like its name, quietly lying on the slope and watching the upcoming game in the valley without saying a word. The Hyperactive 8 waved their long arms, opened their mouth, exposed their fangs, and slapped their mouths excitedly, as if they were cheering for the game. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 165 Ice Dragon vs. Lazy Man. Second update. Mom, where are Saga and Dad? Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Xiaoyao walked slowly to the living room wearing pink cherry blossom pajamas, wiped her sleepy eyes, and yawned lightly. Mitsuko was cleaning with a vacuum cleaner, and when she saw her daughter who was half asleep leaning against the door, she couldn't help but tease. You big slacker, your father and your boyfriend got up early and had breakfast. Listening to them, the two of them seemed to be about to start a gym challenge. If you don't go, you will be useless. What? Saga and Dad are going to have a match. Hearing this, the hazy drowsiness dissipated in an instant, and Xiaoyao said angrily, it's abominable, you didn't even notify me of such an important matter. After he finished speaking, he hurried to the bathroom, washed it in less than 5 minutes, put on a white dress that he would only wear at home, and grabbed a sun hat. Hey, you girl, don't you have to eat breakfast? Seeing the figure of Xiaoyao trotting away, Mitsuko put her hands on her hips and shouted loudly, and they are not. They compete in the gym. They are in the botanical garden in the back mountain. I see. Xiaoyao didn't look back, waved his hand backward, speeding up and disappearing in front of Mitsuko's eye. This girl is really, I don't know who to learn from such a reckless personality. Mitsuko sighed softly. Why would such a smart and excellent woman give birth to a stupid daughter? Not in the gym, but I heard from my mother that it's in the Haoshan Botanical Garden, so it should be the mysterious valley that Xiaosheng once said. Xiaoyao, who was trotting all the way, greeted the neighbors around him, and by the way, he thought about a certain place. I heard Xiaosheng say before that my father would go to a special competition venue with some trainers whose strength was recognized by him. Isaac Jia's strength has been recognized by his father, and Xiaoyao thinks that there is no problem at all. At this time, in the valley, the challengers and gym trainers were ready, and the referee was ready at any time. The group of special audiences were also cheering and cheering on the hillside. Of course, most of them still wanted to fall asleep from time to time. Lazy guy. Were more than 100 lazy people and 20 hyperactive 8, and the figure of the king who asked for leave was not seen. Those big guys got lazy and completely surpassed their initial form. Unless Qinli forcibly ordered them, these 3 guys would fall asleep in the cave. Ask for leave, and it's never been. In the gym challenge, the Pokemon is limited to 3. When the gym trainer, the challenger, and one of the 2 players lose their ability to fight, even if the game is over, during the game, only allowed challengers to replace Pokemon. As Ben's referee, Jinji was a little nervous, but he still said aloud the competition rules of the Orange Flower Gym. Okay, Saga, let's start. Qinli's eyes suddenly became serious. Come on, let me see how much you have improved in the past 6 months since the last time you lost to your strong chicken. I am really unwilling to be honest, so these days I have also strengthened my training, but I still have to admit, Saga, you are really a genius. You can actually train a strong chicken born with a terminal illness to such a degree. I listened to Xiaoyao. It is said that the strength of your flame chicken is very amazing now. Speaking of this, Qinli took out a 1 Pokemon ball from his waist. My first Pokemon is Lee. Lazy man. Sure enough, he's a lazy man. I don't know how far Mr. Qinli's strength can train the most difficult Pokemon to train. Saga murmured in a low voice. Then his eyes flashed, and the blonde hair on his forehead swayed in the wind. The first match is a warm-up match, so it's up to you. Let's go. Ice no dragon. You are the round land shark in this kind of venue. Saga does not want to show all his strength in the first game. He wants to see how different an ordinary lazy man is in Qinli's hands. Saga has always disliked the type of Pokemon such as Dumbbeast and Lazy Man. Innate strength is one aspect. Forget it. The main reason is that the shortcomings of this kind of Pokemon in terms of personality cannot be changed. It is undeniable that their final evolution type is indeed very strong, but training them requires more effort and cost. Saga has never been a person who liked to do more with less. Ice Dragon. Qinli looked suspiciously at the blue little guy below. It's really a very cute little guy, and he's a Pokemon that he's never seen before. It's really interesting, but how strong he is. He still needs to see the real chapter under his hand. You will never be disappointed, Mr. Qinli. Saga smiled, and then his eyes became focused, waved and shouted, Ice no dragon, preemptive, slamming the trick. As a challenger, Saga has the advantage of launching orders first. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of rule should always be dominated by the challenger. After all, the old saying is that the first strike is the strongest, and the second strike suffers. However, in a high-end game, if the strength of the 2 sides is almost the same, the one who strikes first is often more likely to be passive, because in the eyes of the top trainers, once the opponent attacks first, it will give him the best law, allowing he had enough time to think about how to deal with it. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 166 Ice Dragon vs. Lazy Man 2 3 Shift. No doubt that Qinli, who is recognized by many people in Fangyuan as the next candidate for the title of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Fangyuan, definitely belongs to the group of trainers at the top of the pyramid. Although he is not the top, his strength is enough that countless trainers can only look up. Indifferently watched the ice-clear little guy on the field rushing towards him, with his arms around him for thousands of miles, but his eyes were watching the entire field. The speed of the straight line collision is good, but the sideways rotation is slightly stiff. It has more explosive power, but lack flexibility. However, this slamming skill seems to be somewhat different from the ordinary one. At a glance, he noticed the key point. The slamming skill is equivalent to the advanced form of the slamming skill, but it is also a degenerate form of a single blow. The power is far greater than the impact but inferior to the death blow, slamming the opponent with the body, causing huge physical damage but also suffering from about a quarter of the opponent's body rebound damage, which is 100 damage to the enemy and 300 damage. Of course, this is based on the opponent's body hardness. If the ice dragon hits a steel type or rock type Pokemon, the rebound damage will be large. But why does this ice snow dragon have ice crystals around its body during the slamming process? Qinli frowned and found this special place. There was no sign of using other skills. It should be the body's automatic response. If he guessed correctly, the production of these ice crystals should be related to its characteristic. Mr. Qinli discovered the difference between the ice and snow dragons so quickly. Saga, who was always paying attention to his opponent, saw the clear look in his clairvoyant eyes, and knew that this man should have understood the special feature of frozen dragons' use of slamming. The ice overlord born billions of years ago resurrected from fossils. Saga's ice dragon has dual characteristic. The natural frozen skin allows it to evolve all ordinary skills into ice skills, and the power is increased to the original one 5 times, plus the protection of these hard ice crystals. The ice dragon can minimize the rebound damage caused by the slamming. This alone is enough to shock many people. Traits are never the full measure of a Pokemon's strength, but it is undeniable that every Pokemon standing at the top has the most suitable and powerful characteristic for it. The power has been significantly increased. The characteristics of this dragon should not be underestimated, but no matter how powerful the skill is, it is meaningless if it cannot be hit. Saga looked down on the lazy man's reaction. The ice and snow dragon's collision seems to be fast, but in clairvoyance it is still bad. This lazy man can even easily avoid the extremely agile Pokemon such as forest lizards and Pikachu. Open, not to mention their ice dragon. The lazy man stood in the same place and swayed around. His eyes were sleepy, as if he hadn't woken up yet, and not far from the front is the rushing ice dragon. Jinji, who has seen the reaction ability of this lazy man and Superman, always wonders whether this low-looking guy will be hit. Fly. Fact is of course impossible. The lazy man Qinli is using today is the guy who consumes the most energy, even more energy than the Scar hyperactive ape who is about to evolve into the King of Leaves. It is the strongest among the more than 100 lazy people in this botanical garden, and it can even defeat many hyperactive apes with full force. No need for thousands of miles of orders. The moment the ice snow dragon was about to approach, a funny smile appeared on the lazy man's face, and then he lifted his right leg and gently put it aside, and his body stood sideways for a moment. But just this small step, swaying like drunk, the vacated space is just for the ice and snow dragon to flash by, and the hair on the body is shaken by a wave of the fast-running ice and snow dragon. There was a hint of surprise on the cute little face of ice snow dragon who passed by, and looked back in disbelief at the seemingly dull, stupid but witty guy, and then his body slammed into him with too much force. On a rock, the ice crystals shattered, and the ice dragon was also ejected. This valley for many years, the rock hit by the wind and rain are very hard. The strength of the ice dragon is not enough to break them. Fortunately, it has the protection of ice crystals. The ice dragon just feels a little dizzy, but the body is useless. Otherwise, if you switch to other Pokemon with not very hard bodies and hit such a hard stone with the ramming skill, it is very likely that you will lose the ability to fight on the spot. Lazy man, use the shadow ball. Thousands of miles immediately, shouted loudly. Once you enter the battle state, especially the trainer you are very optimistic about, there will be no water for thousands of miles. How can you give up such a chance to counterattack? This is a very common scene in high-end games. Once the first attack is dodged by the opponent, the next facing the counterattack of the opponent's violent storm. After all, after using the skill, the body will shake for a short time. The next time the skill is released, the Pokemon needs to quickly adjust the body posture. The lazy man still looks lazy, but after hearing Qinli's order, the speed in his hands is not slow at all. His hands are folded in front, but it is only a short second. A 1 foot has the head of an adult, large and small. The dark shadow ball is condensed and completed, and the black lightning flashes around the body from time to time shows how powerful the shadow ball is. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 167 Ice Dragon vs Lazy Man 3, one more. Such a fast release speed. A hint of surprise flashed in Saga's eyes. It was hard to imagine that such a recognized unorganized lazy Pokemon could respond to the trainer's orders so sharply. Whether it was the instant reaction or the release of skills, it was enough to make many users shame on Pokemon known for their high IQ. Just like people are smart and stupid, there is a huge gap in the IQ of different Pokemon. Ghost-type and Superpower-type Pokemon have inherent high IQ and fast reaction ability, allowing them to respond accordingly at the moment when the trainer issues an order, while other Pokemon are slightly weaker than them, which is a natural advantage. Of course, not every Pokemon will be like this. Those elite Pokemon who have undergone extensive training and have been battle-hardened can definitely explode. Most of the Ghost-type and Superpower-type Pokemon's talent is one aspect, but most of its future achievements depend on how its trainers train and command. Surprised to be surprised, Saga also responded quickly. This Shadow Ball is quite powerful in both power and flying speed, and it is difficult to escape at the speed of the Ice Dragon. But who said that evasion skills must be physically dodged? It's not more interesting to bounce back the opponent's inevitable attack. Thinking of this, the corner of Saga's mouth lifted slightly, and he snapped his fingers lightly, saying, "Ice Snow Dragon, double ice wall." Hearing this order, he was a little puzzled, but soon Ice Snow Dragon explained what a double ice wall was. The dark blue jewel-like eyes were full of eagerness to try, and he opened his small mouth and let out a lovely squeak. The pale pink transparent fins on his small head emitted a gleaming light, and then a large number of ice crystal particles began to appear around the body. The speed of the Ice Dragon's release is also not to be underestimated. At the moment when the Shadow Ball is about to strike, a diamond-shaped icicle with a height of more than 1 meter and a thickness of about 5 centimeters suddenly stands up. The galloping Shadow Ball just collided with the side of the diamond-shaped icicle. This was not over yet. In a very short period of time, when the icicle buffered the power of the Shadow Ball, a new diamond-shaped icicle was erected on the left side of Bingshuilong again, with a smaller shape. On the right, the height is lower, but the width is better. Crack! Shadow Ball crossed the icicle and shattered part of the ice. The characteristics of the icicle were moved to the left side, and hit the new icicle. After 2 buffers and reflections, the Shadow Ball returned to the road. There was no expected explosion, but the Shadow Ball charged straight towards the Hajime. It's amazing. I didn't expect to be able to fight back in this way. Hillside Xiaoyao, who came panting, looked at him in a stunned manner. The scene in the distance. Although it is only a short time, there is really no one who controls the timing in the middle. Xiaoyao is no longer the one he used to be. A rookie, because the third round of the coordinator also requires battles. So Xiaoyao also studied a lot of trainers' game material. Just now, Saga used the diamond-shaped icicles for buffering, and then the Ice Dragon instantly made a second piece on the left to bounce the Shadow Ball. It really. Chinli shook his head with a wry smile, still underestimating this young man. Changed abruptly after seeing the incoming Shadow Ball. His half-covered eyes opened instantly, and he put his hands on the ground and did a flexible backflip to avoid the Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball, which lost its target again, could only bury its head and slam into the stone pillar behind the lazy man. With a dull shattering sound, this powerful Shadow Ball shattered a third of the stone pillar. Falling rock. Not good. The lazy man continuously dodges. Chinli's face was startled when he heard the order, and he hurriedly shouted, "Is a cunning boy. If there is no need to guess wrong, this Ice Dragon should have rock-type attributes in addition to ice-type attribute." At the moment when the lazy man backflipped to the ground, the eyes of the Ice Snow Dragon flicker with a khaki color, which is the appearance of using the power of rock. Sure enough, the moment Chinli's order was issued, the originally quiet stone on the ground began to shake, and it became more violent. There were flying stones on all sides of the body, and the lazy man's seemingly sluggish body once again showed amazing reflexes. When he stepped on his left foot, a rock flew from the left side, and when he lifted his right foot, another rock came from his hip. Dodge down. Use your hands and feet together, and quickly move your body to dodge in a small range. Focusing on the training of flexible dodge in a small range, as well as the ability to respond to the nerve. The lazy man even has muscle memory. Mr. Chinli is really not easy. Seeing that more than a dozen flying rock hit the lazy man, Saga quickly simulated the information of the lazy man in his mind. Saga, it seems that I still underestimate you. Seeing the lazy man for 1,000 miles, he managed to dodge all the attacks and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and then said with a smile, "I have to admit, you are much stronger than when I was young, even though my master was still from my hometown at that time. People think I'm a genius, but in comparison, the gap between genius and genius is sometimes huge and terrifying." Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 168 Snowfall Feature. It's all calculation. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Mr. Chinli, although I am very grateful for your praise, but the game is the game. You seem to relax too early. Saga replied with a smile, and pointed to the venue at the same time. Look around the lazy man. This is. Chinli's face changed after reacting, and when he looked at the venue again, the surprised expression on his face became more intense. When did this happen? Looking around, there are pieces of smooth ice layers in all directions of the lazy man. These ice layers are not large. The largest one is only half a meter in diameter, but these are nearly 20 smooth ice layers. The floor almost completely blocked the lazy man's neck-dodging spot. It's the two diamond-shaped icicles just now. Thousands of miles to see the two icicles disappearing from the side of the ice snow dragon, and he has completely understood the whole story. The seemingly eager attack of the falling stone is just a cover. It is only used to calculate the foothold of the lazy man, and at the same time, he can completely concentrate his attention in that respect, thus ignoring the opponent's neck layout. Saga's eyes narrowed slightly, and he lifted the blonde hair in front of his forehead. This lazy man's reaction ability and small-scale dodging are too flexible, but the speed of Ice Snow Dragon is difficult to lock on the attack, so he can only block the opponent. As foretold, after all, how to train, it is still difficult for the lazy man to do long-distance, high-jump dodge like hyperkinetic apes and forest lizard, but only a small range of flexibility is relatively easy to lock. It's time. Frozen Dragon turns on the snowfall feature. Chasing after victory is always the best way to win. Opportunities in battle are fleeting, and Saga has never been a person who liked to waste opportunities. Mia woo mi woo. A burst of ethereal and lovely screams kept chanting from the small mouth. Petite. The diamond-shaped ice crystals on both sides of the body began to light up with brilliant blue light, and then, a cold wind blew in this small world, and snowflakes were mixed with it, slowly falling from the sky with hail. Snowfall is a powerful feature that can cause weather changes, turning the battle arena into the most suitable place for oneself, but the price required is to consume too much physical strength. With the current immature body of Frozen Snow Dragon, it can barely support 5 rounds of snowfall, and then the physical strength will be severely exhausted. Of course, there are some areas among them. Chunghwa City is in the summer season. If the Ice Snow Dragon's body is not fused with the exotic treasure, it is estimated that it will not be released to fight. The Ice Dragon and its evolutionary Ice Dragon are definitely the masters of Ice-type Pokemon, but they are still too much influenced by the environment and season. And once the Ice and Snow Dragon fights on the polar or ice field, its combat ability is no exaggeration. To double, the powerful Ice and Snow Dragon is not inferior to the Divine Beast, the Frozen Bird and the Ice God Pillar in terms of attainments and strength. The small-scale snowfall made the lazy man even worse. The hail all over the ground and the snowflake flying in the air made this lazy man who likes subtropical botanical gardens uncomfortable. Double Pokemon. Chinli can only laugh bitterly. An adult who is almost 30 years old is actually being calculated to death by a young man. This kind of powerful feeling is really suffocating, and I hate it with these high IQ, full of calculation the trainer of the game has played, and he is not enthusiastic at all. I didn't use Snowfall before because I was afraid that the lazy man with too quick reaction would delay the time, but immediately after blocking the opponent's action, commanding the Snow Dragon to activate the Snowfall feature will make it nowhere to go. In the field, the lazy man who wanted to make a last move began to move, but unfortunately, the little guy with extraordinary reaction is really not good at beat, and the hail all over the ground and the ice that appeared at the key point from time to time. Layers make it a huge headache. Saga once again commanded the Snow Dragon to use a combination of fine snow and freezing wind. Cold wind is mixed with fine snow, and this range of tricks makes the frozen lazy man tremble, and the little guy who lives in the warm botanical garden all year round can't stand it. Give it the final blow. Frozen, the Aurora Beam ends the game. Without delaying the time, Saga decisively launched a fatal blow when he saw that the fire was almost there. The incomparably gorgeous multicolored aurora formed at the corners of the fin, and the big huge eyes of Ice Snow Dragon were full of seriousness at this time. With a coquettish voice, the aurora pierced the sky and rushed straight to hug his shoulders, trembling all over, and even snot running. The lazy man who came out. This lazy guy has completely given up the treatment. Rather than continue to be frozen, it is better to be knocked out and sleep. The lazy man loses his ability to fight, and the Ice Dragon wins. Although Jinji's simple head was still, he was confused about what happened just now, but he quickly announced the results of the first game. It was obvious that they were still evenly matched just now, or that the lazy man had the upper hand, so why didn't it turn into this result in a short while? This guy must be asleep. Jumped off the stone pillar and picked up the lazy man, helplessly patted the lazy man who snored from time to time, called a hyperkinetic ape on the hillside, and handed the lazy man to its care. The lazy man's injuries were not serious. If they were cared for by the hyperkinetic ape, and if they had a good sleep, they would be back in almost tomorrow. It's alive and kicking, but it's mostly still frozen. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 169 Fight. Flaming Chicken vs Hyperactive Ape. Open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. Saga is amazing. Xiaoyao, who was watching the game secretly on the hillside, couldn't help clenching her pink fist in excitement. In Xiaoyao's heart, the strongest trainer in the past has always been the one, the father who has hardly ever lost. But since traveling with Saga for half a year, later, the balance in his heart has slowly started to fall to the other side. When you meet the boy you like, you can't help thinking that he is the best. If it is Xiaosheng, seeing his father lose the game, even if the object is also his idol, this is absolutely unbearable. In the boy's heart, his father will always be the strongest man. Saga, although your ice dragon won this game, it seems that it is unable to continue the following game. Qinli pointed to the panting but firm-eyed little guy. The snowfall feature just now consumed too much physical strength, and the subsequent skills have turned it into a dead end. It is undeniable that this Pokemon talent called Ice No Dragon is talented. It's really good, but it's still a little immature in terms of physical strength. Saga shrugged. Of course he understood the state of Ice No Dragon at the moment. The little guy's resurrection time is not long, and he is playing in this kind of greenhouse. Even with the support of non-melting ice, the physical consumption is still too much. Seriously, once the game just now is delayed, whoever loses and who wins will still be divided. Allah Allah. Speak for 1,000 miles. There was already a Pokemon on the other side of the hill that couldn't wait. Among the 20 hyperkinetic ape, the strongest, the loudest roar, and also the most aggressive, the scarred hyperkinetic ape quickly ran from the hillside. Come on, the agility of the lazy man is far superior to that of the lazy man. One step is 3 meters away, and a few jumps have already stood on a stone pillar on the field. He slapped his mouth fiercely, making bursts of muffled noises, and the hyperactive ape stretched out 2 sharp claws and pointed at Saga, and shouted at him excitedly. Oh, what an impulsive fellow. Qinli covered his forehead helplessly, and he treated his Pokemon Qinli as if he were his own child. This guy with a low emotional intelligence is even more hyperactive to apes and lazy people. They are really better than Xiaoyao and Xiaoyao. Better yet. Don't worry, hyperactive monkey. How could I forget what I promised you? Saga also responded loudly. Then, the next opponent is your most anticipated opponent. Come out, flaming chicken. He pulled out the baby ball from his waist and pushed it into the air. The baby ball crossed a graceful arc in the air. With a bang, a white light flashed, and a vigorous, majestic red body appeared on the field. The flaming chicken is surrounded by both hands, standing firmly on the 3-meter-high sharp stone pillar, with a straight back and dark golden pupil. He looked at the hyperactive ape eagerly, and the feather crest behind him fluttered in the wind. Even though I had heard Xiaoyao say it, Li still thought it was a child exaggeration, but when this flaming chicken really appeared in front of him, Qinli couldn't help but whispered, can the flaming chicken really grow up to be this tall? Some of them are not a problem. After all, it is normal to have well-developed Pokemon in the same kind, but isn't the muscles too scary? They are more than twice as strong as the ordinary flame chicken. The muscles of the thighs are bulging, and the perfect six-pack abs are quite beautiful. The mermaid line around the waist can make countless fitness experts feel ashamed. Although the muscles are hidden in the white fluff, they never bulge from time to time. You can also know how strong it is, and there is always a faint flame burning at the wrist. What a pervert. With thousands of miles of self-restraint and calmness, I couldn't help but complain in the bottom of my heart. The terminal illness of the Pokemon destroyed the ability of the fire chicken to release the jet-type fire skill, causing the little guy to train his physical strength desperately since the fire chicken several times of near death, and when it is wrong, it has a powerful body far beyond its peers, and a near-perfect fighting talent. Later, under Saga's meticulous care and training, combined with the special body augmentation medicine, he had the perfect body now. Your flaming chicken does seem to have improved a lot, but my hyperactive ape is not bad either, Qinli said loudly. Neck, it's my turn to attack first. Hyperactive ape, give it itching attack. Itching attack, use sharp claws to attack the opponent's acupoints and weak point, causing considerable physical damage and reducing the opponent's attack and defense. Burroo. A loud roar. The hyperactive ape developed legs kicked on the stone pillar, and its body, which is much stronger than it appears, leapt into the sky to the flame chicken at the other end, waving its sharp claws in midair, flashing a slight chill in the sunlight. Flaming chicken, let go too. Flaming punches it back, Saga calmly commanded. With the current strength of the flaming chicken, there is absolutely no problem in confronting the hyperactive ape. It has long ceased to be the juvenile strong chicken, and even had to mutilate itself in order to win. The mid-level strength of the quasi-Tianwang combined with the incomparably majestic body makes it fearless. Shrewd and sharp golden eyes stared at the opponent who was attacking from the air. The flames scattered from the wrist of the right fist instantly condensed and burned, until the entire iron fist was covered. The chicken's terrifying jumping ability was exposed at this time. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 170 Both loses. Open black lens bracket 1 more close black lens bracket. Bang! Sharp claws and the iron fist collided, and the hyperkinetic monkey and the flaming chicken that jumped into the air fought for the first time after half a year. The strength of the two is almost the same, but there is no doubt that the flame chicken is superior in strength. The confrontation that passed by, hyperkinetic monkey groaned. A trace of pain flashed on the fierce face, quickly adjusted his body, fell down, and distanced himself from the flaming chicken. Can't compete in terms of strength. Qinli saw the hands of the hyperactive hyperactive monkeys behind him shaking constantly, and he knew that in the previous round of confrontations the hyperactive monkeys completely fell behind. On the other hand, the calm flaming chicken did not have the upper hand at all. Excited or proud, the dark golden pupils calmly made people tremble. Flame kick. Saga, who was standing on the stone pillar, gave the order to attack. Gare. The flaming chicken put his hands on his waist. The feather crest on his back was slightly raised, and at the same time, his thick leg started to ignite a flaming flame from the heels, and he stomped the sole of his right foot hard. With this momentum, his entire body galloped away like red lightning. Chinli is also a trained trainer who has experienced hundreds of battles. He understands that at this time, his sight is weaker and weaker, and facing the flaming chicken with amazing strength, he can't compete recklessly and arbitrarily. Hyperactive ape. Be careful. After observing the movement of the flaming chicken, use a trick. Uru. Hyperactive ape nodded. His eyes were the same size as the copper bell, always watching the fast approaching red shadow. Just now, I saw the red shadow paused on a rock on the left side, and at the same time, I felt that the temperature on the side of the body began to rise sharply. The hyperactive ape, who was attentive, jumped to the stone pillar on the right without hesitation, and quickly recoiled to the left when he jumped to the stone pillar. Ha ha. Uru. Two angry roared. The flaming chicken kicked and shattered the rock under the hyperactive ape, and the hyperactive ape, who used a feint to dodge the counterattack, raised its sharp claws and slapped the flaming chicken on the back. The sharp two-fingered claws left two bloodstains on the back of the flaming chicken. The pained chicken was also not to be outdone, and a strong elbow from the right hand hit the hyperactive ape's off lose-lose. The two characters are equally aggressive. Pokemon stand together, destined to be a bloody game. Allah cough. The hyperactive ape's eyes protruded, hugging his stomach and kneeling on the rock, gasping for breath. The saliva from his mouth kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. The powerful elbow of the flaming chicken was really unacceptable, and the force was enough to interrupt a tree with a diameter of 15 centimeters. This kind of power slams on its weak belly. If it weren't for the physical strength of this hard hyperkinetic ape, the physical strength of the ape was not bad. His Pokemon is probably already on the street. The flaming chicken is not very uncomfortable. The brows are slightly wrinkled. The pain caused by the two wounds on the back should not be underestimated. Better. Chinli stroked his chin, and observed the condition of the two Pokemon with a solemn expression on his face. He was careless. This time the injury was replaced, and also give the hyperactive monkey a ruthless move. Mr. Chinli's hyperactive ape is really not simple, Saga said loudly, but in the face of the faster and stronger flame chicken, what should you do? The flame chicken uses bodybuilding. This guy. Hearing the word fitness, Chinli's face became even more unsightly. I saw bright white light flash across the muscle surface of the flaming chicken with arms crossed in the posture of a strong man, and then the already strong muscles began to expand rapidly, and the gap between the muscle group became even tighter. Bodybuilding. The state is a skill, which tightens the muscles of the body and increases its own attack and defense to a certain extent. This skill is a move that Saga learned after competing with Fujiki on Wudo Island. For fighting Pokemon, the effect of bodybuilding is not weaker than some powerful fighting move. It's just a side effect of muscle pain after use, and prolonged muscle tension can also cause some damage to the body. There is never a perfect skill. The more powerful the skill, the more amazing the effect, the greater the side effects it brings. With the current body strength of the flame chicken, it can support a full 120 bodybuilding state, and any more will cause different degrees of damage to the body muscle. Don't look at 120. It only take 2 minutes. You must know that the powerful Super King of Fujishu can only support 40 when he is in a fitness state, and the flame chicken is 3 times that. The tight muscles all over his body made the wound on the back of the flaming chicken no longer bleed. The boosting effect brought by the bodybuilding skills makes it feel refreshing like never before, and the whole body is full of 100% strength, and I can't wait to vent it out. Don't try to succeed. The hyperactive ape uses a slicing attack. Chinli quickly grasped the short and stiff gap in the body caused by the flame chicken's bodybuilding skills, and issued an order. The hyperactive ape who heard the words adjusted his breathing, his body immediately. A flaming chicken leapt forward, and the explosive power displayed at that moment also caused Saga to look sideways slightly. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 171 One Last Shot. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. The white shadow flashed, and the sharp claws waving even flashed white light at the top. Slicing trick. Using sharp claws or scythe to break the opponent's defense, it is easier to cause weak points and critical attack. Boom. The muffled sound of the heavy object hitting the body. The hyperkinetic ape with an angry breath beat the flaming chicken back and forth with one paw. Whoosh, whoosh. The heart beats at 10 times the speed, like a powerful oxygen-making machine, constantly providing a large amount of blood and oxygen to the body. Of the name of the hyperactive ape, this powerful heart makes it full of energy at all times. The blood in the whole body is boiling, and it cannot stop for a moment. Therefore, among many Pokemon, hyperactivity ape physical strength is also relatively strong. What a fast speed! What an amazing power! Saga couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the sudden outbreak of the hyperkinetic monkey. Immediately, the smile on his face became stronger and stronger. Just a hyperactive ape is so good. I don't know how powerful the hidden three-headed Leaf King in the rumors is. Nice job, hyperactive ape. Seeing that the situation had recovered a little, Chinli breathed a sigh of relief, and then he waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Come on, and cut it again." Saga shook his head gently and said, "Mr. Chinli, what you think is so beautiful?" The reason why the flaming chicken was hit just now was not only the powerful explosive power of the hyperactive ape, but also the stiff side effect brought about by bodybuilding. It brought powerful attack and defense, and at the same time made the muscles become not so flexible. But my flaming chicken can overcome these side effects. Again, the hyperkinetic ape, who was waving its claws to cut, stopped in embarrassment. The flaming chicken stretched out his left hand like a thunder, and grabbed the wrist of the hyperactive ape tightly. "It's over, flaming chicken, Yanhua," Saga ordered mercilessly. In high-end competitions, there are countless examples of being caught by an opponent and ending the game with a single mistake, but today it will be repeated again. Unfortunately, apart from those outstanding people, only Jinji and Xiaoyao have seen this wonderful game. Fly_Lu Little Say Inside Department Group 1-1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Fly Lu Little Say Inside Department Group 2-9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. Care, who was struggling constantly, and the strong right arm held high was only 1.5 inches tall. 6. The hyperactive ape hangs in the air, with both legs off the ground, unable to take advantage of the body, can only keep slapping the flame chicken with his left hand. But the flame chicken, after bodybuilding increases muscle, the defense has also been greatly improved, and the sturdy muscles that have swelled by one half have not shown any other color on the face of the flaming chicken even if they are beaten. The right fist slowly opened at the waist, and the flames filled the heart of the claw. The original orange-red flame began to become bright red, spread from the wrist, and condensed until a ball of spherical flame was formed in the heart of the claw. A regular motion. If you listen carefully, you can hear the crackling sound in the center of the spherical flame. Hyperactive ape, destroy the dead light. Chinli, who had been silent for a moment, issued an order again. Looking up at the blonde boy opposite, his brown-black eyes were full of fighting intent and excitement. "It's been a long time since I've encountered such an exciting game. Once a small mistake is caught by the opponent, it will be a thunderous counterattack. This kind of step-by-step, more and more courageous game is what I have been looking forward to." Chinli had to admit that the lack of a duel with the masters had made his state decline a bit. Perhaps while ensuring the operation of the gym, he should also travel for some time to meet with other places. It is also the final preparation for the future king competition. Really decisive, Saga secretly said in the bottom of his heart. Destroying the death light at such a close distance will not only hurt the flaming chicken, but also the hyperactive ape who caused it. But there seems to be no better way. The action is blocked, and if you don't fight to the death when the flame chicken skill is fully charged, plus the increase in bodybuilding skills, the hyperactive ape will definitely be killed in an instant. At this critical moment, the test is whether the trainer has the decisiveness of the strong man to cut his wrist. Obviously, Chinli was never a trainer who lacked courage, otherwise he would not have reached today and become an idol in a city, recognized by the people in Fengyuan as the next titled four heavenly kings. Gar is indeed the strongest hyperactive ape in Chinli's hand. His reaction speed is extremely excellent. The moment he heard the order, his body stopped struggling, his breathing gradually calmed down, and his mouth slowly opened, revealing that hideous body with long fangs. A one orange light ball condensed diagonally above the mouth. The most powerful skill of the ordinary system, destroying the death light. The stronger the user's strength, the more terrifying the power of the skill. At this moment, Gar also wanted to fight to the death, and frantically attracted all the strength of his body and began to gather into the last counterattack. But now it was the flaming chicken's turn to do the multiple choice question, whether to throw the hyperactive ape in his hand, or take a gamble, betting that he could use the Yanhua to kill the hyperactive ape before it destroys the emission of the dead light. Phailu reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 172 Lore. Yanhua. Open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. Throw it out. Saga's order solved the framing in the heart of the flaming chicken. Saga has never been a person who liked to trade injuries for injuries, and now it is obvious that the flaming chicken has the upper hand, and there is no need to pay too much for this moment's victory or defeat. With a slight jaw, the flaming chicken flicked its left hand, and forcefully threw the hyperactive ape that was condensing and destroying the dead light. Generally speaking, a Pokemon whose body balance is impacted in this way is likely to suddenly lose control of the skills that are being condensed, and maybe it will directly cause the destruction of death light to explode in its mouth. But it is clear that hyperkinetic ape doesn't belong to that kind of Pokemon. A beautiful somersault with an unusually agile body stopped firmly on on a stone pillar. The body crouched slightly, and the light of destruction in the air was still condensing steadily. Next second, the pupils of the hyperactive ape suddenly enlarged, and its mouth opened to the limit again. Orange light spurted out with a terrifying momentum, sweeping all the way, and some small stone pillars along the way were instantly smashed, and even shattered. Not even qualified to stop. The flaming chicken, who was aggressively destroying the death light, was not afraid at all, except for the fiery fighting intent in his eyes. The arrogant male body stands on the stone pillar, like a god of war, fearless. Only fighting can make him excited. Feather crown is thrown back. The sharp beak is facing the sky. A roar resounding through the heavens, and the earth is deafening. The legs are bent. The spine on the back is squirming in the body like a big dragon, and the waist is stretched like a spring. At this moment, the strength of the leg, waist, spine, and 3 parts exploded with amazing strength in an instant, which is why the flame chicken has such a terrifying jumping ability. The rock under his feet was trampled out of the crack by this terrifying physical force. When the red shadow came to destroy the death light, the rock column more than 3 meters high flashed and was shattered by the destruction and death light of the hyperactive ape. The remaining power is undiminished, and it even shatters 3 of the stone pillars behind it. The dust from the explosion swept through half the court. Jinji, who was closest to him, collapsed even more, with dusty tears streaming down his face, and he kept coughing without saying a word. The rubble splashed by the explosion also had a scorching temperature, and the poor child could only lie on the stone pillar with a sad head, not wanting his face to be disfigured by these hot rubble. Did you hit? Chinli dared not look at the venue. His serious eyes seemed to see the result through the dust. The result of that moment happened too fast. No matter how powerful Chinli trainer was, he was just an ordinary person. Although his reaction ability and eyesight were normal, it was difficult to see the situation just now. After all, the speed at which the flame chicken broke out was too terrifying. Saga did not look into the arena, but looked up at the blue sky. The dynamic vision far surpassed that of human beings, allowing him to clearly see that at an altitude of more than 150 meters, a fiery red figure was slowly descending, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The flaming chicken jumped to the height of hundreds of meters with a terrifying jumping ability. The final danger is in the air. I don't think Mr. Chinli can think of it. Saga's magnetic and indifferent voice spread throughout the audience. What? If this kind of reminder has not been responded to, Chinli is not qualified to be called the next Heavenly King candidate. Quickly raised his head and looked into the air. Sure enough, a red shadow was falling rapidly. There was no accident. It fell in the direction of the hyperactive ape, who was panting on the rock. If it weren't for the strong heart supporting him, the hyperactive ape really wanted to have a good sleep. Since the evolution of the lazy man, it seems that sleep has been far away from him, but today I really want to have a good sleep. Feel. Bang. The red shadow hit the ground, and the huge impact swept the smoke and dust all over the ground again. The ape only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and a pungent, sulfur-like smell lingered in his nose, and the huge force locked his head. The few hyperactive apes left, even if they tried to struggle, were futile. I saw traces of flame spreading in the iron claws of the flame chicken, as if a harbinger before the storm came. Boom. In an instant, a thick fire column swept all around with a hyperactive ape as a radius, piercing the dust all over the sky, and shot straight into the sky. Originally the diffuse smoke was broken by this huge column of fire, revealing everything in the field. Under Chinli's shocking gaze, the flaming chicken slowly put away its right paw, and left on the ground a hyperactive ape that was completely scorched black, spitting black smoke from its mouth, and had lost consciousness. Jinji felt that his brain was not enough today. He looked at the flaming chicken in the field with a flushed face. Because he was too excited, he began to stutter when he spoke. He finally took a breath and raised the green flag to point at Saga. Announced loudly, the hyperactive ape loses its fighting ability, and the flaming chicken wins. Gare. Hearing his victory, the flaming chicken clenched his fists and roared again. His voice was full of venting. The opponent who was stronger than him half a year ago can only lie down at his feet weakly now. Are you excited? To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Thanks for the reward of 13225943066 1000 VIP. Thank you friend! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 173. Please leave the king. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. After 2 fierce matches, the time was approaching 10 o'clock in the morning. Unexpectedly, the mighty Chinli had lost 2 consecutive matches to the young man in front of him. The public knows, but they don't know how big the impact will be. Come back, flaming chicken. Saga gently patted the arm of the flaming chicken, who came back to his side. The muscles are very stiff, and the side effects of the bodybuilding trick are exposed at this moment. The flaming chicken nodded. It understood its current physical condition. Most of the muscles were in a state of stiffness and slight twitching. Although it was not seriously injured, it still needed a good rest. After taking back the flaming chicken, Saga looked at Chinli on the opposite side again. The game reached the third round. Next, Chinli relied on the last trump card to make a comeback, or Saga won all 3 games and won the 5th place in Fangyuan Gym badge. Sure enough, the blue is out of the blue, and there is no air barrier in 1,000 miles. It is better to be convenient than the other party. Although this young man is young, his overall strength is completely above himself. It is conceivable that as long as this situation is maintained, maybe there will be another miracle in the future. Baby Master. And his future achievements are only the peak of the title king. If you are lucky, if you have any big breakthroughs, at most you can only stop at the title champion. Comparing the two, you can only say the gap between genius and genius, sometimes it's bigger than the gap between genius and mortal. Saga took out the 3rd Pokemon ball he had prepared, played with it at will, and said loudly, "If I guessed correctly, Mr. Chinli's 3rd Pokemon should be the final evolution of the hyperactive 8. Please leave." Wong. However, I heard that Mr. Chinli seems to have 3 kings asking for leave in total, so I don't know if this news is accurate. Chinli was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. This news has been circulated in Chunghwa City for a long time, and it is not a secret. I do have 3 leave kings with different rank. Maybe when the Scarred Ape evolve, it will be a 4-headed leave king. The only pity is that 10,000% of the lazy characteristic, otherwise Chinli's strength may surge to the championship level in an instant, and if you run in well, the regional champion of Fangyuan may be replaced. However, there is no luck in reality, and nature is always pursuing that relative fairness. Chinli did not take out the Pokemon ball, but a hyperactive ape on the hillside not far away beckoned. One of the smallest hyperkinetic apes understood, and quickly came down from the mountain, standing under the rock with an excited face, waiting for 1,000 miles. "Little guy, please go to the cave and call the 3rd child, and say I have something to look for." Uru. The hyperkinetic ape made a salute, used its limbs and hand, jumped quickly on the rock, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed the valley and gradually disappeared. "Sorry." Chinli smiled and scratched the back of his head, and said, "Please ask for leave. I usually don't put them in the baby ball. After all, those big guys like to sleep very much, so except for the necessary training time, they will basically be there." Sleeping in the cave, the 3rd game may have to wait a bit. Saga shrugged and said it didn't matter. The time just used to wait can take a rest for a while. 2 consecutive games with high concentration, although the body is not tired, but the spirit is more or less tired. Furthermore, the opponent that is about to face is the only ordinary Pokemon whose race value exceeds that of a quasi-divine beast, and even the racial value of the King of Leave has surpassed many middle-level sacred beasts, second only to those high-level sacred beasts that are rare in a century. The racial value of the 670 King of Leave is really speechless, the kind of phoenix. The beast is only 680. Of course, the higher the racial value is, it does not mean that the strength must be very strong. The racial value only represents the approximate talent level of the Pokemon. The higher the value, the future the greater the achievement. But the premise still has to be based on whether you work hard. Otherwise you have a high racial value but do not have the corresponding mentality, and you can only become mediocre in the end. Otherwise, since the birth of this world for hundreds of millions of years, it is truly immortal and immortal, and it is aloof. The higher divine beasts are only those poor few. The legend of Ho-Oh and Lugia is only a few thousand years old, and it is impossible to say whether there was a more powerful Pokemon in the super ancient times countless years ago. The 2 trainers closed their eyes one after another, and the atmosphere on the field temporarily fell into the tranquility before the fierce battle. As the referee, Jinji could only helplessly look left and right. This kind of strange feeling caught in the middle really made people feel uncomfortable. Why didn't the teacher's leave king come yet? As if hearing Jinji's request, the originally peaceful hillside suddenly became noisy, and more than a dozen hyperactive apes began to roar. Even the lazy people who had been quiet all along stood up one after another, shaking their heads and clapping their hands. Seems to be welcoming a certain heavyweight character to the stage. Rui. A domineering shout came from the other end of the hillside, and the hyperactive ape who ran to deliver the message jumped out from there, and behind it followed a huge figure. One of the trump cards of 1,000 miles. Ask for leave to read the underlined version of the novel. Please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 174 Forest Lizard 1, 2 more. It father's leave king. Haruka, who was hiding behind the rock and peeking at the game, covered her mouth in surprise. Although as the daughter of Chinli, to be honest, Xiaoyao has never seen the king of asking for leave several times since she was a child. For 4 hours, apart from eating, he slept all the time. Furthermore, Chinli never allowed his children to watch the game when he was in the gym, and he usually went to the botanical garden alone for training. So Xiaoyao's memory of the King of Leave is still in his childhood memory, but even if he hasn't watched the game of King of Leave, Xiaoyao also knows that his father's King of Leave is very strong just by listening to some rumors from people. If Saga took out that violent salamander, he should be able to defeat the King of Leave. Xiaoyao nodded secretly. The sturdy body jumped and ran towards the field. Each time it landed, it brought a dull vibration and a slight tremor on the ground. This This is the relative combination of strength and weight. The moment the King of Leave appeared, its details were already classified as a data template in Saga's mind. King of Leave attribute. Common features. After using the skill for the first time, the body will be rigid for a period of time. In the state of rigidity, the King of Leave cannot perform any action. Height 2. Weight 16. Strength evaluation. The peak of the quasi-celestial king. Evaluation. The extremely high racial value makes the King of Leave have amazing strength after evolution, but the limitation of natural characteristics make its strength greatly imprisoned. After each use of the skill, if you do hit the opponent, then you will face the opponent's thunderous counterattack in the next state of rigidity. Finally here. Please leave the king. Saga slowly opened his eyes and saw the giant beast. The eyes are more fierce than those of the hyperactive ape, but it has the slackness of a lazy man. The bags under the eyes are slightly drooping as if he has not slept enough. Although the muscles on the body are not as perfect as the flaming chicken, they are distributed one by one like a rock. All around, you can imagine how much defense these hard muscles provide the King of Leave. Chinli is not an idiot. It should be said that every trainer who has a Leave King will have this idea. The rigid stage of the skill can only be resisted by the body, so in the usual training, it is necessary to focus on training the muscle strength of the Leave King. However, the King of Leave is notoriously lazy, and it is not impossible to fall asleep halfway through a workout, even ignoring the trainer's orders and striking directly. Often, that's why the King of Leave stats are so superior, but not many trainers are willing to train them. Evolution has stronger power, but lost the flexibility of the hyperactive ape period. Saga briefly deduced in his mind, and then the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and the baby ball he had been playing in his hand suddenly became larger, and with a flick of his index finger, the baby ball it exploded like a bullet. White light flashed in the air, and a bright green figure flashed past, and the forest lizard did a beautiful somersault and landed firmly on the stone pillar. His hands habitually stroked the long green leaves above his head. Eyes. The bright and aggressive vertical pupil stared at the king who asked for leave in front of him, and the corners of his mouth began to lift slightly like Saga, as if he had seen some interesting prey. The ferocious wound on the chin trembled slightly, and the evil feeling was enough to make some timid or budding trainers scared to look at him. If the flaming chicken is a bloody warrior, this aggressive forest lizard is the assassin of the shadows. It cruel, it cunning, it bloodthirsty, it fearless. When the flame chicken fought it for the first time, it was almost cut in half by this guy. Forest lizards are generally just cold and arrogant, and are not aggressive towards most Pokemon. The one that Saga captured in the cunning Tengu forest was completely different, a pure forest bully, with a more cruel personality than the notorious rice spoon snake. But Saga liked this character very much. First of all, it is now his own Pokemon, and secondly, his fighting style and the flexibility he has cultivated since he was a child are a nightmare for many trainers in the regular arena. What an aggressive forest lizard. Seeing the appearance of Saga's forest lizard, he couldn't help frowning. Thousands of miles from the fearless and murderous vertical pupils, it can be seen that this forest lizard is definitely a bloody guy. There are a lot of Pokemon that died in its hand, and I don't know how Saga conquered it. Although Chinli didn't like Pokemon with this kind of personality, he didn't say much. He just hoped that Saga would restrain him more when training forest lizard, otherwise there might be an accident in a regular event. Too cruel and bloodthirsty, it will make it extremely heavy. Killing an opponent's Pokemon in a regular game, even if it is an accident, is also a felony violating the laws of the Alliance. Confiscation of Pokemon, plus 10 years of imprisonment. Chinli doesn't want this kind of thing to happen to this young man with an infinite future. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 175 Forest Lizard vs Leave King. Open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. Hehe, these two Pokemon look so scary. There was a drop of cold sweat on Gingy's forehead, especially the forest lizard, who just wept his eyes at random, and felt goosebumps all over his body. After calming down and seeing that the two were ready, Gingy raised the red and green double flag tremblingly, and then waved them down. The gym challenge, the third game, officially begins. Forest lizard, use the seed machine gun. A big gap in strength between the two. Forest lizard is the intermediate level of the quasi-celestial king, while the King of Leave is the peak of the quasi-celestial king, surpassing its 2 levels, but the speed and flexibility of the forest lizard are far better than the King of Leave. So this in the game, you can only use quick attack, and you can't let the King of Leave get close, and you can't let the King of Leave hit the forest lizard, otherwise the forest lizard physical strength really can't withstand the 2 heavy blows of the King of Leave. Just hut. The forest lizard heard the words immediately, opened his mouth, and a large group of small green particle light balls attacked the giant 20 meters away with a sound of breaking through the air. Stop it. Thousands of miles and 5 fingers spread out, and he shouted confidently. Rui. The fake king did not mean to dodge in the slightest. The 2 sturdy arms slowly stretched out, and then they opened the huge palm. The size of each palm exceeded the head of an adult. When the 2 huge palms opened, they became the good defensive the form of the seed machine gun bombed continuously on the palm of the Leaf King, but was blocked by the thick fat, and the Leaf King did not show even a trace of pain on his face, as if the seed machine gun had hit him. Not it. The whole person looked so laid back. What an amazing defense. A hint of surprise flashed in Saga's eyes. Defending with the palm of your hand is similar to that of Mr. Fujiki's superpower king in the martial art gym. Although the forest lizard seed machine gun is not very powerful, it still has no problem breaking a rock the size of a football. However, the strength of breaking the rock cannot cause any damage to the fleshy palm. This shows that the body of the King of Leaf, the hardness has completely surpassed that of ordinary rock. Rui, the unscathed asking Leaf King slightly raised his thick lip. The provocation in his eyes was obvious, and he even put his palm to his mouth and blew lightly. Cut. The forest lizard gritted its teeth and took a sip to the ground. This kind of provocation is a shame for the extremely arrogant forest. It has to consider whether to leave a few more lines for this idiot-like big man in the next game. Wound as a memorial. Thousands of miles with one hand on hip, face full of self-confidence. It's still very early, but this attack can't make the King of Leaf, who is afraid of trouble, get serious. The palm of my Leaf King has been trained to be stronger than the body of a steel-type Pokemon. 2 consecutive defeats. Chinli said in his heart that there is no trace of grievance is a lie. As long as it is a person, there is no one who does not like victory. The King of Leaf is Chinli's biggest capital and the strongest fighting force. Although the one in front of him is not the strongest of the 3, as long as he sees the King of Leaf standing in front of him, there will be an inexplicable feeling in Chinli's heart. Confident. Clap. After listening to Chinli's words, Saga directly applauded and said, "Awesome. He really deserves to be recognized as the next man named Heavenly King, and there must be no one else who can match you, Mr. Chinli, in the training of asking for leave." Then, but how does the King of Leaf with amazing defenses catch the forest lizard that is far more flexible than it? Since this level of attack is not enough, the forest lizard uses the blade. Saga wrapped her arms around her and commanded lightly. To say what the forest lizard's strongest single burst skill is, it is not the grass type ultimate move, Sunshine Flame, but a knife blade slash after full acceleration. Cut steel and broken jade. Maybe it's not much easier than cutting tofu. Just cut. Moaning softly, the forest lizard twisted its neck, stretched its right arm forward, and the 3 leaves at the wrist quickly merged into one, and then suddenly stretched, forming a green blade of light that was half a meter long. Waved it a few times out of thin air, and I could even hear the faint sound of breaking through the air. It is conceivable how sharp the blade of the forest lizard is. Bright vertical pupils playfully looked at the stupid big man who had just ridiculed him just now, and slowly stretched out the slender head. The bloodthirsty intention was exposed at this moment. Taken the same strength-enhancing potion as the flaming chicken, the muscle strength of the Saga forest lizard is no less than that of its evolved lizard king, and it can even be said to be even better. The extremely elastic thigh is slightly bent, and it begins to tighten like a spring. When the pressure reaches a certain level, the strength of the thigh muscles explodes instantly. With the flash of electric light, the forest lizard is almost instantaneously accelerated again. It disappeared in place, and with the naked eye of human beings, it was completely impossible to see how the forest lizard moved. Jinji, who was on the sidelines, could only wipe his eyes in disbelief, and then focused his attention on the field again, until he saw that his eyes were sore, and he could only barely see a vague green shadow moving at a terrifying speed on the rock. Right. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Recommend a book, The Endless Journey of Tomb Raider's Note! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 176. Form reverse. Terrible Leaf King. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. Jinji, who was on the sidelines, could only wipe his eyes in disbelief, and then focused his attention on the field again, until he saw that his eyes were sore, and he could only barely see a vague green shadow moving at a terrifying speed on the rock. Right. Using the power between the stone pillars to move at ultra-high speed, Chinli's eyes kept observing the blurry green shadow on the field, and his dynamic vision was almost at its limit. The natural sight in this valley is full of tall and short stone pillars, and these stone pillars have become the best moving object for forest lizards. Just like when they are in the forest lizards are already flexible and unusual. More terrifying. Shish. A slight sound of breaking the air. The forest lizard that launched an attack instantly appeared behind the king asking for leave, and the strong right arm that was raised suddenly slammed down. He slashed at the King of Leaf, who was almost unaware. Clang. Just like the sound of a sharp blade slashing on a rock, the forest lizard's blade attack successfully hit the right shoulder of the king who asked for leave. The cruel forest lizard licked long, and the bright vertical pupil flashed a hint of abuse, sliding his right hand forcefully, wanting to continue to tear and expand the wound, giving this stupid big man who mocked him a lesson he will never forget. Chamo. The forest lizard, who was about to slide down his right arm, noticed something was wrong. It wasn't as easy to tear the wound as he imagined. The blade received very obvious resistance, as if it was stuck by some hard object. Upon closer inspection, although the wounded shoulder of the king asking for leave was split by a small part of the blade, there was not even a trace of blood flowing out. The raw solid gray-white muscles seemed to have life, slowly squirming, stuck firmly to the object that was lashed in his body. Not good. There was a flash of surprise in Sajia's eyes, and then he seemed to think of something, and his face suddenly changed. It's still far away. Ask the False King to grab the forest lizard and throw it out. Sure enough, Chinli's order once again confirmed the conjecture in his heart, that the king asking for leave was deliberately cut by the blade of the forest lizard. Rui, lazy and abnormal temperament makes the king of leave feel pain. Very. Even if the muscle was cut by a sharp weapon, it didn't make it move. After hearing Chinli's order, the bucket huge arm grabbed the forest lizard behind him at a lightning fast speed. The forest lizard that got stuck did a half lip and tried to avoid it. His head was grabbed by the palm, but because he couldn't leave, the king of leave still grabbed his right leg. Good. Please leave the king. Well done. Keep it like this, and throw the forest lizard on the ground. Rui. A loud shout. The leave king slapped his mouth sharply, and then swung it with a huge force. The forest lizard, which was originally stuck in its muscles, was easily pulled down by this huge force. The speed and maneuverability of the forest lizard may be far superior to the king of leave, but purely in terms of strength, there seems to be no comparison between the two. The terrifying muscle strength of the king of leave even surpasses that of Saga's flaming chicken. Like a child fighting an adult, the forest lizard was grabbed by the king of leave and his right leg was easily spared in the air for a few laps. The next moment, the king of leave, with an indomitable momentum, smashed the forest lizard in his hand on the rock on the ground. On top of that, he even smashed half of the rock he was standing on because of too much force. A loud bang, smoke and dust sputtered. The whole ground seems to be shaking at this moment. No matter how many times I have seen it, the power of the king of leave is always so terrifying. Jinji, who was the referee on the sideline, swallowed and wiped the cold sweat that did not exist on his forehead. That forest lizard should be out of action. Such a slender body must have fainted after being hit with such a force. Jinji was even ready to announce the result of the match at any time. Chamo. The slightest pain came from the ground, and the forest lizard felt that its internal organs were rolling. The severe pain in the abdomen made it know that it must have broken a few ribs. It's sluggish, but it's amazingly fast. Saga's eyes narrowed slightly, and from time to time he looked at the man on the opposite side. The man who was waiting for him. He was really confident that the muscle strength of the Leaf King could withstand the attack of the forest lizard blade, and he exchanged injuries for injuries, but depending on the situation, this time it was the forest the lizard suffered a big loss. The slash just now only created a gap in the muscles of the king who asked for leave, and there was not even a trace of blood. Other hand, the forest lizard, the smoke and dust in the air were blown away by the timely mountain wind. The cracks all over and the concave ground all told the violence of the king who asked for leave. The forest lizard lay miserably in the pit, clenched its teeth, and its bright pupils were full of pain and unwillingness. It stroked the ribs with force, stood up slowly, and half knelt on the ground, panting heavily, crossing its chin. The ferocious wound seemed to be alive at the moment, not shaking because of the severe pain. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 177 Close Call Open Black Lens Bracket Second Update Close Black Lens Bracket. Have you lost your ability to fight yet? Seeing this, Jinji retracted the green flag that was about to be waved. What a tough guy. Chinli was not surprised. After all, it is the main Pokemon of this young man. It would be strange if he lost his ability to fight so easily. However, even if he can continue to fight at this time, the injury on his body alone will prevent the forest lizard from holding on for long. Are you going to continue playing? Saga calmly looked directly at the forest lizard half kneeling on the ground, seeking its own opinion. Chamo. Forest lizard let out a low growl and nodded firmly. If this big loss is not recovered, he will not be reconciled. What is there to be afraid of? When I lived alone before, I didn't know how many times I suffered more serious than now. Injury. Flicking his left and right hand, he found that there was no serious problem. After shaking slightly, two green light blades half a meter long appeared again. Immediately, he placed his hands on the left rib, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and lifted it up with an extremely sour clicking sound, directly forcing the broken rib to move and fix it. Forest lizard. Xiaoyao clenched her hands worriedly. To be honest, Xiaoyao didn't have much affection for this forest lizard before. It looked too ferocious, and her behavior was unacceptable to the kind-hearted Xiaoyao, but seeing it today, performance, Xiaoyao's impression of forest lizards was completely subverted. Although it is cruel, it is very brave and dares to fight against any opponent. Although it is bloodthirsty, it is strong and competitive, and no injury can make it admit defeat. This, even Chinli couldn't help but be slightly moved. It was the first time he had ever seen a Pokemon with such a contradictory personality. Its strength and competitiveness made people speechless. This kind of personality and attitude destined this forest lizard to become an absolute favorite in the future. A very powerful Pokemon, not to mention it has such such an excellent owner. Mr. Chinley, the game continues. Seeing the forest lizard stand up again, Saga said loudly and nodded his head. Come on, but I won't be merciful next time. Ask the King of Leave, and use the concentrated pun. Rui, King of Leave broke out, and the visible speed of the right arm muscle was slowly expanding, and then, a dazzling white light wrapped the whole arm of the King of Leave. The huge body rushed forward, and every step caused the ground to tremble and splash with the destruction of everything. Imposingly, he rushed towards the forest that had already stood up and concentrated on the pun. One of the most powerful tactics in the fighting system, a rare trick with an officially determined power of 150. Concentrate all of your strength on your arms and charge before using it. But if you are hurt by the opponent before attacking, this charge will disappear, causing the skill to fail. Nature is fair. The more powerful Pokemon skills have corresponding side effects and restrictions, but those skills with mediocre power can be used at will. Chinley certainly understands the side effects of the concentrated slam, but he does not believe that the severely injured forest lizard can make an effective attack. With the strength of the King of Leave, once the concentrated slam hits the opponent, this game will be everything is over. Chamo. The forest lizard's brows were trembling, and the bright vertical pupils were staring at the huge figure rushing forward. The pain in the ribs always reminded it that it must not be hit by this attack, even if it was rubbed. No, the forest lizard has never thought about admitting defeat, nor has he thought about how to defeat this guy whose strength is superior to itself. It only knows that as long as there is breath, it can keep fighting. Rui. Shouting sound was getting closer and closer, and the wild attitude of the king asking for leave made several people sigh for him. The 10-meter, 5-meter, and 3-meter heavy punches were about to fall, and the forest lizard that could almost destroy everything was a little confusing. No one can help it now. It can only rely on itself. It can survive and survive. If it can't escape, everything is over. Eyes. Not looking at the amazing situation, the forest lizard quickly adjusted his breathing. The brain lobes on the top of his head fluttered in the wind. His legs were slightly bent, and the veins exposed due to tension were densely distributed on the surface of his strong thighs. Right now, the huge lobe of the brain was blown straight by the punching wind, facing backward, and the forest lizard also opened its eyes at this moment. With a sharp roar, with endless fighting intent, the leg savings the strength of the slender and vigorous figure jumped up in an instant, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, the forest lizard just happened to stand on the arm of the king who asked for leave. The body bent forward and gradually formed a straight line with the rear hip. With the help of the arm of the king of leave as a pedal, the figure of the forest lizard burst out again, bringing the arms of the blade to the waist. Swish, swish. With 2 clean slashes, the green shadow disappeared, leaving only 2 deep knife marks in front of the king who asked for leave. Although there was still no blood flowing out, the aura of the king who asked for leave disappeared in an instant. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 178. The Furious King of Leave. Open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. Rui. The King of Leave put down his fist in a daze, and reached out and slowly touched the first 2 knife marks. Not only did he not hit the severely injured opponent, but he was also hit by a counterattack. An unprecedented feeling began to permeate the heart of the King of Leave. At this moment, the King of Leave, who originally wanted to go to bed after fighting, really had a fighting spirit in his heart, and this Pokemon who was most afraid of trouble was finally starting to get serious. Quote, exclamation mark, quote. Saga was also conquered by Forest Lizard's textbook-like evasion and counterattack, and gave a thumbs up to Forest Lizard. This was also the first time that Saga had given a thumbs up for his Pokemon in the competition, because just now in one scene, even Saga's incomparably critical eyes could not find the slightest flaw. The Forest Lizard, which has lived alone in the cruel wild for many years, is several times stronger than those artificially raised Pokemon in terms of reflexes and combat intuition. Even the arrogant Flaming Chicken has to admit that it is in the battle pattern and on-the-spot reaction. Not as good as Forest Lizard, otherwise the battle on the giant tree where the cunning Tengu perched. If not for Saga's reminder, the end of the Flaming Chicken would definitely be miserable, even if the strength of the Flaming Chicken was stronger than that of the Forest Lizard at that time. Chamo. The Forest Lizard secretly breathed a sigh of relief, stood on the stone pillar at the other end, folded his hands on his shoulders. The 2 green light blades exuded a cold glow under the scorching sun, and the bright vertical pupils stared in all directions. The pain also seemed to dissipate a lot. Seeing this, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. Today's 3 games shocked him more than one. If Ice Snow Dragon and Lazy Wang can only be said to be warming up, then Flame Chicken and Forest Lizard are a real strength competition. Although the 3rd child is not the strongest Leaf King, who can guarantee that the other party does not have a stronger Pokemon? However, I will definitely win this game. I used the Leaf King, but I couldn't even win the seriously injured Forest Lizard. Chinley's heart was full of grief. Strong. It's our turn to fight back. The excitement in Saga's eyes gradually ignited. It's been a long time since I have encountered such a refreshing game. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more interesting the game will be. Chinley looked at the scene in the field with a calm expression but did not issue any orders. He knew very well the current state of the King of Leave. The effect of the lazy characteristic was produced. After using the skill, the King of Leave would fall into a period of physical silence for a period of time. Here during this period, the King of Asking for Leave was unable to perform any action. To put it bluntly, the current King of Asking for Leave is a living target. The forest lizard noticed the difference in the other party at the moment, and smiled evilly. Since you can't move, now it's my turn to take revenge. Lou Little say inside Department Group 1, 142529731. Fly Lou Little say inside Department Group 2, 92908296. Every individual group of Little say all do not one sample O. Following his heart, Sen, with a strong revenge spirit, did not delay for any time, and jumped out with force, and even used a flash of electric light to accelerate regardless of the injury. One knife after another. In no time, the dense knife marks have been distributed all over the body of the king who asked for leave. Knowing that the opponent's muscles are very hard, the forest lizard also picked its softest abdomen and slashed many times, and slashed a wound many times, and deepest knife mark on the abdomen, and blood leaked from the wound, soaking the fur of the king who asked for leave, but it looked so hideous. 3. Chinley clenched his fist, meditated in his heart, stared at the forest lizards that kept attacking, just waiting for the time to pass. Leave king, use earthquake. When the time is up, thousands of miles immediately. Drink, Rui, Rui. Asking the fake king to raise his body, he activated his mighty force, and instantly sent the forest lizard standing behind him ready to attack again. His mouth, the force was even more banging. The huge and cumbersome body jumped high in a discordant appearance, reaching 5 meters in the air, and then placed his legs and fell heavily. Rumble. At the moment when the Leave King landed, the astonishing destructive power was undoubtedly revealed. With the Leave King as the center, an invisible shock wave spread to the surrounding at an extremely fast speed. Ground cracked, the rocks shattered, and the ground shaking violently seemed to be doomsday. Seeing that the forest lizard did not hesitate at all, its vigorous body quickly moved on each stone pillar, in order to get away from the violent guy as quickly as possible. The usual lazy King of Asking for Leave looked terrible, but now the King of Asking for Leave who has been directly turned into a frenzy by the forest lizards may only know how terrifying it is. Except for those Pokemon that can fly, there seems to be no Pokemon that can escape unharmed. The forest lizard quickly left the stone pillar under its feet, and the shock wave that followed immediately followed. It shattered the stone pillar. The forest lizards were frowned by the random, scattered rubble, especially when one of the sharper rubble directly hit the abdomen, where there were broken ribs, and the painful forest lizard almost didn't succumb. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 179 The Persistence of Forest Lizard. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. Is there no way to escape? Thousands of miles paid attention to the forest lizard that was covered by the gravel. The power of the earthquake trick of the king who asked for leave was so violent that it exploded. A huge concave circle with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared on the field. The stone pillars within the range were all shattered, and the forest lizards that fled quickly were buried by the scattered stones because of their physical injury. King of Leave stayed in place without the slightest move, just gasping for breath, and a stream of white air slowly leaked out of its mouth. The effect of the lazy characteristic was activated again, and the King of Leave after using the skill fell into a state of rigidity again, causing it to be short. It is impossible to go up and pursue the victory within the time limit. This is the biggest drawback brought about by laziness. Obviously, it already has a great advantage. It only needs to step forward to make up a knife, but because of the rigidity of the body, it is impossible to make any action, which gives the opponent a period of adjustment and recovery. In the high-end game, any chance can become the capital of the comeback, and the characteristics of the King of Leave are too restrictive for the Pokemon of this family. However, the forest lizard has been hit hard by the King of Leave before, and now it has been hurt by the aftermath of the earthquake, and the remaining stamina should be exhausted. Chinley touched his chin and thought to himself, is there any chance? Saga stared at the pile of rubble, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes, but his face remained calm. Jarvis just scanned the forest lizard's body. 3 whole ribs were broken in his abdomen, his leg muscles were slightly torn, and his left arm was also torn with a bloody wound by a sharp gravel. The injury can be said to be very serious. Other Pokemon may have given up long ago. However, the forest lizard resisted with that ferocity, half lying on the broken rock. Even if its painful brows twitched, it was still not ready to admit defeat. It was still adjusting its body desperately in order to it is possible to have a fight before the stagnant phase of the Leave King trait is over. But it was so badly injured that it was a little reluctant to even stand up. Chamo. With a loud neigh, the forest lizard was in severe pain, pushed away the gravel that covered its body, leaned on the knees with both hands, and stood up straight with the amazing perseverance. Stand up. Xiaoyao's face was pale, but then he became worried again. Dad's Leave King is too strong. If it is a flaming chicken, he can use his own muscle strength strength to win. And what does the forest lizard who has been injured twice in a row rely on to fight the Leaf King in the neck battle? Chinli was also infected by the terrifying perseverance of the forest lizard, and could not bear it to continue to be injured. He said to Saga in a deep voice, "The forest lizard can't see the form. Can't even you, the trainer, see clearly. Please leave the king." Although he also suffered some injuries, it is basically harmless. On the other hand, the forest lizard is very reluctant to even stand up. He is obsessed with the outcome of a game and his Pokemon is seriously injured. This is not what a qualified trainer should do. Implication is to let Saga take the forest lizard back directly for the sake of the forest lizard's body, and let the forest lizard support it so hard. After the time of asking for leave is over, use a range type trick again. Forest lizards will have nowhere to hide at all. Hearing Chinli's suggestion, Saga frowned slightly and bit his lip with his teeth involuntarily. He didn't know the current situation. He knew the physical condition of forest lizards better than anyone else. I wanted to take it back, but every time I looked at those eyes, the hand that stretched into my waist would always be gently put down. Pokemon only trust their trainers the most. For the victory of the trainers, they can give everything. As long as you are a qualified trainer and treat them with heart, Pokemon are even willing to give their life for this. Human beings are extremely simple and strong, but sometimes they are still very fragile. The forest lizard is now completely immersed in his heart, relying on the will to never admit defeat in his mind, and the stubborn desire to win this victory for the human who brought him his first warmth. The flaming chicken can win the game. Why do I have to lose? And the human being must surrender for himself. The forest lizard, who is arrogant, is full of unwillingness and resentment, hates himself for being too weak, hates himself for not being fast enough, hates himself, his own strength is not strong enough. Sa took a deep breath, opened his pondering eyes, slowly took out the treasure ball towards the forest lizard, and said, "I don't force you, just nod if you want to come back. If you don't want to continue fighting, the choice is yours. But there is one thing you need to know. No matter what you become, I will always trust you. Just hush." Hearing these words, the forest lizard didn't know what it was like in his heart. He lived alone since he was a child, and he didn't understand what kind of feeling it was fighting, but why was he so excited? He shook his head resolutely. The pain in his body seemed to dissipate a lot at this moment. Wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth. The originally slightly embarrassed eyes changed again at this time. The war was strong. The blade of the wrist began to condense. The blade of light also elongated again. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 180, The Mockery of the Flaming Chicken. Evolution in Rage. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Alas, the trainer and the Pokemon both trust each other so much. No matter how much they say now, they can't stop the other party's decision. But since you guys have decided to continue fighting, I will still accompany you. I don't know how the severely injured forest lizard will be able to compete with the King of League. Suddenly there was an unexpected cry, and a certain Pokemon ball on Sajia's waist actually opened automatically, and the white light began to deform beside him. In the next second, the strong figure of the flaming chicken appeared in front of Sagia. The flaming chicken, who was originally recovering from the injury in the Pokemon ball, insisted on seeing the forest lizards in the game and finally couldn't help but forcibly flashed out of the Pokemon ball. The luxurious ball used by Saga to place the flaming chicken is not an ordinary baby ball. The Pokemon lives in it but still can see the scene not far from him. When the trainer is in danger and can't take out the baby ball, the magic babies can also force themselves out. Ha 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 ha. Usually ruthless and not talkative, flaming chicken neighed loudly at the forest lizards on the field, and from time to time made various iconic movements such as raising his middle finger. Saga listened to Jarvis's translation, and couldn't help but feel black. Line, when did this guy even learn the trick? The words in the roar of the flaming chicken are translated into words. You useless guy, you were beaten so badly in an ordinary gym challenge, but I defeated my opponent unscathed. Just you. If you still want to compete with me for the title of the strongest Pokemon in the Master Team, if you can't win, just admit defeat, and then I'll go on stage to help you get revenge. The switch of the ball, the red light flashes, the figure of the flame chicken is sucked in again. What is this doing? The monk Jin Zhong'er was puzzled, and out of nowhere, a flaming chicken ran out to the forest lizards and said, shouting, "Aren't they all from Saga? But they don't seem to get along very well. Although I can't understand the specific meaning of the Pokemon, but there are still some movements from the fire. Chinli and Jinji can still know that the flaming chicken is a mocking forest lizard." Got it. The Chamo forest lizard slowly lowered its head, and bursts of low roars came out of its mouth. The slightly shaking body proved how Pengbai's mood it was at the moment. Colored vertical pupils, however, it seemed to be congested with blood, and bloodshots were distributed around the pupils, and the clenched teeth even bit the lip with traces of blood. The guy who has always been regarded as the biggest competitor was done mocking. The forest lizard's heart was about to explode, but what the other party said was the truth. It didn't have the slightest chance to retaliate. and he really beat him badly, but he also turned around. Not to mock you, you bastard. The extremely angry mentality made the forest lizard crazy to destroy everything around it. Those blood-red eyes were enough to scare away countless people. From Jinji's pale face, he knew how terrifying the forest lizard that was almost running away. Sir, an abnormal energy has been detected in the forest lizard, and the index of this energy is rising rapidly. It is expected to reach its peak in 5 seconds. It is estimated that the similarity between this abnormal energy and evolutionary energy is as high as 99%. Is it going to evolve? Hearing Jarvis' reminder, Saga was overjoyed. At such a critical moment, evolution is simply a gift from God. The unpredictable evolutionary energy can greatly restore the lost physical strength of the Pokemon, and at the same time it can heal some injuries of the forest lizard. The most important thing is that once the forest lizard evolves into the Lizard King, its strength will definitely increase geometrically. It is an exaggeration to say that the leap from forest lizard to Lizard King is completely more than the leap from strong chicken and flaming chicken. 5 seconds and 5 seconds passed by in the blink of an eye, and the king of asking for leave slapped his mouth again to show that he was back to normal. At the other end, the forest lizard, which looked miserable, was still in an incomparable fury. Along with that amazing anger, a little white light began to emerge from the forest lizard. That's okay. Chinli was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly, and said whether the forest lizard was lucky, or whether the taunting of the flaming chicken just now was just right. A meal. The ridicule made the forest lizard on the verge of breaking out all at once. That familiar white light. How could Chinli not know? The alliance stipulates that in all competitions, no matter which trainer's Pokemon evolves at this moment, the other trainer is not allowed to attack. This rule has almost become the world people's consensus. Of course, does not rule out that some dark organizations will do nasty things that take advantage of the evolution of the other party. As a gym trainer, Chinli has no problem with strength or character. Of course, he will not let the King of Leave attack when the opponent is evolving. This is a bottom line, as long as people with normal minds will abide by it. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. I'm going to get my graduation certificate today. So open. My brother is no longer a primary school student. Please call me a junior high school student in the future. Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 182 Heart of the Ocean. Ahida's purpose. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. The fat man named Yahida heard Mitsuko's word. His chubby face twitched slightly, and the sunglasses on his face fell off inappropriately, revealing his more joyful squinting eyes and chubby eyes. The faces match each other, which is really unbearable. Haha Yahida, every time I see your little eyes, it makes me laugh. Haha, I can't take it anymore. Mitsuko put down the teacup in her hand, clutching her stomach and laughing on the sofa. Cough cough. Yahida straightened her sunglasses awkwardly, looked at Mitsuko with a wry smile, and said, Mitsuko, it's not the first time you've seen my eyes. I admit, my eyes are a bit comical, but there's no need for that. Exaggerate. Sorry. Mitsuko took a breath, picked up the teacup again and took a sip. Although I've seen it before, is it really fun? I never thought that normal people's eyes can grow like this. Yahida, you should thank God for the gift that gave you these unique pairs. Squinting eyes. Can I take your words as a compliment? Of course, I'm a lady who always like to compliment others. Mitsuko nodded proudly. That weird. I've never seen a woman as poisonous and black-bellied as you. Ahida only dared to slander these words in her heart. If she said it face to face, Ahida really didn't know how miserable she would die. And if you offend this woman, this mission is 100% impossible. Thinking of this task, Yahida put away the slight discomfort in her heart, and quickly took out a very beautifully packaged box from her trousers pocket, and said flatteringly, Mitsuko, look at you, how can you be such a beautiful lady? As for the matching of jewelry, it is rare to get together, and today I brought you a string of pearl necklaces that you are satisfied with. Just a pearl necklace. Mitsuko heard this. There was no joy on her face, but she took the jewelry box with little interest. The pearl necklace in her dresser has no idea how many strings it has. The gift that the idiot sends every year on her wedding anniversary is forever. They were all a string of pearl necklaces. Over the years, Mitsuko had to use a big box to put these necklaces away. After all, it was her husband's wish, and it would be bad if they were thrown away. This is no ordinary pearl necklace. Yahida quickly said loudly, this is the necklace I bought from Chengdu to invest in the group. She also has a necklace. A very nice name, called Heart of the Ocean, is not a pearl necklace. That's the pearl necklace you said. I don't have it. Yahida was speechless and could only urge Mitsuko to open the jewelry box quickly. He believed that no woman could resist the temptation of the Heart of the Ocean. Reluctant. In fact, when she heard the name Heart of the Ocean, Mitsuko had already had some hunch, but when she opened the box, she couldn't help but indulge in the beauty of the Heart of the Ocean. In the exquisite silver jewelry box, lying quietly as a string of light blue pearl necklaces, all all of which are uniform in size, round and flawless, and the most amazing thing is that inside these blue pearls, in the light under the irradiation, the inside of the pearl is full of color, and if you look closely, it is like the sea water floating in it. Each one is like this, as if the entire ocean is concentrated in this string of blue pearl necklaces. The name of the heart of the ocean. Mitsuko was completely intoxicated by that charm, just like what Ahita thought. No woman can resist the charm of the heart of the ocean. These exceptionally rare blue pearls are obtained from the bodies of clams that have lived for at least 200 years, and not every clams that have lived for 200 years can breed pearls of this color. Only those iron-clad shells that are close to the polar regions or live in cold regions will have a certain chance of being produced, but a string of pearl necklaces for the heart of the ocean requires a full 18, and the size is the same, and the color is relatively. Yahida, this gift is too expensive, and I am ashamed to accept it, Mitsuko said with a sincere face. Of course she said so, but what happened to those hands that were holding the heart of the ocean that were turning white? You like it, you like it. Ahita felt a little pain in her heart, but she still had a bright smile on her bright face. Then I'm welcome. No longer refuse. Mitsuko quickly put the necklace on the snow-like neck. As expected, under the background of the heart of the ocean, the charm of Mitsuko, who was originally a 90-point beauty, instantly rose to 98. Yahida was a little stunned, but thinking of the horror of this woman, the faint thoughts in Yahida's heart instantly vanished. Mitsuko, this time I'm here. In addition to giving you this gift, there is one more important thing. Seeing that Mitsuko was in a state of incomparable joy, Ahita also prepared to express her intention. Filu reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 183, The Perfect Interpretation of Speed and Flexibility. 3 more. Please leave the king. Destroy the Deathlight. Lizard King. Sunshine Flame. With 2 loud shouts, Chinli and Saga stared at each other, seeing the endless fighting spirit and enthusiasm for the game from each other's eyes. No one wants to lose. In the face of such a strong challenger, Chinli also unknowingly began to go all out, obviously forgetting that the duty of the gym trainer is not to defeat the challenger, but to observe whether they have corresponding potential. How could the powerful and experienced gym trainers who have been in charge for many years lose to some fledgling children? In addition to protecting the safety of the city, the gym in the city is also an important institution that helped the Alliance select talent. The fierce conflict between the king and the king, asking for leave. The king opened his huge mouth, orange, full of destructive light, and condensed the Lizard King's giant tail in his mouth, and the 6 ore balls on the back emitted a faint white light, which was rapidly absorbing the ubiquitous sunlight. The top of the upper jaw and the high-temperature ball of light are also condensing, both of which are unique tricks that need to be stored up. In the end, sleep is better. Rui cha. With the high-pitched hissing sound, 2 light beams of different colors suddenly blasted out, one by one white, which was extremely shocking. The beams of light collided in the center of the field, the energy rubbed, and the resulting air explosions roared continuously in this valley. At this moment, even those lazy people lost their usual sense of laziness, and looked at the amazing collision on the field below with wide eyes. Xiaoyao's breathing became fast. Her hands were tightly clasped, and she put it in front. She didn't know who to cheer for. She just hoped that neither Saga's Lizard King nor Father's Leaf King would be hurt. In terms of energy intensity, the King of Leave is undoubtedly better. After all, the strength of the quasi-celestial king is already stronger than that of the Lizard King, and the terrifying racial value also endows it with terrifying power. With the passage of time, destruction and death gradually gained the upper hand, and the orange beam of light slowly pushed forward, suppressing the flames of the Lizard King's sunshine. The highly competitive, even more confident lizard after evolution is willing to admit defeat. The power of the spore ball behind it has reached its limit, and it has been dazzled by the white light-teamed bun ball. Just like 6 small sons of Buddha, if you look carefully, the air near the spore balls began to twist, proving how amazing the sunlight absorbed by the spore balls at this time was. A little impulsive. The Lizard King, who was fighting hard, smiled helplessly. Originally just wanted to try the newly learned sunshine flame. Immediately after, dodge, then use the evolved stronger blade to attack quickly to win. After all, even if the strength has been greatly improved after evolution, the Lizard King is still inferior to the Leaf King with a very high racial value in terms of energy intensity, but he still underestimated this child. Seeing that he cared so much, Saga decided to let him have a good time. Pokemon Duel. Victory is an important aspect, which is undeniable, but the unpleasantness of the battle is also an aspect. This is also the strategy flow, and the trainers who like to calculate despise those who can only attack, and then attack. Attacking hot-blooded trainers are envious at the same time. They can enjoy the joy of the game to the fullest. As long as it's a matchup that allows Pokemon to improve, it's a good matchup whether you win or lose. Cha. With a low snort, the Lizard King felt that his stamina was severely depleted, and the spore balls in the state of sunshine and flames lost their function of providing nutrients to plants and trees. And the Lizard King also clearly felt that he was trying to use energy-type tricks recklessly, and he he was indeed not the one. Big man's opponent. It doesn't make much sense to hold on strong, although he doesn't want to show weakness, but for the victory of that human being, it is also for his own victory. The Lizard King is not going to force it to continue. The bright-colored vertical pupil swayed left and right, controlling the spore ball behind it to stop absorbing sunlight, thereby converting it into plant nutrients that can be directly absorbed to restore some physical strength. This time, the sunshine flame, which had lost its power to follow, obviously began to weaken. The destructive death light of the king who asked for leave prevailed, directly blasting away the remaining sunshine flame, and blasting straight towards the Lizard King's relief. Along the way, amazing the power will bring up countless rubble, and once a rock is close to destroying the area of the dead light, it will immediately spread, completely destroyed. Have to admit that the power of the King of Leave in terms of skills is indeed terrifying, but even with this speed of destruction, the death light dares to imagine hitting the Lizard King. Saga is full of incomparable confidence. Facing the death light of destruction that could destroy almost everything, the Lizard King was not afraid at all. His bright vertical pupils were calm and outrageous. His body was slightly bent forward, his arms were at his waist, and his banana-shaped leaf tail was straight behind him, in order to ensure the balance of the body in the state of high-speed movement. At the moment when the destruction of death came, the Lizard King showed a speed and agility that made everyone admire him. One up and down, almost only afterimages appeared. The Lizard King, by virtue of his own speed, was in the vicinity of the destruction of the death light, galloping, sometimes even using his hands and feet together, following the trajectory of destroying the death light, rushing forward to the point where it was too late. The reactions leave King. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 184 Final Collision. Libra badge. Open black lens bracket. 4 more close black lens bracket. The special eye mucous membrane allows the Lizard King to lock on the opponent even when moving at super high speed. During the rapid attack, the green blades on the left and right wrist gradually elongated and curved. Shape of the knife. No longer the green light blade before. After evolving into the Lizard King, its blade has turned into a white one. With double-edged arms, the green leaves like chicken wings are directly transformed into curved blades. This is the biggest difference between the forest lizard and the Lizard King. In the forest lizard period, the 3 sharp leaves were condensed and elongated into a green light blade. Each arm was a blade, and there were 2 blades in total. On the other hand, the Lizard King's sharp leaves on one arm are all blade, with 4 blades on both arms, and the number of blades has doubled at once, with more powerful slashing and more continuous attack. At 10 meters close to the King of Leave, the destruction of the death light has obviously lost all its effect. The King of Leave also looks tired because of the lazy character that is about to start, and his eyelids are shaking from time to time, which proves that this big guy will enter the rigid stage for the 3rd time, which is also the biggest turning point of the Lizard King. The Lizard King, who was already moving at a high speed, was not satisfied with the speed at this time, and when it was getting closer, he directly used a flash of electric light to increase the speed by another level. With a frantic sprint, ordinary people's naked eyes can no longer see the speed of the Lizard King at this moment. The 4 white blades that can cut through almost everything were only the last step away from its goal. His throat rolled for thousands of miles, and his back was already soaked by the fierce competition. Even he has no confidence in whether the King of Leave can resist the blade of the Lizard King with the strength of his muscles. The evolved Lizard King not only doubles the number of blades, but how sharp is the blade that changes from green to white light? I'm afraid no one can tell. But is there still room for the Leave King, who has almost fallen into a state of rigidity, to resist? My Leave King is not, will always be a living target after a trick. Chinli took a deep breath, waved his hand and shouted, "Please ask the King of Leave. Let him see how powerful you are, and use the maximum force to concentrate and punch." "What?" Saga cried out in disbelief. The laziness and stagnation time disappear after the ultimate trick. No, it should be said that the King of Leave overcame that period of time when the characteristics were deadlocked. The mystery of the characteristics is already equivalent to the law that the world has given to Pokemon. Strong or weak, this can never be changed, unless your strength surpasses the entire world. Even the creator god Arceus cannot violate the power of the law. Ask the King to leave again. How is it possible? However, the scene in front of him really proved that the King of Leave did not fall into laziness and rigidity after destroying the death light, but directly under the order of Chinli. The King of Leave, who concentrated heard the order, turned blood red, and the blood in his eyes was all over his body. His muscles began to agitate and swell, and the exposed blue veins looked extremely ferocious. White breath was exhaled from his mouth, and some parts of his body even cracked due to excessive swelling, exposing the gray-red muscles inside, which made people tremble. Quote, "Asking for leave looked so painful." Xiao Yao's Heart 10. The dazzling white light enveloped the entire right arm, and the huge body of the King of Leave dashed forward for a distance, and then the right fist slammed wildly to face the terrifying momentum that could almost destroy the mind, keeping the best attacking stance one after the other. It's just a moment, except for Saga. No one can see what happened at that moment. False King and the Lizard King walked away from each other, and the gigantic body of the False King still maintained the posture of punching forward. The Lizard King's arms met in front of him. His fists were close together. The four blades were slanting upward, and a trace of blood was dripping from the top of the blade. Rui, with a low and powerless roar, the king asking for leave's eyes turned white. His huge body lost the last trace of strength, and he stumbled and fell heavily on the ground covered with gravel. With a bang, the heavy object fell to the ground, flashing smoke and dust, and then fell to the ground with this sound. This thrilling match that lasted for an hour finally came to an end. Please leave the king incapacitated, and the Forest Lizard King wins. So the winner of this game is Saga from the Kanto region. Well done, the Lizard King. Cha! Lizard King raised his right arm and shouted to his heart content, as if he wanted to dissipate all the setback, pain, and unwillingness to accompany his roar. Is this still a law? Chinli was stunned for a long time, but he quickly reacted. Pick up the baby ball and put away the king, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Jump off the commanding rock pillar and walk towards the winner of this game step by step. Haha, I haven't been like this for a long time. Although I lost all 3 games, my heart is so happy. I really want to thank you, Saga, for bringing me such an interesting game. Looking at the man in front of him, Saga nodded with a smile, and said, me too. The match with Mr. Chinli is really indescribable, as expected of the trainer who is recognized as the next-titled Heavenly King, the one who asked for leave. The strength is really terrifying. It's still not as good as your Lizard King. Chinli scratched the back of his head with a smile, and said, this kid is really outstanding. Strength is one aspect, but his desire for strength and courage in battle are really admirable. This is the token of defeating the Chunghwa Daoist Hall, the Libra badge. Thank you, Mr. Chinli. Saga took the badge from Chinli and put it into the exquisite badge box in front of him. This is due respect to every dedicated gym trainer. Okay, it's getting late. Chisato looked at his arm and said, after the intense game, it's time to enjoy a hearty lunch. I think Mitsuko should cook a table of delicious food at home now and wait for us. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 185. Ahida's invitation. Open black lens bracket. 1 more close black lens bracket. You said 1,000 miles. He took Saga to the Haushin Botanical Garden early in the morning to compete. Then you know when he'll be back, Ahida said eagerly. I don't know about that. Mitsuko shook her head, but it's lunchtime soon, and after such a long time, I think they should be back soon. By the way, they've been talking to you. I forgot about preparing lunch. Mitsuko slapped her head sharply. Oh, my brain. When they get home, I'm probably going to be hungry. It's okay. Yahida raised her brows, smiled, and said, I have already reserved a table at the Orange Hotel, and when they come back, we will go to the hotel to eat, and it will save you, Mitsuko, and you have to cook. Mitsuko, I'm back. Just when Yakita asked Mitsuko about something, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the house. Immediately after the door of the living room was pushed open, Chinli, Saga, Xiaoyao, a group of 3 slowly walked in. Chinli and Saga entered the room. They each found a sofa to lie down on. Both of them closed their eyes slightly and calmed down, with obvious tired expressions on their faces. From 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., the high-intensity competition for 3 hours in a row caused not only a huge physical loss of the Pokemon, but also the trainer himself was exhausted. For a long time, the nerves are tense, the eyes are watching everything on the field at any time, and the relevant strategies are also formulated in the mind. So the higher the level, the stronger the competition, the trainer sometimes needs to pay more than the battle. More Pokemon. They look so tired. Mitsuko covered her mouth and said softly. She couldn't bear to disturb the 2 of them because her voice was too loud. Xiaoyao nodded and said, yeah. Saga and Dad tried their best in the game, and the 3 consecutive games made them a little tired. It's alright, don't worry. Chinli rubbed his temples and sat up, and Mitsuko quickly picked up a cup of freshly brewed green tea and handed it over, and said with concern, hurry up and refresh yourself with a cup of green tea. I've never seen you so tired because of the competition. Chinli Ming took a sip of the fragrant green tea. It was miserable. I could only do my best, but unfortunately I was still on the beach. Do I just have no sense of existence? No sense of existence. Sense of existence. In a certain corner, a fat man was drawing circles in despair. Yahida, it's you. After chatting happily, Chinli finally found out that there is another person in his house. Hee Chinli, long time no see. I'm back again. Yakita instantly sat next to Chinli at a speed that did not match her tonnage. And seen you for a while. Chinli, the older you get, the more handsome you are. You have the style of my path. Who is this weird old man? Xiaoyao looked at the fat man who was hooking up with his father with a black line on his head. He really dared to say that my father was many times more handsome than you. Chinli, this is your eldest daughter. I remember her name is Xiaoyao. She has inherited the excellent genes of you and Mitsuko. She is really beautiful. When she grows up, she may be even more beautiful than Mitsuko. I'll introduce you to it. Chinli put down the teacup, pointed to Yahida beside him, and said, his name is Yahida. He is a good friend of mine. He is very good at talking, and his favorite thing to do is to find some talented trainers. Hello. Ahida scratched her neck and greeted Saga and Xiaoyao. Hello, Uncle Ahida. Xiaoyao responded politely. Saga still closed his eyes and rested his mind, but responded lightly, indicating that he heard it. I'm here this time, mainly to ask Qinli how you thought about my suggestion last year. For the first time, Yahida's chubby face with a sense of joy showed a serious look. You don't need to give up your current status as a gym trainer. You just need to promise me, then sign the contract, and leave everything to me. Already, Qinli heard the words but bowed his head in embarrassment. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, I'm really sorry, Yahida. I really don't plan to join in on that matter. Why? Ahida didn't show any surprise, as if she knew this man would answer. Dear, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I feel that what Yahida proposed is actually quite good, and you don't need to give up your current identity. Being short-handed and accepting such an expensive gift from the other party, Mitsuko quickly persuaded her when she saw her husband's rejection. I'm not worried about those issues. Chisato waved his hand, interrupting Mitsuko's next word. Let's be honest, I'm a person who is very afraid of trouble. Originally, I also rejected the identity of the trainer of the Chunghwa Taoist Hall, but this is my hometown after all. When you have a certain ability, in order to raise you, the hometown should pay some. I'm not a qualified gym trainer, but some things in the gym make me dizzy. If I take over your job again, I feel really tired. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 186 Ahida's Shop. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Is it really that hard to make you the leader of a battle facility? Ahida said bitterly. Battle facility. Hearing this new term, Saga finally opened his eyes, and for the first time faced the happy-looking fat man in front of him. It really can't be my fault. Qinli shrugged helplessly. I'm really not that. I guess managing a Chunghwa Taoist Hall puts a lot of pressure on me. If I'm managing a battle facility, I'm afraid I'll really go crazy. As so pitiful. It's not that I don't want to get involved in the disputes between the Alliance and those noble families. Yahida felt the same as Der Spiegel in his heart. Qinli's fear of trouble was just an excuse for him. The most important thing was that he had a family. For this family to not be threatened in the slightest, he didn't dare and didn't want to touch those disputes. Although the disputes between the Alliance and noble families are only some competitions on the surface, who can guarantee that a certain force of the other party will not start to become a gym trainer has proved the position of thousands of miles. He is the official supporter of the Alliance. On the other side, even if the Alliance doesn't say anything, the estrangement and distrust definitely still exist. Perhaps it is because he wants to understand. Although Yahida is a little disappointed, he can't force the other party. Qinli is a young trainer that he is very optimistic about. Perfect. With a wife and children. He has too many concerns and lacks the hard work of young people. It is undeniable that in the competition between the two major forces in this world, there may be risks, but more of them are unimaginable huge reward. As long as you have the strength, the courage, and a little bit of luck, these things will be yours, and you will be one of the protagonists of this future world. That's right, Ahida. Qinli patted his shoulder with a smile, and said, although I can't join your battle facility project, there is a trainer here that definitely suits your requirement. No, it should be said that all aspects have completely exceeded your requirement. No one is better suited to be the leader of a battle facility than him. Really? Ahida, who was still a little disappointed at first, heard Qinli's word, and couldn't help but get excited, and immediately turned her head to look at the blonde boy with closed eyes. There are a total of 5 people here. In addition to Ahida himself, the Qinli couple and their daughter Xiaoyao are definitely not that person, so there is only this young man in front of him who is extremely good in appearance and temperament. His name is Saga, and he is a talented trainer from Kanto. Qinli whispered in Ahida's ear. Saga. Ahida muttered the name in her mouth. Suddenly, this rather special-sounding name seemed familiar, and I had definitely heard it before. Thinking of this, Ahida quickly picked up the previous, a machine similar to a communication device, opened the slide, and directly wrote the name of Saga on the touch screen above, and then pressed the key to search. This seemingly intelligent thing is the treasure of Yada, which records most of the information of all kinds of talented trainers under the age of 30 in this world. Yakita dared to pat her chest and said that even the data stored in the official host computer of the Alliance was not as huge and detailed as her own. Saga place of origin, Kanto birthplace, Nibi city gender, male age, 16 years old, family members, none, orphans were born, no worries. Debut time, lead calendar December 11th 200 debut age, 14 years old ______ champion. Trainers common. 2 years after his debut, he was almost unbeaten, and all the regional gyms were swept all the way with great rank. The Fighting King Shiba, the Dragon King Du, and the Ice King Kona all praised him very much. Very calm during the game, is a trainer who is good at layout and strategy type, and the Pokemon type is mainly based on strength and speed. Speed, Possess Pokemon, Wind Speed Dog, Big Barrow, Bosco Dora, Thorn Dragon King, Gengar, Electric Warcraft, Ninetale, Fire Breathing Dragon, Storm Salamander, Dun Armor, Yukira, Ibrahimovic, Flame Chicken, Forest Lizard, Ice Dragon. Looking at the data that can be called in his hand, Yahida's hands are shaking. The 16-year-old trainer, the champion of 2 heavyweight regional competitions, has been praised by the 3 long-established title kings, and his personal strength is even more amazing. The 16-year-old king, as long as the current state can be guaranteed, 20 reaching the championship that countless trainers can only look up to before the age of 2 seems to be very possible. This is simply the second higher. Ahida cried out in her heart. How is it? Are you satisfied? Thousands of miles accidentally glanced at the data in the data meter, and was shocked in the bottom of my heart. I really underestimated that guy. His strength is far from what he showed before. The baby defeated his own lazy man, Hyperactive 8, and the 3rd child of the King of League. Just this method of training Pokemon can only make people sigh. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 187 Battle Boss. Open black lens bracket. 3 more close black lens bracket. There are countless geniuses in this world. Not only those who are gifted in trainers are called geniuses. You can be called a genius if you are a breeder. You can be called a genius if you are a coordinator. Even if you have a talent in cooking, you can be called a genius. And if you have a talent in business, you can be called a genius. Genius is just a general term for people who are young but have achieved amazing achievements in a certain industry. They are the key to the continuous progress of the world and human civilization. Yahida is also a genius. He has no talent as a trainer, and his strength is mediocre, but he has an eloquence that you can't imagine. In an ordinary family was even despised because of his appearance as a child, but thanks to her own effort, she has become a guest of countless wealthy families. Now, wherever she goes, Yahida will be respected by local powerful family, not only because of the huge group of forces behind him, and not only because of the appalling funds in the legend. In the 10 years of Yahida's 10 years of hard work and countless effort, 7 special buildings have appeared on the land of Fangyuan. They are called battle facilities, and each trainer who controls the facility is known as the leader. He enjoys abundant resources. They are powerful and are the best 7 trainers that Ahida has found over the years. Now, the 7 leaders have returned to their position, and all that is missing is the 8th leader. Originally, Chinli, who was very optimistic about Yahida, was unwilling to join this organization. Now, with this young man in front of him, as long as he is willing to join, Yahida will said that he can immediately under any condition. Promise, whether it is money or various resources, as long as you say it, he will find it for you. This is the treatment that the strongest leader at present, the generation of pharaohs and gods, can't enjoy. The battle facilities in this book will greatly improve their strength. After all, if the protagonist wants to join, the force must not be low. I really don't believe that the generation of gods who can conquer the 3 gods can't beat a Pikachu, although the poor ice god was indeed beaten by the gods. Saga, hello, first meeting, please give me some advice. Ahida was like a wolf seeing food, and immediately rushed to Saga and looked at the year in front of him with drooling eyes. What a shame. Seeing Ahida's appearance, Xiao covered his forehead with a direct look. Chinli also smiled and shook his head, explaining, it's always like this when Yahida meets the talent she loves. Hello. Saga opened her eyes and responded lightly. This should be said. The calm attitude of the other party made Yahida a little uncertain, but when he thought of those materials, Yahida's eyes became more fiery. Complete. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yahida returned to the state of negotiating with those bigwigs before, holding up her sunglasses, and said loudly, I am the owner of Fangyuan's battle with the pioneering area. Yahida, the battle that I am determined to set up the facility project will become the most shining star in the world in the future, and now there are 7 battle facilities in total, and the last one is still missing, so I would like to invite you to join this project and become the 8th battle leader. Hearing this, Saga didn't show any surprise, just glanced at Yahida calmly, and said, I'm still an ordinary trainer traveling, but listening to your conversation with Mr. Chinli just now, the so-called the battle facility should be similar to the Alliance Gym. Saga is right about this. The type of battle facility is indeed somewhat similar to the Alliance Gym, and it also requires trainers to come to challenge, and it is also a bet with some kind of symbolic badge. Yahida shook her head excitedly and said, no, the battle facility is completely different from the Alliance Gym, but the form is similar, but our purpose is completely different. The leader of the battle facility is the most outstanding one selected from countless young talented trainers, and the battle facility is open once a year for 2 months. Only elite trainers who have 8 gym badges in the region and have participated in various regional conferences are eligible to challenge the battle facility, and once a challenger successfully collects all 8 battle symbols, he will receive an unimaginable amount of money. Reward. Elite to elite, genius to genius. This Yahida, no, it should be said that the ambitions of those aristocratic families are really not small. After listening to Ahida's introduction, question. Saga also has a general understanding of the project of this battle development area. How should I say, it may cause some restrictions, but in the long run, it will undoubtedly be more beneficial. The power of countless wealthy families in this world should not be underestimated, and the wealth and resources they possess are simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Since Yahida can convince those arrogant guys to spend a lot of money to build this project, this person's own feelings are very difficult. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Yahida couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He really wanted this young man very much. A genius of this level is undoubtedly the most suitable trainer to become the leader of the battle. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Thanks. Hollow Diamond Filled Diamond Ekflower Falls Ruthless D S 1888 VIP Reward! Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 188 Signing the Contract. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. Little brother. No, it's the leader of Saga. As long as you sign this contract, you will have a large-scale battle facility dedicated to you, and you will enjoy at least 1 billion Alliance currency activity funds every year. If not enough, apply. As long as you nod, we can provide all kinds of treasured resources related to Pokemon. Quote, Yahida began to show her eloquence, spitting out the benefits of being the leader of a battle facility. Getting rich overnight is not a dream, and having a prominent position is not a dream. And the work is easy, except for 2 months of work a year. The rest are on vacation with you. This kind of work, you can't find it if you look all over the world. If Saga was an ordinary trainer, he would have signed for this series of temptation. Just like what Yahida said, the trainers facing the battle facility have big limitations. First, you have to have 8 gym badges in the area, and secondly, you have to achieve good results in regional competition. Only such training-only families will be invited to participate in the challenge to the qualification of the battle facility. As a result, the number of challengers will become very small, and the leader of the battle facility will have a lot of time to do his own business, which is very free. The salary is terrifyingly high, plus an extra 100 million yuan in activity funds a year, and you will be a billionaire in just a few years. After listening to Ahida's series of introductions, Saga did not immediately no answer, but pick up the contract on the table. It is said to be a contract plan, but in fact it is only a thin page. Compared with the contract book of a dozen or 20 pages in an ordinary company, it is far away. It is difficult for people to believe that such an important professional need is required. There are so few things to obey and fulfill. After reading the contract with one eye and 10 lines, I have to admit that this contract is indeed quite conscientious, and the constraints on Party A are simply pitiful. Only Party A, the leader of the battle who signed the contract, needs to perform the 2 months of work every year. At the same time, if Yahida has an urgent notice, he also needs to come to help. Other than that, there are no restrictions, as long as he is not a traitor. Okay, you can play the rest as you want. Did I sign this contract? Get my own battle facility. Saga put down the contract and asked the question that interests him the most. Hearing this question, Yada felt somber in his heart, and hurriedly said, as long as you become the leader of the battle facility, I will immediately spend money to help you start the construction, and the appearance of the facility can be decided by you. And we open up non or always free. Saga, after you become the leader of the battle, you can still travel everywhere and challenge regional competitions everywhere. It sounds pretty good, and nodded with a smile. Okay, I signed this contract. Although your development zone project is still a little immature, I have already seen its bright future, huge financial support, and a green light behind it. With such strict challenges and restrictions, it can be guessed that this project may become comparable in the future. Regional competition activities. Saga, you are so far-sighted, Yahida said excitedly. I also want to do this, and I will work hard for this all my life. The battle facility project will definitely become a paradise for high-end trainers in the future. Compete with regional competitions across continent. There are so few restrictions, so many benefits, and the future is so bright. Saga doesn't seem to have any reason to refuse this invitation. He is not the kind of man who has a family. He has nothing to worry about. Apart from a few confidants, there are only many Pokemon with him, and he has become a facility to join the battle. It is also a great help for your future. Sha, no hesitation, took the pen handed by Ahida, and Saga readily signed his name on it. Since then, in addition to being an Alliance trainer, Saga is also the leader of a battle facility, independent of organizations outside the Alliance. Putting this thin contract into his arms carefully, Yahida's mood at the moment couldn't be better. Originally, the goal of this trip was that it would be very good if he could sign 1,000 miles. The target did not agree, but he caught a big fish. No, it should be a shark. 10 years younger than Chinli, but stronger than Chinli, a veteran star trainer, and the future is extremely bright. Thinking that there will be a trainer comparable to Longtianwangdu and Sharona in his battle development area in the future, Yahida feels that he may wake up from a dream today. By the way, Saga, Saga, you are still a regional competition. Champion targeted trainers will definitely need to travel around a lot in the future, so some fic building battle facilities are definitely not suitable for you. For the family in front of her, Yahida showed great attention and concern. Saga was a little curious, nodded, and said, "That's true. At present, I mainly focus on challenging areas, and I won't stay in one place often. I wonder if you have any good suggestions, Mr. Yahida." To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 189 Battle Pyramid. God. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. It's true. At present, I mainly focus on challenging areas, and I won't stay in one place often. I wonder if you have any good ideas, Mr. Yahida. You need a mobile battle facility. Yahida spoke out her advice aloud. As soon as the words of the mobile battle facility came out, not only Saga, but even Chisato, Mitsuko, and Haruka all had expressions of curiosity on their faces. As the name suggests, the battle facility is the place where the battle leaders usually live, just like the gym where the gym trainers live. But no matter how the name is changed, they are all buildings in the final analysis, and a building that can move around. It's a bit unbelievable indeed. Seeing that several people present were curious and puzzled, Yahida smiled mysteriously, picked up the smartphone-like thing in front of her again, and lightly pressed the button next to it. Soon, the indicator light in the middle began to light up. A blue light, followed by a surprising scene. A virtual three-dimensional figure suddenly appeared in the sky. "Isn't this a pyramid?" Xiaoyao said suspiciously. "Yes, it's a pyramid," Yahida replied, "but it is not an ordinary pyramid, but a genius design of my own. A pyramid that can fly everywhere in the sky, and it is also the seventh facility in our battle zone, the Battle Pyramid, and its owner is a powerful trainer who was turned into a pharaoh, Mr. Kamadai." "What did you say?" Hearing the name of Jindai, Chinli suddenly became excited. "Mr. Jindai actually joined your battle development area?" "Of course." Yahida nodded proudly. "At my invitation, Mr. Kamadai officially joined the battle development area 3 months ago, becoming Feng Yuan's 7th battle leader and the current leader of the development area. Only trainers with sick battle symbols are eligible to challenge Mr. Kojiro." It was unbelievable. Chinli was still a little unbelievable, but then he smiled and patted Ahida on the shoulder, saying, "Good guy, with you, that the generation of the gods who see the tail but not the head of the dragon has been settled. I can already see it in the future. Once the battle frontier zone is officially opened, how loud the title will be." "Dad, is that the person called Kamadai is very powerful?" Xiaoyao asked curiously. "Who can amaze and admire Dad so much must be quite good." Chinli gently nodded and said with a smile, "Mr. Kamadai is a trainer that I admire very much, not only because of his incomparable strength. He is calm and steady, and he is a risk-taking person, and because of his adventures, he has experienced countless life and death junctures. He is a trainer and a brave man, and most importantly, a trainer recognized by the 3 divine beasts." Speaking of the generation of gods, Chinli not only admires him, but his idol in his youth is a brave man with countless legendary experiences. The beast is amazing. Even if Xiaoyao doesn't know much, when the term divine beast comes out, even ignorant people will have longing and yearning. Divine beasts represent powerful strength in the hearts of many people. If a trainer owns a divine beast, then he will be worshipped by countless people. Of course, the premise is that you must have the strength to protect it. The temptation of divine beasts is extraordinary. Not only those dark organizations and poaching groups coveted, but even many formal trainers on the bright side might also have crooked thoughts. I heard from Chinli is that this trainer called the Age of God has 3 divine beasts. What is the concept? If an ordinary person owns one, his ancestors will smoke. Envy, jealousy and hatred are completely needless to say. Jarvis, sort out the information on that God generation. Hearing the trainer that Chinli admires so much, Saga is also very interested, and he also has 3 divine beasts, which is really insightful. "No problem, sir. Jarvis is worthy of being Jarvis. When he needs it, he is always so efficient. He is simply the best mentor and friend." However, in just 5 seconds and 5 hours, all the information on the Age of Gods has been sorted out. Age of God, 43 years old, origin, Feng Yuan, place of birth, Green Ridge City, trainer title, Pyramid Pharaoh, fight against the leader of the pioneering area, official strength, champion, Regis will, Regis. The strength of the champion level can be imagined. After all, he is a trainer with 3 divine beasts, and those 3 mythical beasts, Regilok, Regis Chiru, and Rekiachi are nothing else. The 3 gods in the official Feng Yuan legend, that is, the rock god, and ice gods that people often call God power, will not be the same as in the animation. It will be greatly increased in this book. I hope readers who have opinions will not be entangled. It is a blessing to work with such a trainer. This information in the viewer's mind, Saga's heart couldn't help but have some ripples. If there is a chance to fight with him, it is the most exciting thing. Phailu reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 190 Saga's Battle Facility. Sky Garden. Open black lens bracket. 3 more close black black lens bracket. Mr. Kamadai's pyramid was designed by me. The whole building is made of very expensive light alloys, which are only a quarter of the weight of ordinary steel while ensuring the strength. 3 large turbines in 3 directions of the pyramid, which provide the power for the pyramid to fly. Of course, it can be retracted into the base when not in use. The high-density solar energy absorption template is applied inside the pyramid, so there is no need to worry about energy consumption. Yahida proudly introduces her masterpiece to everyone. A very ingenious idea indeed. Saga nodded and agreed, but it will take a lot of money and time to build such a large-scale building that can fly. You don't have to worry about that. Yahida raised her sunglasses and said, this type of facility is mainly due to the troublesome flight devices, but after the beginning of the battle against the pyramid, we still have a batch of large turbines. As long as the facilities are completed, the turbines and power devices will be installed. You can fly. If there is no accident, in 3 months, I will be able to create a more luxurious facility for you than the battle pyramid. Yahida held up 3 toilet papers and assured her at her discretion. Saga, since Ahida is so generous, you don't want any kind of battle facility. Mitsuko, who had been holding back for a long time, hurriedly proposed, and winked at her daughter at the same time. It's a pity that Xiaoyao couldn't understand his mother's meaning at all, so he could only look at Mitsuko in a cute manner, and said, Mom, are your eyes a little uncomfortable? Why are you always rolling your eyes? My God. Mitsuko is speechless. Why does she have such a stupid daughter? This is the key to competing interest. As Saga's girlfriend and future wife, you don't care at all. I am very optimistic about this young man. You can see that he has a job that can be envied by countless people. Press, as Yahida said, a battle facility that can fly. Doesn't that mean that you can travel around with your own house in the future? The treatment may be his own. Mitsuko thought about it truthfully, but it doesn't matter. It's the same with her own son-in-law. Seeing his wife's weird expression, Chisato asked with concern, Mitsuko, are you really feeling sick? It's okay. It's okay. I'm just helping Saga think about what kind of building is suitable for him. Don't worry about me. My body has always been great. Hehe. If Saga knew that Mitsuko was her own son-in-law, she didn't know how to react. How is it considered? Aki returned to the sofa and looked at the young man in front of him expectantly. As long as you say what you have in mind, I can immediately draw a design drawing for you, and then immediately start building, and after March, you can have something that exists almost only in people's imagination. Listening to Ahida's description, Saga also had a faint sense of expectation in her heart. A magical building that can fly, so that you can fly directly wherever you travel in the future, and you can also move those Pokemon living on Pineapple Island into the battle facility together, so that you don't have to be separated from each other because of travel every day. Watching your Pokemon thrive is one of life's great joys. What kind of building? Countless thoughts flashed in Saga's mind, until it stopped at a certain point. It's up to you to decide. Sky garden. What? Ahida didn't hear clearly, so she couldn't help but ask. Hanging garden. I want my battle facility to be a hanging garden with a castle, grass, flowers and trees everywhere. Saga was brief, but clearly stated his thought, and this idea is derived from the beautiful legend in the previous life, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Unfortunately, the technology in that world could not be built at all. I didn't expect that this deep thought in my heart can be called a fact today. Thinking of these, even Sagana's calm state of mind couldn't help but get excited. Castle, flowers, grass, trees. Yahida murmured these requirements, then clapped her palms and said, no problem at all. Isn't it just the castle and the botanical garden? I'll draw it for you right away, and I'll notify them tomorrow to officially start the construction. Yahida responded readily, then turned on the magical device in front of her, and quickly entered the template she needed. At the same time, her fat fingers quickly sketched on the virtual architectural blueprint. After a while, the castle it is almost the same as the overall image of the garden. Remove some grass here and build an artificial lake there, Yahida muttered, and at the same time kept improving her own design drawing. This professional and serious attitude made Saga very satisfied. That should be it. Yahida nodded with satisfaction, and left and right hand. 1. A 3-dimensional blueprint of the facility appeared above the crowd. The island-like bay, the multifaceted ancient castle, the trees are all over the place, and all kinds of flowers can be seen everywhere, especially the small lake on the south side of the garden as the finishing touch. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 191. Leave. Overnight. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. At dusk. If that's the case, then let's say goodbye. Do you really live all night walking? Mitsuko said reluctantly. No, Mom. Xiaoyao shook his head and said with a smile, the gorgeous contest in Changshu Town will start soon. I should work harder for the ribbon badge. Don't worry, Mitsuko. Children have goals and ideals for their children, and as a family, we should give them the greatest support. Chinli took the tearful Mitsuko into his arms and comforted, thinking about seeing Xiaoyao shine at a gorgeous celebration one day. As a mother, will you feel a sense of accomplishment? Mitsuko wiped her tears and nodded happily. Goodbye, Dad, Mom. Take care of yourself. Chisato and Mitsuko waved and shouted. The last time I left home, I felt very reluctant, but this time I left with a lot of fighting spirit. Walking on the street leading to the city's exit, Xiaoyao said with emotion as he looked at the apparently sparser flow of people compared to the daytime. This proves that you have grown up. Took the lead, turned around and patted Xiaoyao's head dotingly, and said, people will always grow up. Seeing a daughter who keeps improving, both Mr. Chisato and Mitsuko will be proud of you. The next step is to train hard to win, take the ribbon badges of various cities. Thank you, Saga. I will definitely try my best. Feeling the temperature in his palm, Xiaoyao blushed first, and then said firmly, hey, you two cunning fellows, don't wait. Am I going to run away? The intersection of the street. Suddenly there was a coquettish shout from the front. Looking around, a sexy high-jumping blonde woman was walking slowly with catwalks in the afterglow of the setting sun, and the giant in front was walking up and down. The trembling of the high heels and the crisp sound of the high heels added a bit of tone to the quiet period. Athena, where are you going these 2 days? Seeing the person coming, Saga asked in a deep voice. You said that. Athena put her hands on her hips with a languid look on her face. After all, I am the boss of an inter-regional division, and sometimes I am. Saga didn't say a word, just looked at this charming woman calmly. It's really boring to talk to you. Na curled her lip, and immediately put her arms around Xiaoyao's shoulders with a playful twist, and said, how about it? The feeling that my sister has left you alone with your little lover these days. Isn't it great? Is there any real international progress? Sister Athena, don't talk nonsense about a little lover. Xiaoyao was almost fainted by Athena's passionate and teasing eyes. Stop playing. It's getting late. We have to leave soon. Saga started to help Xiaoyao out of the siege, and let the woman continue to tease. It was getting dark. The location of the sick gym is Yinyu City, a small city between Zijin City and Shujing City. Before a group of plowing fire, Saga pointed to the small map and said, before Yinyu City, there was a gorgeous competition that was too late. In Changshou town, at our current speed, about 3 days, we will almost reach Changshou. The town, in theory, the time is completely in time. Xiaoyao combed Shangwei Miao's hair and collected scale powder from hunting swallowtails. She needed to use the beautiful scale powder of flash hunting swallowtails to make some tools so as to prepare for her first round in the gorgeous competition. The review adds a few points. Then I'll first wish here that Xiaoyao will definitely get the ribbon badge of the longevity conference. Athena stretched her waist. The concave and convex curves were vividly displayed under the weight support of the white leather coat. She yawned lazily, and said, I am so tired. If that's the case, then I'll go to bed first. After speaking, he blew a kiss towards Saga, and then strode towards his tent. At this time, Saga and his party of 3 were staying overnight in the central area of Chunghua Forest, with 2 luxury inflatable tents standing on the wide grass. Xiaoyao, it's getting late. You should go to rest first. Saga stabbed the fire with the wooden stick in his hand, making the plowing fire more vigorous, and the bright flame reflected on the handsome young man's face made it even more sinister, and Xiaoyao looked a little obsessed. Oh, I see. Reacted. First glanced at Saga with a guilty conscience, and found that he was not looking here. Then he was relieved, picked up Shangwei Miao, and the turkey chicks who were running around the fire rushed towards Athen. The one that Na went in just now. The luxury tent. Special materials inside the luxury tent so that it can absorb the sunlight during the day and store it inside so as to keep the temperature dropping sharply at night and provide people with the most comfortable constant temperature. It is a must-have item for home travel. Now you can buy a tent that only costs 999,000 yuan per tent. Seeing that the 2 of them had returned to their tent, Saga began to sort out how to travel in the future. He is a person who likes to plan when to do things. Everything needs to be done in a regular way, without wasting time, and without excessive pursuit. Everything just needs to grasp a certain degree. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 192. Think. The future of Pokemon. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. At present, Fang Yuan's Pokemon, the Flame Chicken's strength, has unexpectedly burst into flames after the crisis of the last melted beast, which is also considered an improvement. However, its own strength has fallen into a big bottleneck after reaching the peak of the Quasi-King, unless there is a fire-type natural treasure, or a breakthrough on the verge of desperation. Otherwise the strength of the Flame Chicken is difficult to have too much in a short time. Big progress of Pokemon is easy for ordinary people to enter the elite, and it is also easy for the elite to enter the Quasi-King, but the level of the King is a huge bottleneck for trainers and Pokemon before they set foot on the road to the strong. With the title of Heavenly King Trainer, even if it is not a regional title of the 4 Heavenly Kings, you will be admired by many people, and you will enjoy some privileges wherever you go, and money and wealth are at your fingertips. Join a powerful family. They are willing to spend a lot of money for you, but of course you need to do things for them. Ice Dragon is still immature. Its plasticity is very high. The foundation is solid, and it will be a very strong fighting force to evolve into the Ice Dragon in the future. future. Saga begins to think about the future of his Pokemon in this silent night. As a trainer, Saga dares to. He patted his chest and said, he is absolutely qualified. He cares about every Pokemon, gives them all the resources they can do, puts his whole body and mind on them, and considers all actions for them. Of course, these carefully selected and talented little guys have never lived up to Saga's expectation, and even sometimes gave several surprises. If you treat them sincerely, they will give their all to repay you. Heck, sometimes it is from Kira to the limit of the current stage. If you want to make great progress, only the path of evolution can be taken. Once in the form of an egg, it was fused with the rare life gem. Its vitality is not weaker than the cubs of those high-level divine beasts, and even stronger than little Lugia in some aspect. Yukira's combat power will be greatly limited. Although he can still fight, he has lost that flexibility. Shakira in chrysalis form is very similar to the original crustacean. The same is unable to eat. The same is waiting for the cocoon to be reborn. However, a trainer with a little knowledge will not let Shakira or the crustacean do any training and battle during this period. In this state, they are accumulating all their strength for the rebirth of the ashes in the near future. The more strength, the better the maintenance. Sometimes to a large extent, the strength and talent of the future Bangira. Saga did not dare to neglect this point. Although the evolution of the time gave him a lot of experience, the talent and potential of Yukira, who fused the life gem, was not inferior to those high. For its infinite possible future, Saga had to be extremely careful. I feel that the time to evolve from Kira is not far away, and it is time to buy a lot of silver rock and copper ore. Looking at the beautiful starry sky, Saga thought, then the energy for a period of time in the future can be put on the heads of the Lizard King and the Round Land Shark. Needless to say, the Lizard King has a lot of room for improvement. It has a lot of room for improvement. If you train it well, you can quickly form a strong combat power, one of the main forces, and the little guy of the Round Land Shark has to come from the most basic. It needs more battles to make its actual combat experience richer, and Saga was very lucky to get some body wrecks of the super biting land shark, which is comparable to a high-level divine beast from the dragon holy land of the Yulong clan. The sharp dragon teeth and ferocious sickle hands will definitely give Yuanlu the future of Shark Ring's infinite health. He took out the baby ball from his waist, pressed the switch, the white light flashed, and the vigorous and reckless body of the Lizard King appeared in front of him. Standing up, he patted the guy who was taller than himself after evolution. Saga said with a smile, today's night vigil task will be handed over to you. Cha. Lizard King hugged his hands and nodded calmly. Then his figure flashed in place, and the next moment he appeared on a big tree not far from the camp, leaning leisurely against the tree pole, and at the same time snapping a twig casually, biting into his mouth. He looked up at the starry sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Looking at the oblique shadow of the Lizard King, Saga's eyes had some inexplicable color, put out the plowing fire, took off his coat, and walked towards his tent. Saga and others who had rested for a night in the luxury tent set foot on the journey again after eating the hearty breakfast prepared by Xiaoyao. Lizard King, good job, go faster. Walking on a remote, desolate forest path, Saga walked slowly while shouting at the green shadow swaying in the air from time to time. Voice just fell. With a bang, a tree that could not be embraced by two strong men was divided into two from the trunk, and then slowly fell down. Looking closely, the unusually smooth and neat incision made people feel a little bit. It shudders how sharp an object is to have such an effect. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 193 Foodie Round Land Shark. Open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. Lizard King standing on the side of the road took a breath. At this time, it was wearing special weight bearing iron rings on its thighs and bicep. 1 hour of high-intensity jumping, running, and Saga's setting goals from time to time. Even with the strength of the Lizard King, he felt a little overwhelmed. After all, under high-speed movement and jumping, it is necessary to make the master's specific attack target within 3 seconds 3, which means that the Lizard King has only 1 second of reaction time, 1 second of search time and 1 second of attack time. Combining this with each other, the difficulty of training is simply increased geometrically. Sometimes it is to cut off a branch of the big tree on the left, sometimes it is to chop the rock hidden in the grass ahead, and sometimes it is necessary to divide a fruit growing on the top of the tree into two. After an hour, the physical fatigue was easy to say, but the high concentration of the mind and the feeling of the wind blowing made the Lizard King's nerve tense all the time. At this time, if there is a guy who doesn't open his eyes to provoke the Lizard King, he must face the terrible anger. Think about his own part being split into two in an instant. Tis tis. If there is no strict prohibition from Saga, meet on the road. Some of the wild Pokemon in the game may be out of luck. The tyrannical, bloodthirsty and cruel character of the Lizard King has never disappeared, and it is just a little restrained because of the owner. You too, go faster. If you leave us more than 10 meters away, your lunch will be gone today. Let the Lizard King rest for a while, and Saga's attention returned to the dawdling little guy behind him. Quack quack. Yuan Lu Shark, who was about to be lazy, heard that he was going to cancel his lunch, and immediately he waved his little short hands and protested, as if to say that I worked so hard, you nasty bastard didn't give me any reward, and even deducted my food. Hee, you little guy really knows how to say it. Saga was also stunned by the round land shark slap in the face. If he hadn't used Jarvis to translate it, he would have been deceived by the serious expression. There is no counter offer. The distance is 10 meters. There will be no lunch if you exceed it, and you are protesting nonsense. There is only tree fruit for dinner, no beef. Gao Wu. As soon as these words came out, the round land shark brows twitched, and moist tears began to condense in those big eyes. He looked at the man-high round boulder behind him and the rope tightly tied to his stomach. The shark felt that the day was gone. I posted it and put this owner on the stall. Gone are the days when I slept and ate and slept. Poor Big Eyes looked at Athena. A guy the first knew before could help me. Speak for yourself. Don't look at me like that. Athena pretended to be serious and said, I'm not your guardian now, and your lazy and proud character should be treated. Brother Saga, it's still a child, so don't be so strict. Xiaoyao looked at the round land shark with tears, and couldn't bear to say, it's alright. Saga shrugged indifferently. This guy is too comfortable before, because of the birth of a quasi-divine beast. Even if it is caught by a poacher group, those guys just serve it with delicious food. After all, of course, the poachers will not train it for the commodity that needs to be sold. This lazy character must be changed. From now on, I will focus on it, and I don't want to waste a talent. Hearing these words, Xiaoyao was not begging for anything. She was not an unreasonable person, and she did not want to interfere with Saga's decision. Of the round land shark, he started to exercise since he was a child, and he can only become stronger when he grows up. 1 hour to stay. 10 cans of beef. Saga took out a super killer against the round land shark. Quack. The round land shark, who was sitting on the ground and preparing to lose its skin, heard 10 cans of beef, and his eyes lit up instantly. You must know that because Saja usually controls his diet scientifically, the round land shark can only eat 555 every night. The canned beef has now doubled in size. Thinking of the taste of canned beef, the saliva of the round land shark can't help but start to flow from the corner of his mouth, and his round body seems to be full of power at this moment. Gao Wu. I don't know where I got a white cloth strip, and the round land shark tied it directly to its head. Without the laziness and sorrow in his eyes, he exerted all his strength, and the huge boulder rolled quickly, and soon approached Saga's side, and even began to gradually surpass the team, and the little boy rushed ahead. Sure enough, the potential of foodies is endless. Seeing the round land shark that has become so heroic, the corner of Saga's mouth can't help but lift up lightly. In fact, he still had some plans in his mind that he hadn't spoken out, and those 10 cans of beef were not really a reward, because the training volume of the round land shark has been greatly enhanced. The originally planned diet of course needs to be adjusted. For the carnivorous dragon-type Pokemon, beef is the best thing for their muscle development, and 10 cans of beef are also original. Be prepared for it. I just didn't expect to use this as a reward, but it would make the round land shark full of fighting spirit. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 194. The name of the land shark. Open black lens bracket. 1 more close black lens bracket. Lizard King, go sit on that kid's rock, and if you're lazy, beat him up. Saga pointed to the cobblestone behind the round land shark, and said to the Lizard King, who was adjusting his breath, Cha, little puzzled when he heard this order, but seeing the meaning in Saga's eyes, he also nodded playfully. An electric light flashed forward, followed by a high jump, and landed firmly on the top of the boulder, with his arms wrapped around him, watching meaningfully the boy under him, who obviously hasn't reacted yet. To be said that dragon-type Pokemon are inherently superior in muscle strength, and even the round land shark, which has not evolved yet, possesses many strange powers that are difficult for Pokemon to contend with. Thinking of the canned beef that is about to arrive, the round land shark is full of passion and fighting spirit, and even the rock behind him has suddenly increased the weight of hundreds of pounds without noticing it. Going straight along this road, we can reach Changsho Town in almost 2 days. Saga held the navigator and analyzed. This is also the fastest shortcut to Changsho Town. What, does the fastest shortcut also take 2 days? Xiaoyao was a little discouraged when she heard the word. Ever since she saw her father's match with Saga, she can't wait to express herself. Competing with many coordinators in the gorgeous competition is also what Xiaoyao wants to do most. Not a rookie before, her yearning for the gorgeous competition is no less than Xiaoji's desire for the gym competition. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Athena stepped forward and comforted. It's noon now. We should find a place to finish eating first, and then rest for a while. The most important thing is to relax our mood before the game. Xiaoyao nodded to show his understanding, and that's the only way to do it. Instead of being too anxious, it's better to take advantage of these 2 days to train himself well, and to coordinate and cooperate with the Pokemon. Peaceful, laid-back forest is always a good place for a picnic, and after finding a lake not far from the trail, the 3 of Saga decided to enjoy their lunch of the day here. The oncoming refreshing lake breeze, the clear and bottomless lake, and occasionally a few king carp or horned goldfish jumped out of the lake and then splashed several splashes. Many serpentine bears and coyote dogs are not well watered, drinking the sweet fresh water at both ends of the lake. Such a beautiful view. Drinking juice and enjoying all kinds of food prepared here is also a great joy in life. Of course, it would be better if there is no unpleasant snack food on the side. Untie. Although the shackled round land shark was a little tired, but when he thought of promising his canned beef, he couldn't wait to run to Saga's side, stretched out his short hand and pulled Saga's trouser leg tightly, as if he was afraid that he would go back on it. Saga reluctantly gave the foodie a brain break and let him let go his trouser leg. Immediately afterward, he took out cans of top-quality Wagyu beef from the shoulder bag that he carried with him. According to the research of scientists, this Wagyu beef is a distant relative of Kintaro, but it has taken two completely different paths on the road of evolution. Low intelligence and no other ability, so it can only be kept in captivity as meat for human need. However, the beef of this kind of Wagyu is quite excellent, with perfect marbled meat, tender taste, and rich protein, which also makes it expensive in the market. It is a very happy thing for ordinary families to eat once a month. Just took out a can of canned beef and put it on the tablecloth. This impatient boy has already snatched it. First sniffed along the mouth of the can, and a human-like intoxication appeared in his big round eye. Immediately afterward, he opened his rather sharp-toothed mouth and bit into the can, only to hear a click, and the mouth of the iron can was neatly bitten by the round land shark good teeth. Although the round land shark is short, only 0.6 barely to Saga's calf, and the round body is still slightly bloated, but the big mouth that occupies almost half of the body is still quite infiltrating, and the bite force is also extremely good among many Pokemon. Under the big mouth full of sharp teeth, there is no neck, just the red belly, plus the iconic shark fin crown on the top of the head is indeed a veritable land shark. This is not a nonsense. Hundreds of years ago, when the ancients first saw the Pokemon of the round land shark, they just regarded it as a kind of shark Pokemon that could walk on land, and at that time, many people still naively think that this rare land shark is a Pokemon of the water system. Feilu Little Say Inside Department Group 1, 1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Flylu Little Say Inside Department Group 2, 9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. However, with the advancement of science, the identity of the round land shark as a rare dragon Pokemon has only been recognized by many people. The name of the original image of loose shark has also been modified, but because it has many shark bodies characteristic, the official scientific name still has the word land shark, and even its two subsequent stages of evolution, the shark-toothed land shark and the fierce-bite land shark, also have the name of the land shark. Directly poured that one person's portion of Wagyu beef into his big mouth, chewing with his sharp teeth at will. After a few times, he bit these strong hind leg meat into minced meat, and his belly was agitated, but it was just a blink of an eye. There are no more large cans that can be eaten by one person. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu's novel. Chapter 195. Oscar and Andrew open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. One by one, each time Saga took out a large can of beef from his shoulder bag, the round land shark followed behind his butt, opened his big mouth easily, took a few bites and swallowed his stomach. No more. Saga suddenly stopped taking things out, then zipped up the zipper of the backpack, and looked down at the round land shark that was still waiting for the canned food. Ga woo woo. In his hand towards Saga in dissatisfaction. After Jarvis's translation, he said, "What about the rest of the can? You are my master. You can't lie to me, or else I will not cooperate with the next training. Yo, you still have something to say." Saga was also amused by the fact that this kid's wicked person sued first. He hugged the struggling little fat man, clenched his right fist and rubbed his head fiercely, scolding with laughter. "Count how many on the ground. A can of beef. Originally I was going to give you $5.55 for lunch and $5.55 for dinner. You are good. You can eat as much as I take out, and you dare to say that I don't talk. Are you courting death?" Quote, Gao Wu. The round land shark was humiliated by Saga's strange force. After the struggle was ineffective, it could only lean on Saga's arms obediently. Looking at the empty cans all over the floor, he raised his little finger resentfully and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 3, 444, 555, 666. Obviously only 666. The master is a big liar. Haha, I can't do it. Athena was overjoyed by the cute performance of the round land shark. Clutching her stomach and leaning on Xiaoyao, the huge mountain in front kept shaking up and down with laughter, but it looked so attractive. This little idiot obviously only has 6 fingers, and the maximum number is only 6. Haha. Xiaoyao also covered his mouth and chuckled. There were clearly 10 empty cans on the ground, but the round land shark, who could only count with his fingers, stubbornly thought that his count was correct. Give 100 cans of beef, and in the end it just thinks that it has eaten 666. What a little rascal. Under the oppression of power. Round Land Shark could only obediently walk up to the two big men and eat the energy cube prepared for them with the Flame Chicken and the Lizard King. The food bowl in front of the flaming chicken is filled with energy cubes made of spicy coconut and red apricot, which are especially suitable for the absorption of the physique of fire-type Pokemon, while the Lizard King is chokeberry and the Round Land Shark is a red dragon fruit and a dragon fruit. Of course, the energy cube prepared by Saga for Pokemon are the best on the market. Many precious medicinal materials are also added in the production process, which can maximize the energy in the cube. Nutrition, make Pokemon better, and future body growth will also become more excellent. The power of the skills will be stronger. It is a great blessing in life to meet such a happy picture at a beautiful time. Just as Saga was cleaning the bodies of the Pokemon with a damp towel by the lake, suddenly there was a sound from the jungle not far away. Saga looked sideways and saw two strange young men and women is walking slowly. One is a girl with beautiful features, wearing a medieval pink princess dress, and her long red hair is also curly hair that is unique to medieval ladies, while the other slightly heroic young man is wearing a non-commissioned officer's dress at that time. The two have excellent temperament, and Chad thought it was a medieval princess and a knight who appeared in front of him. Excuse me, what's the matter with you two? Although the two are dressed differently, after all, there are still many people in this world who like to follow ancient traditions, so it is not surprising that they are dressed like this. Hello. Each of the people who came here made a perfect ancient etiquette, from which it can be seen that the two of them should have been born in a certain noble family. My name is Oscar. My name is Andrew. Hello. Sarah nodded in response, but he didn't make any return gift. Although he knew how to deal with these ancient etiquette, the heroic king's subconscious had already changed many of his views. How could the ancient king's return gift to the inferior noble? Of course Oscar and Andrew didn't care either. After all, there are only a few nobles in the world who inherit tradition. Most people don't know that these etiquettes are forgivable. They just accidentally saw the harmonious picture of the boy and the Pokemon, and they couldn't help it. Acquaintance, your relationship with Pokemon look good. Oscar and Andrew walked to the front side by side, applauding, and said, "This is the first time I have seen the Flame Chicken and the Lizard King. They are very good in size, strong, full of explosive power, but also agile and flexible. I want to come to you. Definitely a great trainer. I don't know if we are lucky enough to know your name." Andrew bowed slightly, respectfully. Although the blonde boy in front of him was wearing civilian clothes, the nobility between his eyebrows was something that should not be underestimated. His strong and sturdy body just stood there, but it gave people a feeling of indescribable preciousness. It may be difficult for ordinary people to see, but Andrew, who received strict aristocratic training since childhood, has seen a lot of extraordinary things from this young man. Could it be that he is also a descendant of a great aristocrat? Feilu reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 196 Esten Castle. Open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. Saga is not a rude person either. The other party treats you with respect and needs to befriend them. He gently nodded and said, "My name is Saga. It's a pleasure to meet you, Oscar and Andrew. Your Excellency, you can see that you are not ordinary people. Andrew and I are vacationing here. It is also an honor to meet such a person." Oscar put his right hand in front and smiled. "Our holiday villa is not far from the forest. I wonder if your Excellency is interested in visiting this." Saga was a little hesitant. These two people were almost impeccable in terms of politeness and temperament, and there was no arrogance of those nobles in their eye. They seemed to know that they were people who were easy to get along with. But he was not alone here. Xiaoyao and Athena is still there. Lunch break in the tent. Attentive Andrew saw the embarrassment in Saga's eye, and then looked at the 2 pairs of women's shoes under the shade of a tree not far away. He couldn't help but understand, and said softly, "Lord Saga seems to have a partner here. It doesn't matter. Oscar and I also welcome those 2 ladies to our villa. Kindly invited by others," and Saga was not easy to refuse. He nodded, handed the towel in his hand to the flaming chicken, and then walked to the tent under the shade of the tree. He needed to ask Xiaoyao and Athena if they would like to go as a guest. If neither of them is willing, then Saga can only apologize to Oscar and Andrew. Andrew and Oscar's family should be very rich, right? Looking at the vaguely visible villa not far away, Xiaoyao couldn't help taking a breath, saying that it was the villa or someone else's low-key. This was simply a castle located in the mountain. Miss Xiaoyao is really like Liao Zan. Andrew covered his red lips and chuckled. "This is a wedding gift from my father to me and Oscar, and I don't usually live here." Amazing. Xiaoyao was secretly shocked in the bottom of her heart. Her family is considered to be in relatively good condition. Her father is the owner of the gym, but a famous art trainer. But the wedding gift of the 2 in front of them is a luxurious castle that almost occupies the top of the mountain. Just imagine how terrible their family is. Come to the bottom of the mountain. You can sit directly on the special equipment, and you can reach the castle on the top of the mountain in no time. Quick. The door at the door. The huge iron gate of 6 meters begins to open. Immediately afterward, a group of good-looking servants stood in 2 rows respectfully and said respectfully, "Welcome, young master and young lady, go home. You don't have to worry about us. Just go about your own business." Quote, facing these domestic servants, Andrew was no longer the humble lady he had faced with Saga and others before, but rather said with dignity, "Tonight, a distinguished guest will come and tell the kitchen to cook the best food." Yes, maid did not dare to raise their head, but bowed respectfully in unison, and then each returned to the castle. Some are cleaning the fallen leaves on the garden path, some are pruning the gardening, and their work assignments are well organized. When they meet Oscar and Andrew, the 3 of them are bowing respectfully. Style. Even the maids have been nurtured so well, as expected of a noble family that has been passed down for many years. Seeing everything in the castle, Saga secretly nodded in approval. Etiquette and attitude toward strangers are really not comparable to those of the nouveau riche. These nobles who can pass on for 100 years or even longer are also quite good at educating their descendants. Led by Oscar, Saga and others began to visit the castle that occupies the entire hilltop, from the inside to the outside. Because of the large area, Oscar also specially called a sightseeing car and drove it himself, and Andrew said that it is necessary to urge the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner. According to, she said, the middle-aged nobles who pursue perfection are not allowed to be rude in front of their guests. If the dinner cannot meet the corresponding standard, they will feel neglected, so very guilty. In this regard, Saga can only say that they are indeed true nobles, with perfect images and perfect etiquette, but they are also bound by these inherited rules and regulations. Before doing anything, they must consider the honor of the family and their personal behavior. Therefore, it is not as casual and happy as ordinary people. God gave you a noble birth, and it will also make you lose some simple happiness. This is the castle's museum, which houses many masterpieces by the old masters. Oscar slowly stopped the sightseeing car. He proudly introduced, "My ancestors and I were both involved in the war against tyrants 1,000 years ago, and I heard from the old man that the king from Kanto was cruel and inhuman, but his strength was strong in the world. He led his army to defeat countless nobles. The war against tyrants 1,000 years ago." Listening to Oscar's introduction, Xiaoyao was a little thoughtful, remembering that when he was a child at school, the teacher also taught relevant history, but it was not comprehensive, just that a tyrant from across the sea almost destroyed the whole 1,000 years ago. Fragrant play. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 197 Double County Ah. Although that tyrant was powerful, he angered the god of the sky because he was too cruel, and the army of 100,000 was wiped out. When Oscar said this, he sighed a little. The tyrant was finally defeated, and the countless wealth he left behind was also divided up by the nobles who participated in the war at that time. My ancestors were very lucky to get those wealth at that time. Of course, only a small part of it. God of the sky, what is that? Xiaoyao asked curiously. Oscar looked up at the sky with reverence, and said, the god of the sky is the divine beast that guards the clear skies for thousands of miles in the legend of Fang Yuan. It possesses endless power, and no one or any force has the slightest resistance to its anger. Let's not talk about it. Let me take you to the museum to visit. In addition to the local ancient art of Fang Yuan, there are also many antique from Kanto and Chengdu. Oscar parked the sightseeing car on the lawn and said to the 3 with a smile, the god of the sky. Practi. Saga stared at the mark on the gate of the museum. The body was snake-shaped, with horn, the tail was like a fish, and there were arms under the neck and above the front. Such images may not even know Oscar, who worships it, what the so-called god of the sky is. There have been countless legends left by the people in Fang Yuan, but there are very few people who have actually seen its deity. It lives in the ozone layer and rarely descends to the human world, has a ferocious personality and will attack things that violate his own territory. This is why the air accident in Fang Yuan is significantly higher than that in other areas. Rikongza has never been a divine beast to protect human beings. After entering the password, the iron cascade of the museum slowly opened. As soon as you entered, there was a smell full of history, and the air was filled with a touch of incense, which made people feel relaxed involuntarily. As Oscar said, his family's collection is indeed very rich. There are many ancient porcelain and metal products in the glass counter, including the pots used by the ancients to hold food, as well as some jade and gold classical jewelry. There is everything. There are several pairs of armors that the generals carried hundreds of years ago. If any one of the collections here is auctioned outside, it is estimated that it will be calculated at more than 10 million. Looking at these neatly placed weapons and armors, a faint sense of familiarity spread in Sajia's heart, and it was also accompanied by a sadness. Why don't those who inherited part of the King of Heroes' memories know that the weapons and armors in front of them, without any accident, were left by their soldiers in the war thousands of years ago? The nobles of Fang Yuan kept these things, among them the spoils of war, in order to show the so-called nobility honor. Although they were beaten into an army by the King of Heroes' army, they could only follow behind the beast to take advantage of them, but this did not prevent them from changing some of the history history so that future generations could take it as an honor. The past is the past. You are unwilling, but I am not you after all, and I will not be desperate for your ambition. I am Saga, not the king of heroes. Feeling the frantic beating of that special heart, Saga coldly shouted in his heart, however, you can rest assured that I will fight against the Korakuza in the end, not for your hatred, but I want to know whether the human power can shake the power of the god, that's all. Plop, plop. As if hearing Saga's word, the beating of the king's heart began to gradually stabilize, and the incomplete memory that could affect emotions also receded from his mind. Saga, are you alright? Xiaoyao gently pressed Saga's arm and asked worriedly, your face was a little ugly just now. Are you feeling unwell? Your Excellency, Saga is not feeling well. Hearing Xiaoyao's word, Oscar's expression was the most urgent. Do you need me to find the doctor in the castle to help you? Take a look. Don't worry. Sa took a deep breath, smiled and waved his hand. I know my body. It can't be healthy anymore. I was just a little shocked by Oscar's collection. So it is. Oscar nodded knowingly. Bang! With a vigorous volley, the colored tennis ball flew straight past Oscar's ear, hitting the barbed wire behind him heavily, making a terrifying muffled sound. Oscar was slightly stunned, then applauded, looked at the boy on the opposite side, and said, Your Excellency, Saga is really amazing, and his ability to play tennis is really terrifying. But what I thought in my heart was, what a pervert. I couldn't catch the ball played by this power at all. You are also very nice. Saga put the racket on his shoulders, walked slowly to the net and shook hands with Oscar. To be honest, Oscar's skills in tennis are very good, but his physical condition is far inferior to Saga. Every time he makes a strong volley, Oscar can't receive it with all his strength. This invitation game is a complete defeat. Athena, Xiaoyao, and Andrew were sitting next to each other, drinking herbal tea, and talking about girls. Seeing Saga and Oscar walking slowly, Andrew suddenly suggested, it's still a while before dinner time, why don't we hold a two-player cooperative match? Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 198 King Nito. After Nito, double county off. Xiaoyao said with interest, it sounds very interesting. Yes. Andrew nodded lightly and said with a smile, I am in the group with Oscar. Xiaoyao, you are in the group with Your Excellency Saga. Let's see which of the two teams has the best tacit understanding. Saga, what do you think? Xiaoyao looked a little embarrassed at the boy who was drinking water. I don't care. Saga shrugged and said, anyway, I'm still idle. It's really interesting for two people to cooperate and fight. Since you've all made up your mind, then I'll be reluctant to be the referee for this game. Athena stretched and slowly got up from the seat. Then there is Miss Lau. Athena. Andrew and Oscar bow slightly. Let's start the combination of Oscar and Andrew. The combination of Saga and Xiaoyao. The Pokemon duo competition. Start now. Athena stood in the middle of the arena and shouted imposingly, looking like a league referee. As the host, let Andrew and I show the Pokemon first. Oscar and Andrew looked at each other and took out a Pokemon ball with a similar style and a heart logo from their arm. Come on, King Nito. Come on, Queen Nito. 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 There were 2 similar roars, but one was thicker and the other was slightly lower. King Nito, the drill Pokemon, waving its huge tail to entangle the enemy. When the opponent feels intimidated, it will hit the opponent with its strong body. After Nito, drill Pokemon, the whole body is covered with hard skin. No matter what kind of attack it faces, it can dash forward without fear. I saw 2 Pokemon that I had never seen before. I already took out the Pokemon illustrations when I was a kid to check each other's information. As expected of a husband and wife, the magic used is so symbolic. Saga observed with interest the 2 large Pokemon standing in front of Oscar and Andrew. In nature, King Nito and Queen Nito are natural spouses, and they will only identify with one Nito in their life. Afterward, when the other party dies, the remaining one will not leave until the end of loneliness. So, in people's heart, 2 kinds of Pokemon are symbols of steadfast love. Both are ground type and poison type Pokemon. Xiaoyao memorized the key information in the illustrated book and began to think about which Pokemon in his hand would be suitable for him. Field, Fire Chick, Hunting Swallowtails, and Meowing to the Tail. But after thinking about it, I don't feel which one is more suitable. The number of Pokemon is still too small. At this time, Xiaoyao feels that he is not so qualified. Although the coordinator does not need to take as many Pokemon as the trainer, 6 guaranteed Pokemon are still necessary. Huo Kai is the weakest, and it is estimated that he can't even break the opponent's defense. Hunting Swallowtails is not suitable for Pokemon of this weight. After such exclusion, it seems that only the unreliable Shangwei Meow can play. Although the little guy is a little cute, but with coordination skills, it can borrow the unique trick of Flaming Chicken and Hunting Swallowtails. Anyway, the game must depend on Saga, so I will try my best to contain the opponent and create better opportunities for Saga. Thinking of this, Xiaoyao made up her mind, took out the baby ball from her waist, threw it into the air, and said loudly, Meow Shangwei, get on the stage. Come out, Round Land Shark. Seeing Xiaoyao take out his Pokemon, Saga also released the Round Land Shark. It's just a friendly match anyway. It doesn't need to be too serious, and this delicious ambitious and lazy boy needs some practical training at some point. Rich people are good. Athena, who was standing on the edge of the field, muttered boringly, he is tall, look good, and has a very shiny skin. Although his strength is good, it obviously lacks the kind of King Nido and Queen Nido. Belligerent, the two guys seem to have kept Pokemon as pets. As one of the 3 cadres of the rocket, Athena is not only excellent in strength but also has good eyesight. She can estimate a game of this level at a glance. Even she dared to say that her strength is no worse than those of the so-called 4 heavenly kings, and she has 7 points of confidence that she can beat him, because she is not rely on the older generation parallel imports that can only be put on stage. Of course, this is also because Athena does not know the full strength of Saga, otherwise she will know the strength of the strong pets on the island, and the strength of the salamander she knows is only among the many Pokemon of Saga. Only rank 4. Quack, the round land shark, who had just appeared, rubbed his sleepy eyes in dissatisfaction. After a rare lunch break, he was released by this bad master, and when he saw the 2 big guys on the opposite side, the round land shark knew that he wanted to. What did you do? Although dissatisfied, it did not dare to disobey Saga's orders. As guest, you should be the first to attack. Oscar and Andrew seemed confident and let Saga and Xiaoyao attack first. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. I'm very sorry, I finished the quotation on the last night today, and there will be no such thing after tomorrow. Finishing these tasks today, at least half a month, there will be no accident, and there will be no accidents in the next half a month. I will keep 4 updates every day. I'm sorry today, everyone. Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 199 Double County Op. Open black lens bracket 1 more close black lens bracket. Then we're welcome. Miao Shangwei. Use assistant. As soon as Xiaoyao came up, he shouted vigorously. It's rare to see Xiaoyao have such an aura. Saga smiled, and then his eyes became sharp. He should focus on any game. This is the basic principle of the trainer, and it is also a kind of respect for the opponent. The round land shark, flying sand feet, to deal with such a large-sized Pokemon, and it is still a doubles game. The burrowing trick that the round land shark is good at cannot be used, otherwise the opponent will have an earthquake and double damage. It's the end of the street. This is also one of the most common mistakes that many novice trainers make. Using assistance from the very beginning, this skill is more character-oriented, and Xiaoyao has too few Pokemon, and there are only a few skills that can be borrowed. Athena thought to herself, the naturally cute Shangwei Miao does not seem to have any emotion called fear. Even in the face of 2 huge and slightly fierce-looking Pokemon, it is so alive and kicking. After hearing Xiaoyao's order, Shangwei meowed softly. His dexterous body jumped high, and at the same time, his right paw began to flash white light, which was a precursor to assisting skill. Next second, a group of red flames sprayed out of the white light. Although the power was not amazing, it was indeed a jet of flame. The fire column passed through half of the field and rushed straight to the other end of King Nido and he. After Nido, facing the flood of fire, Oscar and Andrew did not panic in the slightest. Their smiling faces were full of confidence, and they had no intention of letting King Nido and Queen Nido escape. Seeing the pillar of fire getting closer, Oscar gave a gentle command. King Nido, stand in front of Nido and protect it. Nido, hearing the master's order, King Nido first glanced at the lover beside him in love, and then the huge body covered with armor stepped forward, and the body one size larger than Nido's body perfectly blocked the surging wave. The jet of flames came, raised his sturdy right arm to protect his brittle eyes, and the pillars of fire spread out from both sides of the right arm for a few seconds, but it did no harm to Nido. With his friendly skills, his physical power will decrease to a certain extent, not to mention that with King Nido's defense, even if the main turkey comes out with its strength alone, there is no hope for defense. 2 lovely Pokemon. As the initiator, Xiaoyao didn't have the slightest attack on the gas barrier of failure, but looked at Queen Nido, who was helping Nido's trace with admiration. Of the lover, and the other is even more virtuous kind of Pokemon, a simple love that does not contain any distractions, but sometimes it is what countless human beings yearn for. Now is not the time. When it comes to dating, although Saga appreciates the tacit understanding between the two, the game is a game. Round land shark, take advantage of the present. Fly sand feet. Gao Wu. The gluttonous boy narrowed his big eyes wickedly, and took advantage of the opportunity to use the jet flame to attract the attention of the two. He had already swayed his round body and ran to King Nido's not far away. The 2 calves moved frantically on the rocky ground as if they were equipped with motors. Then, balls of yellow sand flew toward King Nido, who was enjoying the tenderness of his lover. In the eyes. Nido. King Nido, who was hit, roared angrily, and his fragile eyes rolled into a lot of sand. The unpleasant feeling made King Nido keep rubbing his eyes with his arm, but the more the arm covered with hard armor rubbed, it crushed the sand in his eyes, which also made King Nido feel more and more uncomfortable. Sorry, Oscar, I was careless, Andrew said apologetically. energetically. After Nito, neck, it's time to show your strength. Take revenge for your husband, and use the blasting punch of love. This Queen Nito can even hear this skill with bursting fist. Saga has a big head. It is indeed a Pokemon of the big family. The talent potential of this Queen Nito is still quite outstanding. Exploding fist is an extremely powerful fighting skill. Perhaps the instant burst of a single unit is weaker than a concentrated punch, but the side effects of the explosive fist against the enemy are the most troublesome for countless people. With all his strength, he used his explosive fist. After being hit, he would be 100% in a state of chaos. In order to avenge his attacked husband, Nito decided to use his full strength. The powerful force made Empress Nito's explosive power not to be underestimated, and the bursting fist swung quickly, with an indomitable momentum, smashed the round land shark, who was stunned on the spot. This kid's actual combat experience is still too bad. Round land shark, who was a little stunned by Nito's aura. Saga secretly sighed, but there was no way. Its strength is obviously far stronger than that of the round land shark. Although this little guy, as a descendant of a quasi-god, must have excellent talent potential in the future, when he was still young, how much of a quasi-god could he show? Please download Fanfiction Novel. Chapter 200 Double Cooperative Competition, 2-second update. Round land shark, use burrowing. Seeing that this little guy didn't have time to dodge, Saga had no choice but to do this, otherwise he would be hit by a powerful explosive punch and fall into a state of chaos. Then there would be no suspense in the next game, even if not immediately. Losing the ability to fight, King Nito or Queen Nito casually took advantage of the chaos to go up to make up a knife, and the only one left was Xiangwei Miao, and this two-player cooperative match could be decided in 3 rounds. The end. I still underestimated Oscar and Andrew. If the Lizard King was sent, this game would not be so passive. Of course, Saga's original idea was to train the round land shark as much as possible. It was just a friendly match anyway. Even if he lost in the end, it didn't matter. Although the round land shark was frightened by the momentum of the charge from Nito, after hearing Saga's order, he still recovered some of his state. After all, this kid is still a daring thing, but he has not experienced any battle. It does not rule out that this kid is really greedy for life and fear of death. Hands and feet. The seemingly bloated round body showed an unbelievable digging speed, but in the blink of an eye, a basketball-sized pothole appeared on the ground. It is among the quasi-gods who have long disappeared in various regions. The most powerful digger is Yukila in the initial state, but the round land shark with the name of the Earth Dragon is not inferior to Yuki in terms of digging skill. Pull. Boom. After losing the target, Nito couldn't control the strength of his body, and his right fist wrapped by Beiming slammed heavily on the ground where the round land shark was standing. He punched down, and the seemingly hard rock field instantly it was torn apart, and with the hole dug by the round land shark as the center, it was filled with a diameter of about 1 meter, and there were obvious concave marks in the field of that 1 meter. Conceivable that once the round land shark current physical strength is hit by Nito's blasting fist head-on. Tis tis. Only one person can understand the taste. Screen went to the ground, feeling the vibration that went straight to the ground, as well as the violent roar from above. The round land shark patted the red belly in fear. If it wasn't for the bad guy's quick reminder, maybe it would be true. He was recruited, but his strength clearly couldn't beat those 2 big men, and he didn't know what that family thought. Going up now is just to deliver food, or just hide here for a while. Your Excellency, Saga's reaction ability is really excellent, Zhang praised, but since it is a competition, it is more interesting to go all out. King Nito, earthquake. Sure enough, Saga's heart trembled. When Yuan Lu Shark used his burrowing trick to avoid the blasting fist, he guessed that it is very likely that they will face the threat of an earthquake from the other side. Nito, although the eyes were still a little uncomfortable, they no longer hindered King Nito's action. The sturdy giant tail slapped the ground heavily, and then the more majestic body than Nito jumped suddenly. The abdomen sank, and the giant mouth with sharp teeth opened slightly, as if to transport all the strength of the whole body to himself. I won't let you succeed. Seeing that Saga's round land shark was facing a huge crisis, Xiaoyao shouted coquettishly. Miao Xiangwei continued to use assistant. This is too impulsive. Athena is somewhat incomprehensible. Assistance is a skill that depends entirely on luck, although Xiaoyao currently has only 2 Pokemon, and the assistance borrowed is either a turkey or a bird hunting, but once it comes out, it is the turkey skill. What should I do with the only 2 or 3 skills of the fire chick, none of which can even cause trouble to King Nito? Meow jumped up again. Still the light from the right claw flickered with a unique trick. Then, in the eyes of everyone in surprise, a series of white silk thread flew out from the white light, and they rushed towards Ni, who could not dodge in the air. Many kings, going round and round, actually tightly bound the legs of King Nito. When I didn't say it, Athena's smile was a little stiff. This luck was really bound by her leg, and King Nito, who had jumped high, could no longer control his balance, roared, and then fell heavily from the air, splashing a few feet of dust. Crisis has turned into an opportunity. Of course Saga will not miss such a good opportunity. Applauding, nodded to Xiaoyao, and then shouted loudly, boldly. The round land shark directly used the quicksand area underground. The position where King Nito landed was just above the round land shark, and when King Nito was tearing the annoying silk thread on his feet, the round land shark, who heard Saga's order, also started his own action. Quack! The two short hands slowly came to the stage. The round body surface began to show a gleaming light. The eyes were slightly wrinkled, and the little guy showed a serious expression for the first time. Under the control of this innate power, the soil around the round land shark quickly began to soften, and this influence reached the top of it in the blink of an eye, where King Nito landed. King Nito was still tearing at the silk threads on his feet unknowingly. These white threads seemed to be no more than half a finger thick, but they were quite difficult to entangle. Although King Nito is powerful, it is not easy to break these silk threads easily. Philo reminds you 3 things to read and collect. Recommend Pokemon Hacking System Part 3 Chapter 201-237 Chapter 201 Double Cooperative Competition 3 Update. King Nito didn't notice it, but it didn't mean that Andrew didn't hear Saga's order. The commanding gesture displayed by this noble lady at the moment was also quite outstanding. Andrew smiled and exchanged glances with Oscar, who was beside him, and said loudly, "After Nito, help King Nito move his position." The other party dared to use the quicksand hell so boldly. There is no doubt that the ground where the round land shark is hiding should be just below King Nito. Thinking of this place, how could Andrew watch his lover's King Nito get caught? After Nito walked quickly behind King Nito, supported her husband's shoulder, and began to drag her back with force. Xiaoyao, hurry up and stop Nito after. This game was originally a 2-person cooperation, and of course Saga will not forget that there is a helper available around him. Let me out to the tail. Use blizzard. Ah! Hearing this, Xiaoyao cried out in surprise, but Xiangwei Miao's grasp of snowstorms is still very poor. In the last gorgeous contest, Xiangwei Miao used a failed blizzard in the first round of review, and the scene where Xiaoyao almost did not enter the second round 22 is still vivid in my mind. Believe in her and in yourself. During this period of time, you and Xiangwei Miao's efforts are obvious to all. The power of the blizzard does not need to be too great, as long as it can delay the time. Saga whispered encouragement. Nodded firmly, waved his hand and shouted, "Miao Xiangwei, according to what Brother Saga said, use all your strength to make a blizzard." Miao. Xiangwei Miao tilted his head, looked back at the excited master, nodded with a smile. His big fluffy tail was raised high, his mouth was slightly opened, and a faint blue light began to condense in his mouth. He kept humming in a low voice, and the eyes that were always squinted actually slowly opened some gaps at this time, which is enough to prove how hard the little guy is now. Woo! The squeal of effort. The light blue light gradually turned into a whistling blizzard, with the peculiar whistling of the blizzard blowing forward towards Nito, who was dragging her husband. Nito. Seeing this, Queen Nito rushed to King Nito, just like the king blocked the jet flame with his body. At this moment, Queen Nito also used his body to help King Nito block some blizzard. Tacit and full of love. Although it is a 2-player cooperative game, it is still a Pokemon battle in the final analysis. Is it really good to show love like this? Saga is a little helpless. The talent potential of this King Nito and Queen Nito are undoubtedly similar. He is the best among them, and his own strength should be more than that. When Oscar and Andrew look at each other affectionately all the time, they know that their interest is not in training. Practice Pokemon. The so-called 2-player cooperative game is just an activity they usually do, just for fun. With the equally loving King Nito and Queen Nito, the feeling of love and tacit understanding is far greater than the game itself when competing with the guest. More interesting. The howling blizzard successfully stopped Nito and continued to move King Nito, but the place where King Nito was located quickly began to soften. Quicksand hell. Use special energy to control the surrounding ground to become as soft as quicksand, which can be used to trap the opponent's actions, but it does not harm itself. Under the control of the round land shark, the originally hard rock and soil field became like quicksand, and King Nito, who was just above it, began to sink rapidly because of his own weight, and he didn't have time to react. However, King Nito's body has already sunk in half. The round land shark. Stop the quicksand hell. Saga continued to order. The round land shark in the ground slowly let out a sigh of relief. The special energy around his body began to dissipate, and he sat in the cave. The quicksand hell just now seemed to be a serious threat to the round land shark physical strength. In the test, this skill that can change the terrain is quite a waste of physical strength, and the round land shark is not the kind of hero, the lucky one who has been fused with rare treasures and life treasures since he was a child. Kira can use the characteristics of the life gem to absorb sunlight infinitely to restore his stamina. As long as he is not killed by that kind of powerful skills at one time, Kira can theoretically keep fighting, and the stamina lost by the skill can completely absorb sunlight. Restoring. The Jade of Life almost made Yukira a perpetual motion machine. The ground without energy support could not maintain the soft form of quicksand, and after the last trace of energy was exhausted, the field quickly recovered its previous hardness. Nito. Being trapped in the ground, King Nito roared and struggled to get up, but this half-buried posture made made it useless at all. His arms were also covered by rocks and soil, and his legs were even more deeply sunk into the ground. King Nito was unable to use his strength, and the more he struggled, the more firmly he seemed to be trapped. King Nito. Seeing that King Nito was in trouble, Oscar couldn't help but said anxiously. Seeing this, Andrew shouted, "Queen Nito, go and help King Nito. Round land shark. Right now, Dragon's Wrath." Saga pointed his finger at Nito, and shouted, "Xiaoyao, you also command Shangwei Miao and continue to use assistant." "OK, underscore." Xiaoyao, who had reacted, hurriedly said, "Meow to the tail, use assistance after aiming at Nito." To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 202 Dinner. Pyramid. Open black lens bracket 4 more close black lens bracket. Haha, a game with your excellency Saga and Miss Xiaoyao is really fun. On the large dining table, Oscar, the head of the family, was sitting in the first place, holding a glass of red wine. To Saga, "Come on, you're welcome. The guests are the protagonists of today's dinner, and I don't know if the castle's meals are suitable for you. The taste, yeah. Your excellency Saga and Miss Xiaoyao have a really good relationship, and they cooperated quite well during the competition." Andrew, who was sitting beside him, laughed out loud. "It's really a chance in life to meet the three of you during our honeymoon with Oscar, and we will be friends in the future." Xiaoyao put down the knife and fork in his hand and said a little embarrassedly, "Oscar and Andrew, you are the one who has a tacit understanding. The combination of King Nito and Queen Nito is really powerful. It's the first time for me to travel for so long. I see that Saga has lost." Saga helplessly shrugged at Oscar and Andrew, who were looking over, and then kicked the round land shark that was feasting on it. Was a stretch on the little guy's head, and there were some scratches on his body, but of course these injuries did not affect the guy's appetite at all. After all, it participated in this two-player cooperative competition, and although it was defeated in the end, Oscar and Andrew still warmly invited round land shark and Shangwei Miao to today's dinner. At Xiaoyao's feet, Shangwei Miao quietly ate the silver fish on the plate. Other hand, the round land shark was sitting on the luxurious carpet, and there were several empty plates around. At this time, the little guy was fighting with the big beef shank in front of him, and there was a maid beside him specially for its service. Saga tried to take it back several times because it was so embarrassing. The appearance of eating, and the sound of eating, the maid behind her was already overjoyed, and from the corners of her mouth shaking from time to time, you can see how hard she is enduring now, because this little guy in front of her is really too cute. The two-player cooperative game in the afternoon. The game was finally won by the perfect combination of King Nito and Queen Nito. Saga didn't even think that he originally wanted to use the Dragon's Fury and the assistance of Shangwei Miao to defeat the weaker Nito first while King Nito was trapped. Dragon's Fury is the most powerful trick of the round land shark at present, and the skill that Shangwei Miao assists is hunting swallowtail paralysis powder. The combination of the two has indeed caused great damage to Nitoho, but the last accident happened to King Duo. Seeing that his spouse was hurt, King Nito, who was originally trapped, went berserk. With the help of anger, he broke through the ground and broke out of the hell, where he finally fell in love with Nito. Roll straight to the round land shark and to the tail. Meow killed it with a single trick. What does Saga feel about the loss of this game? The difference in the strength of the Pokemon between the two sides is too large. It is good to win, and it doesn't matter if you lose. This is a friendly game in my spare time. Just be happy. Why care too much? Of course, it has to be said that Audrey is really a rich man. The most expensive meal Saga has ever eaten was the Yulong family banquet hosted by Xiao Chun at the Yanmo Taoist Hall. However, compared with the many delicacies in front of him, there is still a gap. Of course, it does not mean that the financial resources of the Yulong family are not comparable to Oscar and Andrew's family, but the concept of the two sides is not the same. I heard Oscar say that he is the only child in his family, except for some principled issues. The rest of the money and other things are left to him. Of course, the education of the aristocratic elite since childhood will not make Oscar as arrogant as the children of the nouveau riche, or spend money indiscriminately. But for food, both Oscar and Andrew are quite willing to spend money. Life is alive, money is not brought in life, and it is not taken away in death. Only food is eternal. Saga agrees with their philosophy. Enjoy when you should enjoy it, and work hard when you need to work hard. That is life. The blue sky, the shining sun, and the clouds moving with the wind are the most beautiful embellishments in the sky at this time. From time to time, a group of arrogant swallows, led by the leader Wang Yan, galloped away from the sky. Wang Yan, who was in the lead at first, seemed to have noticed something. Suddenly, a behemoth slowly emerged from the cloud. It was a steel pyramid with a height of tens of meters, and the huge turbine devices at its three ends kept making a low roar. And the Aogayan behind him are Pokemon famous for their backbone, but facing such a shocking aerial giant, they have no intention of competing. Wings madly fly towards the back. At this moment, the pyramid in the sky is controlling the room. A middle-aged man with gray hair with a serious expression, sharp facial features, and a bit of wind and frost youngest of the years, stood in the middle of the high platform with his arms around his arms, and looked at the sky outside the window with awe. "What are you thinking? Yo, God, long time no see. How have you been recently?" The alloy door suddenly opened, and two people, one thin and one fat, entered the control room from the door one after the other. Behind him, the fat man wearing black sunglasses and a floral shirt, with a slightly happy appearance, is quite familiar. If Saga was here, he would have recognized at a glance that this guy was Yahida, who invited him to join the battle zone at the Orange Flower Dojo. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 203 R1 Gorgeous Competition. Teacher. The tall and thin man bowed respectfully. Zhengxing, you go down first. Jindai waved his hand backward. His expression did not change in the slightest, and he still looked right ahead. Yes. Hearing this, the tall and thin man named Masaki couldn't help but be more respectful, nodded to Ahida beside him, then opened the alloy door behind him and walked out. Cameo. How have you been recently? Ahida didn't feel too apprehensive, swaggered onto the console, and stood with the god. You should smile more and put on a serious expression every day, but you will get old quickly. Yahida, you came to me, shouldn't you just say this nonsense? Jindai retracted his gaze, turned his head to look coldly at the fat man who was sitting on the swivel chair and having fun. Of course not. Yahida held up the frame of the mirror and smiled. Do you think I look like the kind of person who doesn't do a proper job? This time I came to visit you. In addition to some questions about the development area, what is more important is that you are. What do Saga's trainers think? Saga. Hearing this name, God's always serious expression finally showed a slight change. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and said, "That the guy who was chosen by you and promised to be the 8th leader of the development zone." Yes, it's him. What do you think of him? Young genius. Kamdai said indifferently. I have seen some information about him. A very outstanding young man, with the birth of an orphan, can achieve today's achievement, is indeed an opponent that can be valued. I'll just say, how could the talent I like be wrong? Yahida said proudly. This child is growing up very fast. Maybe in a year or two, God's generation, your position as the leader of the battle may not be guaranteed. Ahida is one of the few friends in the generation of God, and he has a big mouth that can speak well to his friend. The gods have already seen it. He glanced at him calmly, then turned to look at the sky outside the window. I'm looking forward to fighting him, but who wins and who loses remains to be said. Okay, we won't discuss his business now. Yada put away this topic, and walked slowly behind the god. Said, this Kaiyu conference will be held in more than 3 months. I have selected a list of some outstanding trainers. After they have finished participating in the Kaiyu conference, I will invite them to challenge the development of the game. We plan for so many years. The first time we meet the general public, as the leader of this time, the generation of God will pay more attention. I will definitely do what I promise you, and I hope your efforts are correct. Yakida. Lush greenery. Longevity. As its name suggests, Longevity Town is a small town located on the edge of Fengyuan Misty Mountain, surrounded by 4 forests. Because of the excellent natural conditions and fresh air, the elderly living here are obviously more. Other places live longer, and centenarians can be seen almost everywhere in Changsho Town. Is this the Changsho Town? But it looks so quiet. Into the town center from the town entrance, although there are many people coming and going, most of them keep quiet, and even the hawkers on the street do not call for drinks at will. Seeing this sign, Xiaoyao felt quite curious, so he had this question. Saga smiled lightly and said, this is Changsho Town, because there are many elderly people living here, so for the sake of these old birthday stars, both local residents and foreign tourists will abide by the rules of keeping quiet, although there is nothing special prohibition, but most people see these amiable grandfathers and grandmas, and subconsciously do not want to disturb them. Oh, that's what it is. Xiaoyao nodded suddenly, and thought to himself, it seems that in the future, I need to read more about the customs of various cities and towns, otherwise it will be bad if there is trouble one day. Saga, who ran into Oscar and Andrew in the Orange Forest, was invited to be a guest at their castle. After enjoying a rich dinner, they rested for the night in a room comparable to the presidential suite. The next morning, Oscar personally drove them out of the forest, so some people from Saga also came to Changsho Town one day earlier than expected. The Longevity Conference will be held tomorrow. Yoshi, now let's go to the Pokemon Center to sign up, Xiaoyao said very vigorously. When he suddenly thought of keeping quiet, he covered his mouth timidly and looked around with a guilty conscience to see that he had participated in the gorgeous competition 3 times. This time, Xiaoyao walked in the front with a familiar car and led Saga and Athena towards the iconic word building at the end of the street. Hello, welcome to this gorgeous longevity contest. Miss Joey, who is standing at the counter in the center, has such a graceful temperament. Because this longevity conference belongs to level 1, the coordinator needs to show relevant certificate. Thank you for your cooperation. Excuse me, what is level 1 in? Xiaoyao, who was about to take out the Pokemon illustrated book to register for the competition, heard this new term and couldn't help but be taken aback. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Philo's novel. Novel. Chapter 204 Fan. It's short for Ribbon 1. Joey smiled and replied, do you have any ribbon medal? Yes, although there is only one, Xiaoyao said a little embarrassedly. Then there is no problem. The longevity conference belongs to level 1, which means that there must be more than one ribbon medal coordinator to participate in this longevity conference. It sounds like this gorgeous conference feels so advanced. Xiaoyao first breathed a sigh of relief, then said happily, fortunately, I won a ribbon medal, otherwise I would not be able to participate in the longevity conference this time. Excuse me, do you need to sign up? Joey asked politely. Of course I do. Xiaoyao hurriedly took out the only ribbon medal from his pocket, as well as his own Pokemon illustration. Coordinator Trainer Xiaoyao, with a ribbon medal, you are welcome to participate in this magnificent longevity competition. Joey took the illustration book in Xiaoyao's hand, inserted it into the computer in front of him, and quickly pressed on the keyboard with his scallion finger, and soon Xiaoyao's competition materials were recorded on the record. The scale of this longevity conference is relatively small, but the level is quite high. Walking out of the center gate, Saga suddenly smiled and said, even the International Metropolitan Convention, the gorgeous competition held in Kana City, is only an ordinary level. I didn't expect the convention in this small town to reach level 1. Quote, then, are there any other rules for this level 1 gorgeous contest? Xiaoyao tilted his head and asked. At this time, it's time to ask the guidebook. Saga suddenly changed a small book from his hand. Open the directory and find the so-called level 1 of the gorgeous contest. The gorgeous contest of the level adopts some rules of the large-scale gorgeous festival. Not only are there requirements for eligibility, but also in the first round of review and the second round of review, the coordinator must use different Pokemon. Speaking of this, Saga paused and continued. This also means, Xiaoyao, all the opponents you meet in this gorgeous competition are coordinators with at least one ribbon medal. There is no doubt that the first round of scrutiny will undoubtedly be much stricter than the few flashy competitions you've encountered before. Sounds great. Xiaoyao nodded thoughtfully. But as long as I think that the opponents I meet are so strong, I feel so excited. Then Li Tai will send out hunting swallowtails and Shangwei Miao. Seeing Xiaoyao's reaction like this, Saga was a little surprised. The girl has really grown up a lot. From the stage fright in the past to the excitement of hearing a powerful enemy now, she is completely different. Ah, look, yes, Xiao Shun, I am your loyal supporter. Holder, look at me too. I bought a lot of Shun's merchandise. That, it seems to be Xiao Shun. Xiaoyao stared blankly at the boy surrounded by more than a dozen women at the entrance of the center. I don't know when Xiao Shun was so popular. My hobby is to discover promising coordination trainers and Pokemon trainers. One of the women with a red ponytail said excitedly. Look, I also made the essence of Xiao Shun's Pokemon Gorgeous contest. Oh, thank you for this. Xiao Shun looked embarrassedly at Shanbao, the same guy. Looking at the surroundings, he was surrounded by almost water, and a drop of cold sweat could not help flowing out of his forehead. Please, Xiao Shun, sign this one. Xiao Shun smiled lightly, stroked the green shattered hair on his forehead, and said, I always refuse this kind of thing. Although they were rejected, the women around them did not get angry at all, but instead shouted obsessively, as expected of Xiao Shun, even the way of rejection is so handsome. Sure enough, compared to Pokemon battles, gorgeous contests with more visual senses and skill combinations have a higher status in the minds of women, especially Fang Yuan, the birthplace of the gorgeous contest, which has only been popular for 10 years. It has great influence and has countless die-hard fans. There are no big stars in this world, only those powerful trainers and coordinators are the eternal protagonists who are worshipped by countless people like idols. Excuse me, are you a Pokemon trainer from the Kanto region? Saga. Just when Xiaoyao and the others were watching the development of the situation ahead, a female voice suddenly came from beside them. You know me. Saga pointed to himself and wondered. The woman in front of me, I have never seen before. How did she know me? Ah, the short-haired beauty in a light yellow sweater heard Saga's answer and shouted excitedly. Sure enough, hey, everyone pay attention. It's Saga, the one from the Kanto region. A super talented trainer, and he has become a super talented trainer. The 8th leader of our Fangyuan local battle against the pioneering area. With this shout, the dozen or so women who had surrounded Xiao Shun screamed and ran towards the three of Saga, looking at the posture, as if they were seeing a superstar. I seem to understand something. Saga silently looked at the bustling crowd around him. All kinds of perfumes smelled in his nostrils. As for Xiaoyao and Athena, who were originally next to them, they had already been squeezed out by these crazy women. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 205 Confinement. Open black lens bracket. 1 more close black lens bracket. Looking at a photo handed over by this excited woman, Saga can understand why they worship themselves so much. This photo was taken by Saga when he won the championship at the Silver Conference, with some of his resume printed on the back. Obviously, there seems to be no one other than Yahida who would do this kind of thing. He used some of his deeds and honors to draw up a group group of supporters in Fangyuan so that when the battle zone was officially opened, although the impact has become greater. Final analysis: Yakita is still a businessman, and Saga has no dislike for this kind of thing. After all, they have already said in the contract that they will use the popularity of the war leader to carry out some necessary publicity. Hello, my name is Yizzy. This short-haired beauty in a light yellow sweater with a ribbon medal on her mouth held Saga's hand and said loudly, "What I admire most is some young people who can compete in Pokemon battles or glamour contests at a young age. A genius who has made great achievements. Saga, I found some of your information by accident 2 days ago. It is really hard to believe that there are still such excellent trainers in the world, so I will tell me some of your deeds. Sisters, they also adore you very much. Thank you for your attention," Saga said politely, and at the same time withdrew his left hand without showing any trace. "Master Saga, if you come to our Changsho town, are you going to participate in this gorgeous contest?" Yuzi said very spontaneously. At the same time, these women around him were also chattering and asking questions. "Sorry, this time I just accompany my partner to participate in the gorgeous contest," Saga hurriedly said. "By the way, I still have some things to do, so let's do this first." Finished speaking, Saga didn't care. He squeezed out from the siege of these women. At this moment, he could understand the pain and happiness that Xiao Shun had just now. Undeniable that it is a good thing to be admired, especially such a group of mature women with delicate appearance. But as the old saying goes, one woman is 100 ducks with 100 galleons, and with so many women together, there are thousands of ducks with galleons chattering in your ear and asking non-stop. That feeling really makes your head grow big. I'm so envious. Yizzy clenched her fist with both hands, put it in her mouth, looked at the handsome back who was leaving, and murmured, "I'm really lucky to be accompanied by a talented trainer like Saga. I really want to." Yizzy, since Saga said that if he accompanies his partner, then he will definitely go to see the gorgeous competition tomorrow. "You have to perform well." The red-haired woman who always had a note in her hand said with a smile, quote, Yes, Yizzy, you are our team's honor, and you will definitely do your best tomorrow to show the most beautiful side in front of Lord Saga. Originally, I thought Xiao Shun was already considered a very talented and beautiful boy, but compared to Mr. Saga, it feels far worse." With the support of her companion, Yuzibu secretly decided that she must go all out in tomorrow's competition. If she can defeat the participating girl, she must be able to leave a deep impression in the hearts of Saga. "Hey, will you participate in this gorgeous contest?" Xiao Shun, who was slowly following behind him, finally couldn't help but ask his own question. "Of course it is," Xiaoyao responded casually, and at the same time looked at Xiao Shun who was following behind him with a puzzled look, as if wondering why he would ask such a question. Hearing this, there was an inexplicable smile on the corner of Xiao Shun's mouth, and said, "This longevity conference is a Class 1 gorgeous contest, and all the contestants need more than one ribbon medal to participate in the contest. Anyone who is comfortable can participate." Casual people. Xiaoyao's anger was instantly ignited, disregarding the surprised eyes of the people around him, and loudly said, "What do you mean by this? You clearly know that I have already won a ribbon medal, yet you dare to say such sarcastic words." Saying that, Xiaoyao took out the carefully prepared ribbon box from his pocket with an indignant expression, although it was only a solitary one. "Oh, so you already got a medal?" Xiao Shun suddenly realized, habitually fluffed the broken hair in front of his forehead, and teased, "That's really congratulations to you, but in front of you is a coordinator who has won 4 ribbon medals, and this longevity conference it will be a gorgeous contest for my 5th ribbon medal. And as for you, the rookie coordinator who got the medal by luck last time, don't be delusional. You guys." Xiaoyao resisted the urge to beat him violently, gritted his teeth and said, "Wait for me. Tell me who wouldn't. My strength is not what it used to be. You can wait and see tomorrow's gorgeous competition. I want to decide the ribbon medal for this longevity conference." "Stubborn guy." Xiao Shun shook his head boringly. "Since you don't give up, let's see tomorrow's game. Let me see how much the rookie can improve in a few months. Who is this shitty kid?" It wasn't until Xiao Shun walked away that Athena asked curiously, "Just an arrogant guy. Although he has some strength, his character is rotten to death." Xiaoyao said disdainfully, "Tomorrow's game, I will definitely teach him a good lesson." To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 206 Data Classification. Saga's strongest Pokemon. Because of the gorgeous contest, Changsho Town, where there are usually not many people, this time the rooms of the Pokemon Center were actually full. After walking around Changsho Town for a while, Saga and his party came to the best hotel in the town and booked 3 rooms. An agreed lunchtime, the 3 of them went back to their rooms to rest. After swiping the room card, the mahogany door slowly opened. Although it is only a town-level hotel, the interior decoration and space are quite good. It is worse than a 5-star hotel, but it can still be compared 4-star hotels in some big cities. Throwing the shoulder bag on the round bed that can accommodate 3 people, Saga slowly took off the black jacket, revealing the snow-white shirt inside. The 2 buttons on the front of the neck revealed the sexy and perfect 2 muscle. Not immediately. Rest. Put on the slippers prepared by the hotel, and take out your notebook. Saga began to classify the data that he would do for a fixed period of time. Although he had a high-end brain like Jarvis, he could help him complete many things. However, it is better to do some things by yourself so that you can better memorize them in your heart. After all, external things are external things, which can be used but cannot be regarded as fundamental. From the time of his debut, he relied heavily on Jarvis's analysis and prediction of the battle situation, but now there is less and less demand for Jarvis during the battle. In addition to some information used to understand the opponent, in the actual battle, Sacramento Plus can often make the correct response faster. Saga has never thought of relying too much on Jarvis, never before and not now. It's just an alternative partner of his own. Slender, powerful fingers are flying fast on the keyboard, and the speed of the pressing is completely dazzling. A system tool specially made by Jarvis is installed in the notebook, which can classify and record all the data of his Pokemon very simply and in detail, and make corresponding analysis and suggestions. From physical data to skill strength data, strength, speed, everything is recorded of Pokemon once a week. In this way, Saga can perfectly understand all the status of all his Pokemon at any time. There is nothing that tells everything better than data. Flame Chicken's fastest speed, 25 maximum punch, 80 maximum kick, 3 maximum jump, 11 as of July 19. The latest data: Lizard King's fastest speed, 36 if there is support from trees, walls, etc. Second speed, 45 maximum punch, 4, 6, 2 maximum kick, 1, highest jump, 49 blade sharpness, pin 9 as of July 19. The latest data has reclassified all the physical data of all the Pokemon on the body and updated it. Most of the Pokemon stats have only minor changes, and the Flaming Chicken has almost no stat change compared to the previous week. The Lizard King has the biggest stat change, especially in terms of strength and speed. Although the strength is not as good as the Flaming Chicken, but the speed is far beyond. The distance of 100 meters is almost less than 3 seconds. If you are in the woods, or there are walls around to help, the speed will be greatly improved. Moreover, the change in the sharpness of the blade is even more terrifying. Saga divides the sharpness into 555 grades, and 10 of them are measured in detail. Of course, the body's surface defense of some Pokemon is also based on this classification, such as the heavy metal boss Cordora of Saga, and the neck armor with the highest defense of ordinary boss Cordora is rank 5. The characteristics of heavy metal alloys. The peak strength of the King of Heaven's boss Cordola is grade 8. 9 feet S amazing defensive power, because the long time in the sea to face the onslaught of huge waves, and let the wind speed dog burn with flames every day. This is the eldest brother with the most stable personality among all the Pokemon of Saga, but also the most ruthless towards himself. At the same time, this also means that with the current sharpness of the blade of the Lizard King, there is no hope that it will be enough to break through the hard armor of Boscodora. Boscordola has the dual attributes of steel and rock, and both seawater and fire are its biggest nemesis, but in order to gain stronger strength, Boscodola would rather be hurt every day and have to fight like this. Saga never ordered Boscodora to do this, and he didn't even advocate this kind of hard training that was almost self-mutilating. Faced with two kinds of training to strictly restrain one's own attributes every day, this kind of perseverance, even Saga, who is the master, can't help but feel admiration. It is not the best talent, but it is the hardest, and it is also the current island on the island. Saga's strongest combat power except for Mother Lugia. Once Boss Cordola bursts out with all his strength, in addition to the fact that Wind Speed Dog can rely on the Yan Emperor's unique trick that has been accumulating for a long time. In addition, even if the attributes have an advantage, and the fire-breathing dragon with natural strange power is determined not to be its opponent. At present, the Saga Kanto team, the Chengdu team, and now the Fengyuan team. The strongest combat power is the heavy alloy boss Cordola, followed by mastering the combination of speed and flame attack in the Wind Speed Dog that super kills Yandy. The third is the violent salamander, and the fourth is from the fire-breathing dragon valley. The fire-breathing dragon Phyllu, who is born with divine power, reminds you 3 things to read. Collection, recommendation. Chapter 207 Training. See you again. Open black lens bracket 1 more close black lens bracket. Lizard King, blade attack. Flaming Chicken, use the flame fist after dodging sideways with a flash of lightning. Purchasing the hotel's food materials for the past 3 days. Yuzi was walking from the warehouse, and when she passed by the back garden of the hotel, she suddenly heard the commanding voice of a trainer, who is fighting in the back garden of the hotel. Yuzi murmured curiously, and then sneakily spared from the flowers. Yuzi is a double lover, not only like gorgeous competitions, but also very interested in Pokemon battles. Although her own strength is very ordinary, she especially liked to watch those masters perform on stage. Passing through a flower bed, on the flat and wide grass, a Lizard King with a scar on his face and fierce eyes is raising the double blade of his right arm, and under the blessing of high-speed movement, he rushes extremely quickly towards a sturdy and unusually flaming chicken. Between the figures, the fierce offensive made people tremble with fear. Other hand, the flaming chicken squatted down slightly, clenched fist with both hands, moved the left fist 10 centimeters forward compared to the right fist, and the feather crest on the back was inclined upward 45 degrees. The whole body presented the most perfect defensive and counterattack posture. Lou Little Say inside Department Group 1, 1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Fly Lou Little Say inside Department Group 2, 9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. Feeling the rapid flow of the air in front of the right, the thigh muscles of the flame chicken suddenly straightened, and a short-range electric light that was completely invisible to the naked eye flashed and jumped to the left. Next second, the figure of the Lizard King, who had an afterimage because of the excessive speed, appeared at the place where the flaming chicken stood just now, and his right arm was cut horizontally with force. There was a short and slightly harsh sound of breaking through the air. Conceivable that if there was such a slight delay in the evasion of the flame chicken just now, it must have paid a terrible price. Who successfully flashed a short-range electric light did not hesitate at all. The left paw quickly stretched forward and pressed heavily on the shoulder of the Lizard King. Then the right paw clenched a fist, and the flames burning at the wrist spread rapidly upward, but in the blink of an eye. Kung Fu, the heavy fist that the flaming chicken suddenly threw has been wrapped in raging flame, and the extraordinary temperature has caused the sound of bursting. Originally caught, the Lizard King, who seemed to have to wait for being hit by the flame fist, smiled coldly. The two wing-like hard leaves on his left wrist directly turned into a light blade shape, and quickly stretched his right arm blade behind him. He was also not idle. His vigorous body pressed down slightly, although he couldn't directly break free from the flame chicken's strength, but the sharp blade that had swung towards the flame chicken's abdomen had already explained everything. Of course I'll get hurt, and you won't get better either. The fire hits the Lizard King, but the blade of the Lizard King can also slash its waist at the moment when the flame fist swings, swapping wounds for wounds. Lizard King's fruit and calmness in times of crisis are almost the best among all Saga's Pokemon. Sure enough, seeing the situation, the chicken resolutely released the left claw that grabbed the shoulder of the Lizard King, and at the same time ignited. The flame-burning right fist was quickly withdrawn, and the body flipped away from the Lizard King to prevent him from counter-attacking in the process of collecting. In the face of this more agile and flexible opponent than himself, the flaming chicken did not dare to be careless at all. Amazing. Hiding behind the big tree and watching the match secretly, Yuzi covered her red lips in surprise. To be honest, this was the first time she had seen such a fierce and terrifying match. Whether it was the fierce-looking Lizard King, or her body, the sturdy flame chicken, the strength shown in the short confrontation is enough to make people tremble. Thinking about it from another perspective, Yuzi thought that if it was her own fire elf or Kadora facing any of them, she might be instantly killed by the opponent in one round. So who are the trainers of these two powerful Pokemon? With this curiosity, Yuzi boldly walked out of the tree. Short blonde hair was combed high, and he was wearing a tight-fitting black vest that set off his sturdy and strong figure. He sat cross-legged on the grass and carefully controlled the laptop in front of him. Cameras flashing white seemed to be recording the game. It's Lord Saga. Seeing that person clearly, the happy confinement person is about to faint. I didn't expect that in addition to being handsome, Master Saga is also so good-looking. She is simply the most perfect dream lover. And the serious look, it's so charming. Yuzi was completely immersed in her own fantasy, and the key in her hand fell on the grass, and the bell pendant above made a crisp sound. Gare, cha, ah, hello, leave me alone. You keep playing, keep playing. Looking at the two Pokemon that suddenly appeared in front of her, Yuzi woke up from the illusion, took a few steps back in a panic, and a little scared color appeared on her face. Although Flaming Chicken and Lizard King are very good, these two Pokemon are really not that friendly, especially the Lizard King, with the hideous scars from the brow bone to the chin, and the bright, cold-blooded vertical pupils. Yuzi did not dare to look at him at all. You are. Saga put away the notebook and frowned slightly. After all, it is not a pleasant thing to be interrupted suddenly when recording Pokemon data. Hi, Mr. Saga. Hello. You won't forget me, right? I am Yuzi. We met at the Pokemon Center just now, and you signed my autograph. Hearing Saga's voice, Yuzi excitedly ran over from the two pets. She believed that with their masters here, these two Pokemon would definitely not hurt her, and the idols were here, so she would go up no matter what they said. The suit is almost. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 208 People Wife Confinement. You are the owner of this hotel. Hearing this answer, Saga was a little taken aback. Yuzi nodded excitedly and said, I just finished counting the ingredients in the warehouse, and suddenly heard a noise here, so I came over to have a look, but I didn't expect that it was a god-given fate that Master Saga was training here. Hee. Saga could only answer with a smile, looked at the time, and found that it was already the time agreed with Xiaoyao and the others, so he packed up his equipment, and put the Flaming Chicken and the Lizard King into the baby ball. Master Saga, are you going to have lunch? Seeing this, Yuzi quickly got up and followed. Yeah, my partner and I made an appointment to have dinner together. That great, I didn't have lunch either. Said, since Mr. Saga is in our hotel, as the boss here, I will definitely entertain you. I will invite the friends of the adult, and I will ask the chef of the hotel to cook a good meal. Delicious food. Yuzi, can you not call me Lord? Saga sighed and said, you're so much older than me, and you always call me an adult. It still feels a little awkward. It doesn't matter. The Lord is just an honorific title, just like Mikuri-sama, Genji-sama. The moon doesn't matter. Forget it. Let go. It turns out that Miss Xiaoyao has been the coordinator of 3 gorgeous competition. The dining table, Yuzi kept putting vegetables in the sajia bowl, and chatting happily with Xiaoyao. Both of them are actually junior coordinators, and there are still topics to talk about between them. I actually watched the video of Miss Xiaoyao's performance at the EPUB conference. Sat on the chair and said mysteriously, the gorgeous battle of hunting swallowtail and Cherim is really wonderful. Oh, really? A faint blush on Xiaoyao's face, but she thought in her heart. Fortunately, she was watching the video of the EPUB conference. If it was the gorgeous contest in Kana City, it would be really embarrassing. I feel very honored when I think of taking part in this gorgeous competition with you, Xiaoyao. Yuzi leaned on her chin and said excitedly, with such a strong coordination of family skills, this is something I never dared to imagine before. No, you are exaggerating too much. Xiaoyao took a sip of his cup awkwardly, and said, actually, I'm just like you, only a ribbon medal. Speaking of a newcomer, by the way, Miss Yuzi, you have participated in several gorgeous competitions. I'm sorry, I have participated in a gorgeous contest, and this longevity conference is my second gorgeous contest. Second time. Xiaoyao's voice suddenly increased by 1 decibel, and she looked at the woman in front of her in surprise, and said loudly, then you won the gorgeous competition for the first time. Yes. Yuzi didn't have any proud look, but said in a low voice, it was a very regional competition, and the scale was very, very small. It was a beginner's level. At that time, there were only more than 10 players participating in the competition, and even the host isn't Vivian. So it is. Xiaoyao said clearly, but that's also very powerful. As a beginner, you can get the ribbon medal. Presumably, Miss Yuzi's strength is quite good. Haha, there's no pulling. It's just so. Moon giggled. Mom. Bang. The door of the box opened, and a little girl in a red vest with a shape similar to a confinement walked in from outside. Mom. Saga and Xiaoyao and Athena looked at each other. Sorry, everyone. Yuzi heard the word, got up quickly, walked towards the little girl, and said, this is my daughter, Xinjia. It's amazing. It turns out that Miss Yuzi is already a mother. Xiaoyao suddenly realized. Singa, why are you here? Yuzi asked. Do you know that it is very impolite to the guest to come in without knocking on the door? How do I usually teach you? The little girl from Xinjia said angrily, because I saw that my mother never came home, and she clearly promised to have lunch with me today, but in the end, you actually lied to me. My mother is a big idiot. I'm sorry, Xinjia, it's mother's fault. Yuzi quickly calmed her daughter's emotions. Xinjia, since you happen to be here, let's have lunch with us. By the way, I haven't introduced it to you yet. His name is Saga. He is a very special person from Kanto. Excellent Pokemon trainer. I know you. Xinjia suddenly pointed at Saga and said, the videos my mother watches at home these days are all your game. Now my stupid mother seems to admire you very much. Hehe. Hearing her daughter say this, Yuzi couldn't blame her, so she could only pat the back of her head embarrassedly. Nice to meet you too, Singa. Looking at the little girl who picked up a one-person high chair and moved to her side, Saga also smiled and nodded. You look a lot like your mother, but the hair color is different. I just don't look like her. Xinjia pouted arrogantly. I'm much prettier than this idiot when I was a kid, and pink hair look better than brown hair. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. The boss invited me to dinner, drank some wine, and was dizzy. It's hard to borrow a phone to ask for a leave. Tomorrow's 5 watch. Can't make JJ 3 inches shorter. The boss invited me to dinner, drank some wine, and was dizzy. Finally borrowed a computer and asked for a vacation. Tomorrow's 5 watch. I can't make it 3 inches shorter. Summer reading is happy every day. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 209 Preparation before the meeting. Open black lens bracket. 1 more close black lens bracket. Next day, early morning. Under the expectation of countless coordinators, the first level gorgeous competition in Changshu Town officially started. 1 hour before the start of the competition, many qualified coordinators went to this open-top competition venue in the suburbs from all parts of Changshu Town one after another. Bustling and lively, some coordinators looked indifferent and walked alone, and some coordinators gathered together with excitement and a little worry on their faces. After all, the level of this gorgeous competition is a whole higher level than the usual gorgeous competition. In the level 1 gorgeous competition, you will not meet any beginners, even if the opponent is weak. week, they will at least have a sat and a certificate with a medal is not comparable to a novice at all. For beginners, the main problem of the gorgeous contest is not your own strength, but your mentality on the highly anticipated stage. Just like Xiaoyao's first time to participate in the gorgeous contest in Kana City, her negative emotions such as excitement, fear, panic, etc. have always affected her. If it wasn't for the beauty of the flash-hunting swallowtail itself, maybe that gorgeous contest Xiaoyao will be eliminated in the first round. Living room of the venue. Xiaoyao, you look very good today. Athena hugged Xiaoyao's neck, and Xiaoyao almost fell from the great snow peak. Xiaoyao stumbled, stabilized her figure, and said dissatisfiedly, Athena, don't appear suddenly like this every time, and don't you know that your is very heavy? Is it heavy? Athena held her head suspiciously, and along with the trembling, a large voice of drooling began to sound around. Cough cough. Saga pretended to cough, retracted his eyes that he had accidentally moved, and said, Xiaoyao, in the first review, who do you decide to send first? Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, and then said, the first one to play should be Xiangwei Miao. After all, among my Pokemon, the ability to hunt swallowtails is the strongest, and of course it has to stay in the second round of review. In actual combat performance. Hearing this answer, Saga nodded secretly and made a choice. Xiaoyao currently only has 3 Pokemon. In the past, in order to participate in the gorgeous contest, almost most of his energy was put on Morpho. Instead, it was his initial Pokemon, and Huokai was the weakest. If the first review released the Hunting Phoenix, although it is easy to pass the test, and it must be a high score, but in the second actual combat performance, you can only climb out of Xiangwei Miao and Huoji, both of which are stronger than Hunting Phoenix. Butterfly is far behind. Once you meet a more difficult coordinator, it may be the second round of review. That is Miss Yizzy, and Xinjia was about to find a chair to rest for a while, suddenly saw a very familiar figure by the window. It was the very enthusiastic Miss Yizzy yesterday, not only a loyal fan of Brother Saga, but also a mother. You two know that getting used to the crowd and the presence of other Pokemon is also part of the exercise. Yizzy held the pendant in front of her tightly and said anxiously, because the scale of this conference is much larger than the last time. Aceto. Okay. Looking at the people coming and going, and the Pokemon that seemed to be stronger than one, the cold sweat on Yizzy's head couldn't help becoming more, and murmured, I just want to treat these people as rolling on the ground. I'm not afraid of it at all. I think you are not used to so many people yourself, and you are too nervous. Xinjia on the side curled his lips in disdain, squatted down and stroked the soft and warm fur of the fire elf, and said, look at how relaxed and calm the fire elf and K-Dora are, but you, the trainer, are nervous to death. I said, Yizzy, you are someone who participated in a gorgeous contest after all, and also won the ribbon medal, so don't be so excited. How can you child understand? Yizzy didn't care about Xinjia calling him by his first name, because her husband passed away early, and she was always busy with hotel matters, which made this child very independent since he was a child. At home, she is more like a parent. As soon as I think about it, the coordinators I have to face are all battle-hardened, and some have even won 3 or 4 ribbon medals. How can I relax? Looked around, then said in a low voice, please. Xinjia shook his head helplessly. You are just here to compete. I never expected you to win this longevity conference. Since there is no hope of getting a ribbon medal, then you don't need to be so excited. You seem to have some truth in what you said. Yizzy echoed blankly, and then seemed to think of something. Her face turned pale. Even my daughter has no confidence in her mother. My life suddenly feels like a failure. Miss Yizzy. Xiaoyao. Yizzy, who was feeling sad in her heart, heard someone calling her name, so she couldn't help looking up and found that it was the little girl who was chatting very much yesterday. Today, I will write until 2 o'clock in the morning, and I will not put pigeons on the wall. After all, it is for my 16-inch size. Nia Vilu reminds you. 3 things to read. Collection. Recommendation. Chapter 210 Practice Match. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Please be my pre-match practice object. Yizzy grabbed Xiaoyao's hand, as if seeing the savior. Xinjia hugged the fire spirit, walked up to Xiaoyao, and said, this idiot is too nervous. If you don't mind, Sister Xiaoyao, let her do a pre-match practice. Well then, Xiaoyao could only nod his head in response. Anyway, there are still about 2 hours before the official start of the competition, but there should be no problem in the ordinary practice match, and the medical staff of the Pokemon Center is also at the competition venue today. Just warm up before the official start. Competition venue. There was a large expanse of lawn, and a few people gathered. They were all contestants of this gorgeous conference. Some were doing one-on-one practice matches, while others were directing Pokemon to perform some gorgeous skills and sharpen their knives. Unpleasant and light. Do some warm-up activities 2 hours before the game. Not only can you calm down your mood, but also make the Pokemon in a better state when they officially play. Xiaoyao, since that's the case, then I'm welcome. Going out and breathing the fresh air. Yuzi's excited and fearful mood seemed to be relieved. Xiaoyao smiled and said, please, I also really want to see the strength of Miss Yizzy, nodded, and immediately shouted, "Fire Elf, use the jet flame." Aceto, the fire elf who was standing beside Shinjia, immediately heard the master's order. Roar! A high leap rushed over. At the same time, countless red stars were lingering at the corners of his mouth. With a bang, accompanied by a spreading heat wave, a high-temperature flame of 17 degrees was sprayed from the special flame sac of the fire elf. Out! The power of the fire elf fire-type trick may not be the strongest among many fire-type Pokemon, but its flame temperature is one of the best among them, because there is a special inflammation sac in the body, which provides even more amazing heat. Therefore, the flame temperature of many well-bred fire spirits can reach 1 degree or even higher. On this point, even Saga's flaming chicken is not as good. The terminal illness not only makes the flaming chicken unable to use the jet-type flame trick, but also greatly limits its flame energy. The flame temperature of the flame chicken flame fist is only about 140 degrees Celsius, 17 degrees lower than the fire spirit, but the flame of the flame chicken has one thing that many fire-type Pokemon can't do. That is, its flame has the ability to burst features. It's also because of that terminal illness Dushima broke out and almost got a flaming chicken. Half-Life, combined with the healing of the Saga King's heart, has evolved such a characteristic flame very coincidentally. I have to say that sometimes God is fair. When it makes you lose something, I don't know why, feeling will give you another kind of thing. Meow to the tail, use the guard. Xiaoyao remembered that this time has been in training skills, so there is no immediate let the tail cat avoid the attack. The guardian skill is to use the special energy in the body of the Pokemon to form a transparent mask on the outside for defense, which can resist the damage of most skills. Of course, the premise is that the opponent's attack is not too strong. Guardian is not omnipotent. If you use it continuously, the defense will become lower and lower, and too strong damage will instantly break through the Guardian's defense. But obviously the strength of this fire elf can't reach that level. The seemingly turbulent and high-temperature flames were successfully blocked by the protective mask of Shangwei Miao, and the split flame spread from both sides. After a few seconds, the flame energy stored by the fire spirit this time quickly began to diminish, and the jet flame also disappeared. Good job, Meow to the tail. Xiaoyao happily praised the cute little guy. Shangwei Miao's defense has always been a headache for Xiaoyao. It is undeniable that this little guy is very cute and petite. His body is also very flexible, but he can't stand a heavy blow. When facing the attacks of other Pokemon, there is often no way to avoid it, but there is no super fast speed. Blindly dodging will only create more opportunities for the opponent. Shangwei Miao is only flexible, and its speed is not fast. After learning this guarding skill, many skills can be resisted here, and while resisting the enemy's attack, it can also counterattack faster. Expected of Miss Xiaoyao. Seeing that the attack was not successful, Yizzy didn't have any gas barrier, but instead inspired some fighting spirit, and continued to shout. This time it's Dora, but Dora uses alloy claws. It's just a practice match. Neither side will really fight, and Yizzy just asked Xiaoyao to do a simulated match. The fire elf returned to its original position and continued to play with Xingjia, but Kidora, who had been standing still and looked very stable, heard Yizzy call her name, and immediately, like a ferocious warrior, it rushed forward, and the body of more than 200 pounds was a deep footprint in one step on the grass. When the distance was getting closer to the tail, the limbs that were originally on the ground suddenly stood up straight. The right claw of the front limb is raised high, and the sharp white ons begin to flash above the sharp claw tip. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 211 Longevity Conference. The lively firework bloomed in the blue sky. Looking down from the sky, countless people came from all directions. In addition to the local residents of Changshu town, most of them were spectators from various cities. From the 4 entrances of the venue, one after another in the auditorium, it seems to be much more gorgeous and lively than the few times Saga has seen before. Welcome everyone to participate in this gorgeous competition, the Longevity Conference, and also thank the residents of Changshu town for their support of this conference. As the regular host of the gorgeous competition, Vivian came from the backstage in full costume, picked up the microphone, and approached her red lip. Her sweet voice spread throughout the competition venue with the sound around the stage. In addition, this conference was ranked as the top 1 conference. That is to say, the coordinators participating in this gorgeous contest all have at least 1 ribbon medal, so you can see how enthusiastic this competition will be. It will be of a very high standard. Okay, let me introduce the judges. Mr. Konkenstein from the General Assembly Affairs Bureau, Mr. Suki Sa from the Pokemon Club, and Miss Joy from the Pokemon Center in Changshu town. Each of the introduced judges stood up and bowed to the audience present. After all, without the support of these lovely audiences, the gorgeous competition could not have developed so quickly. The audience burst into warm applause and cheered. Of course, more was given to Miss Joy, who stood up in the 3rd place. She was more popular than the previous old man, a short uncle, with a gentle temperament and a pure appearance. The game is about to start. Let's go to the audience first. Saga said to the woman beside him, handed over a seat number, and walked from the aisle to the first row. Not easy to get a first row seat at any big game with Jarvis' nasty cheating method. In fact, Saga can directly buy the VIP seats on the second floor, but in order for Xiaoyao to see herself and others cheering for her, the first row on the first floor is undoubtedly the best choice. Perhaps in the box, eating fruit, snack, and air conditioning are undoubtedly more comfortable, but they are less interesting. Players Lounge. Watching Miss Vivian's introduction on the TV, the blush on Yizzy's cheek due to nervousness has not disappeared, and she clenched the ribbon medal in front of her, as if this gave her courage. Leisurely and indifferent beside him, Yizzy couldn't help but envy. Yao, you are quite relaxed. Ah, Xiaoyao, who withdrew her gaze, smiled and lowered her head in disappointment. Haha, unlike me, my whole body is almost tense and stiff. I clearly said not to be nervous, but my heart is getting more and more uncontrollable. Miss Yizzy, you must relax. If you are nervous as a coordination trainer, the Pokemon will become like you. This is the trick I learned from my experience to participate in the gorgeous competition. Xiaoyao spoke in a proper manner, although these words were completely copied from the words that Saga of Kana City used to comfort her, but it did not prevent this girl from using it to fool the confinement who was even more novice than her. Xiaoyao, you are so cool. Sitting on a chair not far away, Xiao Shun closed his eyes and listened to the familiar voice in his ears. Slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and looked at the girl who was talking. The mockery couldn't help but become stronger. It's really a guy who hasn't grown up. He has participated in 3 gorgeous competitions and has only this kind of strength. It's a pity that the Flash Hunt Swallowtail Butterfly. The winners will be awarded longevity badges that represent honor. Without further ado, let's start the first round of review of this competition. With Vivian announcing the start of the first round of review, the atmosphere of the venue entered its first climax. The first coordinator to play is a cute little girl, and the Pokemon used is a relatively rare green cotton bird. The incomparably gorgeous Feather Dan, combined with the naive expression of the green cotton bird, has no doubt that even if the selection standard of this gorgeous competition has been improved a lot, this little girl's performance is enough to enter the next round. The high score of 2 points undoubtedly announced the first place to enter the second round of review, and it also brought more pressure to the players who performed on the stage below. The first round of review changed with the appearance of each contestant. One after another, there were cheers and screams. Most of the coordinators who were able to participate in the level 1 gorgeous competition were quite good contestants. Their amazing performances conquered the audience and also conquering the judges. Although some players made mistakes, it did not affect the gorgeous performances that followed. Next, Haruka with entry number 12 will appear. Reading the list in her hand, Vivian had an inexplicable smile on her face. It was this little girl again, and the 3 impressive encounters made Vivian very fond of this girl full of potential. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 212 Morning Light. Wonderful performance. Open black lens bracket 4 more close black lens bracket. Come on stage and hunt for swallowtail butterflies. Xiaoyao shouted coquettishly, and at the same time her body made a handsome throwing posture. With gorgeous stickers crossed a perfect arc in the air, and then, with a bang, the baby ball opened, and countless gold powder scattered from the air. No matter how many times you see it, it's always amazing. Hunting swallow butterfly itself is a very beautiful Pokemon, and with the characteristics of the Flash Pokemon, it is impossible to justify the appearance of this appearance without adding 5 points. The beauty of Flash hunting swallowtails is not weaker than that of Mina, who is widely recognized as the most beautiful Pokemon. Miss Xiaoyao's pink hunting butterfly looked really amazing. Thinking of the surprise when I watched the video for the first time, Yuzi was a little fascinated. The beauty of flashing and hunting swallowtail butterflies was completely male and female, and both young and old were killed. Didn't you say that Shangwei Miao was used in the first review? How did it change to hunting swallowtails? Saga asked curiously. This girl, do you have confidence in the second round of review of hunting swallowtails and the experience accumulated by Xiaoyao in the 3 competitions? Saga passed the first round of review without the slightest worry, but according to the rules of the first level gorgeous competition, the second round of review is not allowed to use the same Pokemon. This meant that Xiaoyao's strongest hunting swallowtail could not be played in the second round of actual combat review, and it seemed a little overhanging on Shangwei Miao's rank. I think she just wants to show off. Seeing Xiaoyao's contentment, Athena laughed. Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, hunting swallowtail butterflies, use the morning light. Woo, ethereal, melodious voice that reaches people's heart. The hunting swallowtail butterfly that cooperated with Xiaoyao tacitly flew high above the stage, looked up at the sun outside the open air, and the large dazzling butterfly wings began to emit a faint glittering light. A little bit of scale powder began to fall from the sky for a second. Without any warning, beams of bright, warm rays of light scattered from the wings of the hunting swallowtail, and against the background of these rays, the hunting swallowtail fluttered. The crystal clear scale powder. The beauty of this moment is enough to shock people. Pretty very good idea. Saga looked at the not dazzling morning light and couldn't help but praise. Using the unique visual effect of the morning light coupled with the shielding of the hunting swallowtail butterfly wings, it is really impressive. So beautiful, so beautiful. Yuzi, who was watching the live broadcast in the lounge, was already intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. A gleam in Xiao Shun's eyes, although he admitted that the guy had improved a bit, but he was still a lot worse than himself. Besides, the hunting swallowtail should be a Pokemon. If you meet yourself in the second round of review, I will teach you that this level of gorgeous competition is not for anyone. The final silver whirlwind blew splendidly across the audience, making a near-perfect ending to the performance. 2. Xiaoyao's creativity, combined with the beauty of the flash hunting butterfly, refreshed the scene of the first round of review of this level 1 gorgeous contest record. Humming an unknown song, Xiaoyao walked into the contestant channel happily, to choose to let the hunting swallowtail come on stage. The tricks that have been hidden for so long are shown to the public. Listening to their surprise and cheers is undoubtedly a great compliment to the coordinator. It must be Saga and Athens now. Na was very surprised. Xiaoyao, you did a great job. I walked into the player lounge. Yuzi immediately. When he came up to him, he looked excited, as if he had already won a ribbon medal. It's that, the player named Xiaoyao. Seeing Xiaoyao appearing, the coordinators in the lounge who had performed before, or who had not yet had their turn, began to discuss one after another, and the common topic was undoubtedly the outstanding flash hunting swallowtail. Her strength seems to be very powerful. The winner of this gorgeous conference, she is definitely a dark horse. Yeah, my Mary Lou is a lot worse than that amazing hunting swallowtail. Listening to the compliments and the sounds of surprise coming from time to time, Xiaoyao narrowed her eyes happily and said to Yizi, thank you for the compliment. The next game will be yours, and you have to work hard. It's a coincidence that Xiaoyao and Yizi are ranked in the order of the competition. Xiaoyao is number 12, and Yizi is just behind, number 13. Although Yizi is still very excited, she is not too scared, but with Xiaoyao's Zuyu in front, she doesn't know how she will perform next. Next is the next contestant, a resident of the local longevity town, and one of the sponsors of this longevity conference, the manager of the longevity hotel, Miss Yizi. Vivian slowly read out a long list. The stage lights illuminated the gentle woman who just debuted, a snow-white turtleneck sweater, skinny jeans that set off her plump buttock, well-trimmed trendy short hair, and a touch of light makeup, a rather seductive mature beauty. A hint of timidity on his face added to his charm. Alas, there may be no 5th watch before 12 o'clock today, and tomorrow will be the 4th watch. To compensate for the lack of today, don't make me short. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 213 Moonlight Performance. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. Finally the wait. Come on, confinement. We are here to support you. With Yuzi's appearance, there was a commotion in the West Auditorium. The women who had been with Yuzi before wore pink cheerleading uniforms and cheered for her. Seeing this scene, Yuzi happily kept waving at them. Listening to the cheers of her friend, she didn't seem to be so nervous anymore. Vivian could only go up and reminded that contestant Yizi, it's almost time for you to perform. Oh, that's right. Sorry. Yizi reacted, and 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks embarrassedly. The big stupid Xingjia, who was sitting with Saga, hated the iron and said, I have always been clumsy at home, but I still look like this on the stage. Saga smiled and said, Xingjia probably loved confinement. No way. Star loudly. Although I always say that my mother is an idiot, in fact, the most concerned about confinement is Xingjia. We haven't been together for a long time, but I can still see the feelings between you, and sometimes I feel that Xingjia is more like mom. Miss Yizi is Xingjia's daughter. Hearing these words, Xingjia did not refute anything, but lowered his head and clenched his fist, not knowing what he was thinking. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yuzi's eyes gradually became firmer. She took out the baby ball, and threw it forward. Please, fire L. The flame vortex is connected to the shot trick. Confinement is immediate. Called out a set of combos. A Cedo that flew out of the baby ball and was still hanging in the air immediately. It spewed out a vortex-like ring of fire, and then the flexible and agile body quickly sprinted forward. Once, twice, the fire L seemed to be a dancer of flame. With the help of the fire ring, it gracefully passed through a whirlpool, and finally landed perfectly. Wow, what a dazzling performance. Honkinson nodded in approval. Good, I like it. Suki saw, Miss Yizi is really good. Joey, this dazzling performance did not stop the cheerleaders screaming, and other audience members on the field did not hesitate to applaud and cheer. Yuzi's performance is quite good. Saga applauded and said to the girl beside him, although Xingjia's eyes are full of joy, but is it still stubborn? It's so, and I helped her figure out this combination trick. Very good. Fire spirit. The effect is very good. The audience gave Yuzi a boost, and the whole person seemed to be completely relaxed at this moment. Before the opening, because I knew that this level 1 gorgeous competition was different from the small competition I participated in before. Yizi had never had had any confidence in her own strength. The first step of losing face is now successful, and Yuzi has gradually gained self-confidence. Then it's like training as usual. Yuzi pointed her finger forward and shouted, "Fire elf, high-speed stars are connected to spark." Taking a leap into the sky, the fire elf opened its small mouth. First, countless golden five-pointed stars flew out, and then the mouth changed instantly. A series of spark followed, and the high-temperature spark caught up with the flying high-speed stars, and the two collided. Combined, not only did no explosion occur, but the spark trick was attached to the golden stars, and the hot temperature burned them red so that hundreds of fiery red five-pointed stars were flying in the air, and the lights of the stage set against these red stars, showing the extraordinary beauty. "Wow, this is so beautiful. The high-speed stars are burning red." Vivian touched her face and exclaimed with eyes full of admiration, "HMPH, this is also my idea." Hearing the host's introduction, Shinjia nodded proudly. "Sure enough, as long as I come up with ideas, I can definitely help my mother. Shinjia is quite talented in coordinating trainers." Saga smiled and said, "It seems that Shinjia will inherit the mantle of Miss Yuzi in the future." Shinjia nodded embarrassedly and said, "I really like the gorgeous contest, but for now I just want to help that idiot fulfill her wishes." Lounge. "It was a success. You did a great job, Miss Yuzi." Feilu Little Say inside Department Group 1-1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 2-9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. Xiaoyao held Yuzi's hands and said happily, "Thank you, I feel more at ease hearing you say that." Yuzi nodded excitedly, "Because I haven't participated in the gorgeous competition for a long time, so I can't show the expected performance at will. I really am still a lot worse than you. After all, she is still too young." Although Xiaoyao, who is only 10 years old, has traveled for a while, she can't help but feel proud after being complimented like this. She raised a finger and said mysteriously, "The performance will be rewarded by the audience. There is a trick for some judges to like it, and I only learned it after many gorgeous competitions." "Is there such a knowledge in the gorgeous contest?" The moon looked expectantly. "Yes, as long as you can master the trick, you can easily win." Feilu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 214. End of first round of review. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Hum. A slightly disdainful hum came from the ear, but this discordant hum was particularly harsh in the ears of Xiaoyao, who was talking loudly. Turned around and looked behind him. Sure enough, it was the guy who always looked down on him. Although he had some strength, he turned out to be the same as he was. He was so powerful. Didn't he get a good lesson from Brother Saga using Ice No Dragon last time? What is there to be proud of? With a slander in his heart, Xiaoyao put his hands on his hips and asked with a dissatisfied face, "Xiao Shun, it was you who hummed just now, right?" Xiao Shun hugged his arms and sat quietly on the bench, without even opening his eyes, and responded casually, "Yes." What? This arrogant attitude undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Xiaoyao strode in front of Xiaoshu, and said loudly, "If you have an opinion, you can say no." Still didn't open his eyes, but that attitude was really annoying. "I know." Xiaoyao's face changed suddenly, and he laughed. "You were scared when you saw me in the performance of hunting swallowtails, right? If this goes on, maybe I will go to the big festival first." Xiao Shun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Completely helpless, what can he do to an unreasonable girl? Slowly got up and said indifferently, "Since that's the case, then I'll give you a piece of advice. Come on, you stay where you are. The ribbon medal will cry. That's all. And what confidence do you have to ridicule someone? The number of medals far exceeds that of your coordinator." Feilu Little Say inside Department Group 1-1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 2-9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. After speaking, regardless of whether she understood it or not, Xiao Shun put both hands into the trouser pockets on both sides and slowly walked out of the lounge. "Ah!" Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then shouted in dissatisfaction, "What do you mean by this?" Yuzi heard Xiao Shun's word, but she was a little thoughtful. Dear viewers, the first round of review is finally entering the most critical moment, and the last player to appear is Xiao Shun. Dang! The stage light gathered at the entrance of the contestant passage. A handsome green-haired boy, delicate facial features, amber green eyes. In terms of appearance, Xiao Shun is indeed an excellent boy. You can tell from the screams of the girls. Xiao Shun has gathered a thick group of fans. This phenomenon is also common in gorgeous competitions, as excellent and powerful coordination trainers are undoubtedly more popular. Known as an elegant gentleman, Mr. Tay has a terrifying number of female fans. Not to mention Michaeli, who is currently the champion of the Fengyuan region as a coordination trainer, and the Michaeli Cup established in his name is not weaker than large-scale celebrations in the minds of many coordinators, especially in women's coordination. Home heart. In the eyes, the Michaelis Cup is much more important than the big celebration. Xiao Shun, look here. Xiao Shun, come on. on. The many cheerleaders who were supposed to be Yizi's backup suddenly defected and started cheering for Xiaoshun non-stop. Xiaoshun smiled lightly, threw the baby ball with her hand, and said, "I am going Poison Rose. Dance with flowers." At the moment when the baby ball is opened, the white light has not dissipated, and countless bright pink petals fluttered out from a group of white light floating to the dance of flowers around. A very simple grass-based trick, but always with amazing beauty. I can't believe it. Vivian looked obsessed. It is not a Pokemon that runs out of the Pokemon ball, but the beautiful countless petals. A large number of petals kept falling from the sky, as if to drown the entire venue. This is Xiaoshun's coordinator. Watching this performance, there was a flash of surprise in Saga's eyes. I remember that when he was in Chuya Town last time, he seemed to invite himself to fight. At that time, he seemed a little immature, although his strength was relatively small. It's a lot better, but in Saga's eyes, it's still far from enough. Although coordinators and trainers are in different fields, they still have a lot to learn from each other. The second round of review and final review of the gorgeous contest also requires coordinators to fight, so a qualified coordinator not only needs to show the beauty of Pokemon, but also has a certain battle command. He has made great progress. It should be said that Xiaoshun's growth rate is much faster than the current Xiaoyao, not only in terms of talent, but Saga also feels that Xiaoyao seems to be slack at the moment. Listening to the screams in his ears and cheering, Xiaoshun seemed very indifferent, as if he had been used to these things for a long time. His right hand slowly raised, with a snap, a crisp snap of his fingers, and with this finger snap, the white light in the center of the sea of flowers suddenly disappeared, replaced by an elegant and beautiful poisonous rose, just like that elegant and gorgeous ballet dancer, dancing gently, slowly falling from the sky, and quickly picked up the microphone and said excitedly, "Poison Rose appeared gorgeously in the petals." The stage full of fantasy effect, and the atmosphere of the audience instantly boiled to the highest point. This guy named Xiaoshun is really amazing. Xingjia was surprised. "You can actually make such a performance." "I can't do it." A cheerleader beside him collapsed intoxicated. Fortunately, the partner around her hugged her, otherwise she would probably fall directly on the audience behind her. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 215 Anomaly by Kira. Open black lens bracket 3 more close black lens bracket. The first round of review of the gorgeous contest longevity conference came to an end with Xiaoshun's gorgeous performance of Poison Rose, followed by a half-hour or so intermission. During this time, the judges will choose to continue to participate in the second round of review. List of players. Following the crowd of spectators out of the competition venue, looking at the blue sky and white cloud, the whole person's mood couldn't help but relax. "Sir, Yukira's physical condition is abnormal." Just as Saga lazily twisted his neck and loosened his muscles, a series of electronic sounds from Jarvis broke the temporary tranquility. "What the matter?" Sarah asked hurriedly. "Yukira is his most important Pokemon at the moment. With the Life Gem, his future achievements will not be inferior to that of any high-level divine beast. Now he must not have even the slightest accident." Not ready to wait for Xiaoyao and Yizi to come out, and said to Athena and Xingjia, Saga immediately running to the forest outside the suburb, opening the baby ball with Yukira. White light flashed, and after a while of deformation, Yukira's lovely body appeared on the grass. There was not much change, but the original lively and lovely appearance was now very tired, and there was no when he saw Saga. He jumped into his arms excitedly, and sat down on the grass angrily, looking particularly bad, as if he was panting for breath. "Yukira, how are you feeling?" Saga half-kneeled on the grass, stroking the little guy's horn, and asked worriedly. Yukira weakly responded, wanting to smile and tell the master that he was okay, but the heavy feeling inside his body turned the smile into a wry smile, and the originally relaxed and flexible body felt very difficult to even stand up. Obviously it was normal yesterday. Why did I suddenly become so tired today? So tired. Kira was puzzled. She didn't know what happened to her body, or even felt two huge forces rampage in her body, while herself, but he couldn't stop it at all. How could he still have the strength to stand up after his body became too energy? What the hell happened to Jarvis? Sadly, Saga hugged the full-headed little guy into his arm. As a rock-type Yukira, it actually flows out, which proves what it is feeling. This lively and cute, sensible and well-behaved, and a little guy who has been taken care of by himself since birth. Saga's feelings for it are almost no weaker than the Wind Speed dog who used to share Wheel and Woe, although he likes other Pokemon. But to be honest, there will be some gaps in this kind of love, and Wind Speed dog and Yukira are undoubtedly the two Pokemon that Saga has in mind. After scanning and analysis, a special energy appeared in Kira's body an hour ago, and the reaction rapidly expanded during this time. After comparison, this energy is the evolutionary energy of Pokemon. By Kira, this is going to evolve. Saga wondered, but why does evolution react like this? Yukira looked very painful, because in addition to the evolutionary energy, there is a special energy in Yukira's body. After analysis and comparison, the second energy is the colorful energy energy generated by the fusion of life jewel. The two energies seem to be fighting in Yukira's body. Reaction. Evolutionary energy represents life and growth, and the colorful energy of life jewel also represents life. The two forces of life both want to fuse each other, and the same sex repel each other, so Kira will have the current situation. Jarvis is always calm. Magnetic electronic voice uttered the most critical question. Of the two forces of life led to the repulsion of the same sex to become a high-level divine beast after fusing the life jewel. But Saga has always ignored one point, that is, the high-level divine beasts do not seem to be able to evolve. Whether it is Hwang or Lugia, they from birth to the peak of adulthood, it will always be that form. This means that although they have incomparably powerful power, they have lost some kind of qualification for evolution. After all, they already have such terrifying power. If they evolve again, it will really be too heaven-defying, and the rules of nature will not allow it. Such a flaw occurs. However, no matter how perfect the rules are, there will still be a gap. Kira is currently in this gap. Once the evolutionary energy and the light treasure jade are combined to make up for each other, it seems that it will really create a terrible future in the future. Individual life. What to do? Seeing the little guy moaning in pain in his arms, Saga couldn't help but get anxious. Its body surface temperature is rising rapidly, and it even starts to feel a little hot. The tail of the colorful seven petals flashes with a colorful halo. Kira keeps struggling, and it feels that the whole body is burning. Master, I am so uncomfortable. Save me. Rescue by Kira. By Kira is so uncomfortable. Saga quickly thinks about various countermeasures in his mind, and Jarvis is also frantically calculating the corresponding energy data. I'm really afraid that if the delay is too long, there will be some problems with Yukira's body. At that time, Saga will really regret it. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 216. The evolution that is finally about to begin. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. We can only forcibly break the stalemate between these two forces. After thinking for a moment, Saga made a decision in his heart, hoping this would be effective. Slowly stretched out his right hand. The power usually stored in the heart of the king began to spread, and as this power traveled throughout the body, Saga's blue pupils were gradually replaced by pure gold, and the originally supple blonde hair stood upright. Holding Yukira tightly in his arm, his right hand wrapped in golden light was gently placed on his stomach, and the power of the king's heart gradually entered Yukira's body. Use the domineering and aggressiveness of the king's heart to forcibly break the struggle between evolutionary energy and life energy. Yukira snorted lightly. The happy color on his face became more intense, and the constant input of the power of the king dyed its petite body golden light. Hold on, little one, Sarah comforted. Feeling the power of the king entering Yukira's body, Saga controlled this power and began to resist the evolutionary energy, and the life energy frowned slightly, a great resistance. Let him understand that he has underestimated the power of these two energies. The power of evolution is the treasure that nature bestows on Pokemon, while the power of life is born from a rare treasure. The more the two suppress and rebound stronger. What to do? Stalemate could not stand. Saga began to get a little restless. The heart of the king was beating wildly, and the stored power was also pouring into Yukira's body, but the situation seemed to get worse. This time, 3 powerful forces were in Yukira's body. Kira's body started to struggle. If Kira was not nourished by the jade of life since childhood, and his body was extremely strong, maybe he would have fainted directly now. If it was more serious, his body would not be able to withstand these 3 energies, which would lead to collapse. Sir, don't forcefully suppress these 2 energies. Jarvis, who had been silent for a long time, made a voice again, and the voice that was always calm and indifferent slowly said, the power of evolution and the power of life are actually common in origin, and their essence is for Kira to grow. Well, the power of evolution has fundamentally changed its life, and the power of life is constantly optimizing its internal. To solve the current situation, only one of the energies can be combined to suppress the other. My suggestion is combining the power of evolution to suppress the power of life first. Let Kira start the evolution first, so that the level of life become better, so as to accept the power of life that has become more and more huge for a long time. Quote, a word awakened from the dream. Listening to Jarvis's words, Sa-jin relaxed. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, thank you, Jarvis. The power of the king who regained control of the 2 swimming is combined. Instead of forcibly suppressing the 2 energies, first cooperate with the silver-white evolutionary power, and frantically force the 7-colored and 7-colored life power from both ends. The life force that had the upper hand was trapped by 2 powerful forces head to tail, and could only be dispersed first, and the evolutionary energy that was helped by the power of the king also spread wildly from the half of the country it originally occupied. 2-on-1. After a short period of time, the collision of Chikai 7 feet's life force was completely at a disadvantage, and he could only hide in a corner shivering, and the evolutionary energy that almost occupied the entire body of Kira began to show his domineering, turning his head to attack the power of the king without any mercy. Saga is not surprised. After all, the evolutionary energy is to eliminate the body. The inner some impurities and unwanted things make the host evolve more powerful. Resolutely withdrew the power of the king that was stored in Yukira's body, and the heart slowly calmed down, and the appearance that was mutated due to the large use of the heart of the king gradually returned to normal. When all the golden energy dissipated, Yukira's body stopped struggling, and the body's surface temperature became less hot. A faint glow appeared on the emerald green skin, and gradually, the originally happy expression began to be replaced by serenity. Looking at Yukira, who seemed to be asleep in his arms, Saga showed a smile. Next second, the bright and warm white light makes a masterpiece, and the petite and lovely body is completely wrapped by this white light. The miracle of nature and the rhythm of life are presenting at this moment. No one can know what the mysterious energy that appears when Pokemon evolve. Countless researchers have been studying this power for decades, and some even want to control this power so that they can manipulate Pokemon to evolve at will. But there is no doubt that they all failed, and evolution is the most beautiful and mysterious thing about Pokemon. The evolution of species that should have taken millions of years, or even tens of millions of years, can be completed in an instant in this white light. The magic of nature can never be grasped by human being. White light gradually began to recede, and at this moment, I felt that the power of the opponent was rapidly weakening, and the power of life that had been shrinking in the corner to find the opportunity couldn't help but rejoice. The colorful energy surged out again, and swallowed and merged those remaining evolutionary energy. And the evolutionary energy that has completed its mission is too lazy to continue to tear it up, and ignores the overbearing life force and quickly disappeared. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 217, Second round of review. Xiaoyao vs Yizzy. The bright white light, the birth of the colorful seven. At this time, it is not the one who appears in Saga's arm, the little dot with a green body and cute ears. Instead is a body that has doubled in size, and the body surface is engraved with colorful seven dazzling patterns. Pupa-like creatures. Shakira attribute. Rock, round attribute. Healing height 1. Weight 15. A short introduction, but it shows that the previous life level of Kira has completely changed. Shakira, the evolution of Kira, has lost his flexible hands and feet, and his body is completely covered with rock that are harder than rock, wrapped in the carapace. In order to protect themselves, the character will also begin to become extremely aggressive, and even 4 stronger ones have begun to develop in the hard carapace. Windy opened her eyes that had been closed, and these eyes were the only part that Shakira could see. The innocence and cuteness of Kira had long since faded away. Shakira's eyes were almost all white, with only a hint of scarlet dotted in the center. Has become more fierce and aggressive, and at this moment it already has some prototypes of the future desert tyrant. Gently stroking the hard shell that was comparable to steel, Saga was full of emotion. Thinking back a year and a half ago, he set out from Kanto and came to Chengdu, and destroyed the entirety of land, one of the 4 cadres of the rocket team, in a tropical rainforest. The plan gained the trust of the pregnant Bangira's mother, and became its trainer. There was a misunderstanding in it, and under Jarvis's reminder, he obtained the rare life jewel. I learned about the efficacy of the jewel of life. A genius but crazy idea emerged at that time, using the jewel of life and the egg-shaped Yukira to create a future that was not inferior to Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Keratin. High-level divine beast. With constant care and a lot of practical experience, he has finally taken the most solid step on the road to the higher divine beast today. Yukira, no, it should be Shakira. The divine beasts of low level are bred under this hard carapace. The gorgeous competition venue is still so lively and noisy, and Saga, who was just approaching the venue, heard the sound of almost can overturn the cheers of the audience. Saga, why are you here? Looking at the blonde boy walking not far away, Shinjia couldn't help but hurriedly said, the second round of review has already started, and the next game is Xiaoyao and her mother. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry just now and it was delayed. Saga scratched the back of his head with a smile, and said, I didn't expect the second round of review to be so fast, and Xiaoyao and Yizzy were actually in a group. It seems that the following competition will be very interesting. How do you? And the heart to laugh. Quote, seeing Saga's mood, Shinjia complained a little. Xiaoyao is your partner, and Shinjia is my mother. The two of them are fighting together. I don't know who to cheer for. Saga said indifferently. Shinjia, your worries are superfluous. After all, there will only be one winner in this gorgeous contest, and the two of them will have a battle after all. It's just that time is slow or not. As their partners or relative, this is the case. What they should do is to hope that they can fight with all their might and not leave a trace of regret. Although she can understand these words, Shinjia is still a little unhappy and has not been with her for a long time, but Shinjia still likes Xiaoyao as a friend, but her next opponent is her closest person. Seeing that the two are about to fight, Xiaoyao, the girl's heart was a little uncomfortable. Lounge. Looking at the list of players on the big green, Yizzy looked a little ugly and worried. How can this happen? What am I supposed to do? Yizzy said sullenly while helping K-Dora to scrub her body. On the other side, Xiaoyao, who was also grooming Xiangwen Wei Miao heard the word but smiled and looked at Yizzy and said, "This, you don't need to think about it, no matter what opponent is, go all out to fight. This is the etiquette of participating in a gorgeous competition. It's also the code that every coordinator, including trainers, should follow. No matter who your opponent is, fighting with all your strength is a matter of etiquette and a rule." Yizzy was stunned for a moment and then agreed. Xiaoyao, what you say is very intrinsic. Haha, touched his head embarrassedly and said, "Actually, these words were all told to me by Saga before. He said that for every trainer, fighting with all his strength is the greatest respect for the opponent, and defeating opponents is to allow them to go further. Defeat the opponent so that he can go further." Yuzi clenched her hands tightly in front of her and said with a look of obsession, as expected of Lord Saga, "Every word he said is so philosophical and charming." Xiaoyao stretched out his right hand vigorously and said, "Okay, let's all prepare. The next is the duel between you and me. Let us two come to a battle that will not regret and go all out." "Well, I won't regret it. I will do my best." The moon nodded firmly. "Filu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Take leave today. Tomorrow will guarantee the 4th watch. Maybe it will be the 5th watch. I can't write a word today. Leave today. Guarantee the 4th watch tomorrow. Maybe it will be the 5th watch today. I can't write a word. Summer reading every day is fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 218 Shun's new partner, Rain Wing Moth. For a long time, everyone, the second round of review, the Battle of the Gorgeous contest is about to begin. With much anticipation, the second round of review was officially launched under Vivian's announcement. Compared with the gorgeous display of skills in the first round, the second round of review added a battle mode, depending on how the players performed in 5 minutes. For a limited time, use Gorgeous Trick to hit your opponent while maintaining your own grade. Because this tournament is level 1, the Pokemon used by the players in the second round must be different from the first round. Then the second round of reviewing the first match begins. With Vivian's announcement, the huge electronic timer just above the stage made a bang, and the countdown started in 5 minutes. Go, Kilinchi. This is a simple and honest-looking, dark-skinned, shaved little fat man. Although the appearance is very ordinary, none of the coordinators who can go to the second round of review is simple. Xiao Shun is still very confident. At this moment, the cheers and applause of the audience are almost all given to him. The 10-year-old genius coordinator has performed well in many gorgeous competitions since he traveled for half a year. He has now won 4 ribbon medal, which means that as long as he wins the medal of this longevity conference, he is eligible to participate in the annual grand celebration of the gorgeous contest. Quote exclamation mark. Rain Wing Moth. Habitually licking Lu Hai in front of his forehead, Xiao Shun quickly released his new Pokemon. This is Shun's new partner. In the lounge, Xiaoyao saw Xiao Shun taking out a Pokemon he had never seen before, and quickly took out the Pokemon illustration to see. Rainwing Moth, an evolution of Yo-Yo Ball, like to use the eyeball pattern on the tentacles to intimidate the enemy. The 4 wings behind it can move freely forward, backward, left and right like a helicopter. Of the rain-winged moth is actually quite cute, but the 2 large fan-shaped tentacles add a bit of an unfriendly aura to it. From a distance, the tentacles are like giant, vicious eyes. Kirin Chi, use the steel tail. Seeing the opponent release the Pokemon, this simple and honest-looking little fat man immediately shows aggression that is not equal to its appearance. Of course, more of them may be right dissatisfaction. Why everyone is the coordinator who entered the second round. He has so many people to support, and he seems to even cheer. Yes, under this kind of height difference, the little fat man is of course unhappy, or he is a little more handsome, and we will see how I beat you down. Zebra-like, giraffe-like figure leapt high, making an ancient sound, and the strange black ball with its head and tail flash with metallic luster, aggressively rushing towards the rain-winged moth that was staying in the air. Xiao Shun calmly said, "Come on, use bubble." Before it evolved, the rain-winged moth was a Pokemon with 2 types of insects and water. Although after the evolution, the water type has evolved into a flying type, but it can still use some skills from the Yo-Yo Ball era, waving its 4 wings at a high speed. Move, it really rises as quickly as a helicopter, and it is easy to dodge the first strike of Qilin Chi's steel tail, while avoiding. The slender antenna-like antennae at the top of the small head quickly condensed a unique white on. However, it was surprising that the rain-winged moth did not control the bubbles to attack Qilin Chi, but let these bubbles floating up to the ceiling. The rain-winged moth made a beautiful spin with sparkling wing, beautifully dodging Qilin Chi's steel tail. Following Vivian's introduction, Xiao Shun's opponent's score bar immediately 1/6 of the number disappeared. Of the gorgeous contest, you need to think carefully every time you attack, otherwise once your attack is evaded by the opponent's gorgeous posture, your score will be immediately reduction, of course, will not be as large as the attack. Why let all the bubbles float to the ceiling? Xiaoyao, who was watching the live broadcast, murmured something incomprehensible. Use freezing light. Xiao Shun's next order seemed to dispel some of the people's doubt. The antenna tentacles of the rain-winged moth once again met meditated with white on. The air was cold, and two irregular blue rays of light galloped towards the group of bubbles above the stage. The extremely low temperature almost instantly froze all the bubbles into round ice cubes. Vivian said loudly, "The rain-wing moth uses the freezing light to freeze the bubbles into ice." Under the light, it looked really beautiful and shining, but what does it mean behind it? The rhythm of the game seemed to be completely reversed on Shun's side. Seeing the look of anticipation on the faces of everyone present, Xiao Shun couldn't help showing a smile. "Next, let you witness my strength. The rain-winged moth, wake up," with a reminder. The well-trained rain-winged moth quickly responded to Xiao Shun's instructions, and with a light cry, countless green light balls emerged from the rain-winged moth body, and a series of wake-up light balls rushed into the sky at a very fast speed and fell one after another. The hockey puck da-da-da wakes up the light ball to bounce quickly on the smooth surface of the hockey puck, making a crisp clanging sound. The next moment, the shattered ice cube, accompanied by a large number of awakening light balls, almost covered the entire sky where Qilinqi was located from top to bottom, making it completely impossible to retreat. Filu reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 219 Tail Meow vs Kodola. Beep beep beep. 3 electronic sound. 3 red crosses. Qilinqi lost his fighting ability instantly under a series of combination moves by Rainwing Moth, even though there were still many score bars, but the loss of fighting ability of the Pokemon meant that he was out of the game with 3 strikes. Qilinqi is incapacitated. Vivian jumped into the camera and introduced excitedly the bubbles of the Rain-winged Moth, the freezing light, and the wake-up trick. This series of skill combinations are really amazing. This set of tricks is very thoughtful. Saga nodded in approval, using the ice surface to form the characteristics of a mirror, urging the wake-up light ball to bounce back multiple times, thus intensifying the power of his unique trick. It's a pity that this method can only produce such amazing effect in the gorgeous competition. If it is placed in the regional conference, no one will give you such a long skill stacking time, a powerful set of skills to counterattack, or a quick close-up it can break the first move. Too gorgeous but a little unreal. That's great. Xiao Shun, simply handsome. Immediately on the field, the crowd of cheerleaders screamed. Next is the final round of the second review. Contestant Xiaoyao against contestant Yizzy. Okay, win this game easily, and then defeat Xiao Shun perfectly, and win this tournament smoothly. The ribbon medal. Looking at the nervous Yizzy who seemed to be trembling, Xiaoyao didn't care too much, or her inflated mentality these days made her not consider Yizzy much older than her, but still a newcomer. Take it to heart. Come on, meow to the tail. Calm down. I have to calm down. Yizzy muttered to herself, then closed her eyes tightly, seemingly made up her mind, and threw out the Pokemon ball forcefully. At this moment, there was a little firmness in her eyes. She didn't want to lose this game, even if the opponent was Xiaoyao, for her dream for so many years, and also for the support and efforts of Xingjia. Dora, let go too. Dora meowed to the tail. One is cute and cute, the other is gigantic and vicious. Outside of the halo, Xiangwei Meow is undoubtedly more popular with people, but Dora is a heavyweight Pokemon that is not suitable for participating in gorgeous competition. Most of the tricks have no visual sense. In the first round of gorgeous reviews, the ones that were eliminated were very large. However, even in the second round of actual combat review, the gorgeousness of skills and the harmony and beauty of appearance will greatly affect the score reduction. Example, if Xiangwei Meow hit K-Dora with a beautiful trick, then the points that K-Dora will deduct must be greater than the points deducted by Xiangwei Meow when he hits Xiangwei Meow. Draw point. Gorgeous contests always pay attention to fairness, but after all, the public aesthetics will not be placed on these fierce-looking, huge Pokemon, and the judges will also have personal preferences, unless you are particularly amazing and play a combination trick that may people shine. Otherwise, the gorgeous contest will be more or less discriminatory toward Pokemon of the type of Kadora. Regardless of opponent, fighting with all-out effort is both respect and etiquette, Yizzy said in a low voice. Then she waved her hand and shouted, as Miss Xiaoyao said, Dora can use all her strength and use hit the trick, but Dora's slamming trick seems a little different. Saga held her chin lightly and said something suspiciously. You found it too, didn't you? Xingjia's face was full of excitement. Mom's K-Dora uses the slamming trick, but at the same time adds the iron head skill. The iron head skill greatly improves the hardness of K-Dora's armor, and the slamming also makes the iron head skill. The power has become greater. This is a secret trick I have been experimenting with for a long time. It seems easy, but Dora didn't know how many times she failed before she learned it. After listening to Xingjia's remarks, Saga couldn't help but admire this girl. It seems that the 2 Pokemon of Yizzy were basically trained by her. You must know that Xingjia is only 7 years old now. This kind of creativity can put her own creativity into practice. After 3 years of precipitation and knowledge, when she debuts at the age of 10, this girl may really be able to make a big name. On the other hand, on the field, although K-Dora's slam was amazing, it was a pity that his stature was too clumsy. Xiaoyao, who had many battle experience, would not let this trick hit Xiangwei Meow to the tail, jumped to avoid, and used use temptation at the same time. Xiaoyao had already checked the gender of this Kadora with the illustrated book, so she was determined to win it. Xiangwei is petite, its body is undoubtedly more flexible, and with a slight force of its limb, it leaps up into the air when Kadora hits, and a pink tail like a fan swaying, accompanied by an ethereal cry. A pink heart popped out from Xiangwei Miao's tail. With a crisp sound like a bubble burst, the pink heart hit Kidora's hard head. Coco, Coco. But Dora screamed madly, and two hearts appeared in her originally vicious eyes. Her whole body swayed to and fro. Even if Xiangwei Miao was standing at its feet, Dora did not have the slightest intention to attack. The magical hallucination that came made K-Dora think that the Pokemon in front of her was a very strong and beautiful female K-Dora, and now it has absolutely no mind to think about the game. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 220 Male Nemesis, Meow to the Tail. For this type of Pokemon, the strongest is against Pokemon of the opposite sex. It is undeniable that most of Xiangwei Miao's tricks do no harm, but some skills with special effects are quite confusing. First of all, Xiaoyao's tail-tailed Meow has the characteristics of a charming body. When using melee skills on a Pokemon of the opposite sex, there is a 1/3 chance that it will enter a state of ecstasy. The second is a set of temptation skills and charming skills. The temptation makes the enemy lose their fighting spirit, the charm makes the enemy decadent, and the power of the skills is greatly reduced. Combining the two, this tactic is simply not too dirty. Meow to the tail. Use the charming trick. Xiaoyao shouted loudly. Meow. Xiangwei Miao swayed her petite body. The little tiger teeth were slightly exposed, and a glutinous rice-like sound was emitted, and this light sound seemed to reach the hearts of the people, and the charm not only affected the Kidora in front of him, but also the judges and the audience. I also suddenly felt that this tail cat became more cute. More. The side effects of temptation have not subsided, and the charming side effects have been hit. At this time, K-Dora is already intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. No matter how Yuzi shouted, K-Dora still has that drunken look, and there is only that in her eye. Beautiful female Cordora. To be said that Xiangwei Miao's restraint on the opposite sex is too great. Unless the Pokemon that they are fighting against is very determined, or the strength gap is huge, there are very few male Pokemon who can keep it under the temptation of Xiangwei Miao. Saying, "What should I do? What should I do?" Yuzi was so anxious that she didn't know how to behave. No matter what she ordered, Dora couldn't hear her, and she even rolled on the spot, revealing her most vulnerable belly toward Xiangwei Miao. High the IQ of a Pokemon, it still has the habit of some beast showing its belly to others, which proves that the Pokemon at this time has surrendered, or is full of trust in you, because only in this way, most Pokemon will reveal their belly. The deadliest belly. Wow, the seduction and charm of Xiangwei Miao is so cool. Vivian exclaimed. Look, K-Dora, who was aggressive at the beginning, is now so obedient that she allows Xiangwei Miao to jump around on its belly. It's unbelievable. At the same time, the attack was not only avoided, but Kodola, who fell into decadence and intoxication for a short period of time, began to greatly reduce the score bar corresponding to it, until a full 1/3 of the score disappeared, and then stopped. Seeing that Yizi was in this passive situation, Xingjia couldn't believe it. It was obvious that Dora's attack power was stronger than Xiangwei. It is much stronger, even with Xiangwei Miao's weak defense, but a single hit from the metal claws can make Xiangwei Miao lose her fighting ability. Even if Miss Xiaoyao's Xiangwei Miao is more powerful, it cannot be so easy. Let's play Cordola with applause. This is the most powerful point of Xiangwei Miao. Saga smiled and said, although it's a bit shady, it is undeniable that the effect is simply outstanding for male Kadora. Sometimes the training of Pokemon is not only about powerful skills and combination trick, but also physical strength and mental strength. The firmness of a man is also very important. Only a more mature and strong mind can resist when facing the mentally affecting skills of Xiangwei Miao, instead of being helpless as it is now. Nice job. Such a great advantage. Listening to the cheers and screams that kept coming from his ears, Xiaoyao waved his hands excitedly. Meow to the tail. Use the assistance while you are now. Meow, who was playing on Kodola's belly, heard Xiaoyao's order, and firstly looked back at her. Her little appearance was not too cute. You can tell from the red eyes of those female viewers how jealous they were at this moment that Xiaoyao had such a cute thing. Immediately afterward, the big pink fluffy tail swayed from side to side, opened slightly, and the fiery breath gradually spread out. The next second, as it jumped high towards the tail, a fiery pillar of fire surged out, a very close distance. The perfect ray was all over K-Dora's body, and at the moment when the attack came, K-Dora's mind was still there. In the fascination, there was absolutely no room for any backhand. Xiaoyao made adequate preparations before the start of the game. In order to prevent Xiangwei Miao from helping to lend her skills for hunting swallowtails, she gave the Pokemon ball for hunting swallowtails to Saga for safekeeping before the start of the game. Put the baby ball of the turkey chicken on his body, so that when Xiangwei Miao finally used the assistant, almost 100% of it was with the skills of the turkey chicken, and for the steel-type Kidora, the fire-type trick, it is the deadliest restraint. The flames kept burning, and Dora's score dropped rapidly. After being hit like this, Dora finally regained her senses, throwing fire on all the tails. When assisting a trick with a skill, in addition to the strength of the Pokemon itself, the strength of the borrower will also affect the power of the skill to a large extent. If Xiangwei Miao just used the fire-type trick of Spitfire 1, or the fire-type Pokemon of the type of Flame Chicken, maybe Kidora will be instantly killed in an instant. Fire beat deal. Never. Let's talk about it. Attribute restraint. The increased damage is quite terrifying. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 221, The Duel of Rivals. Hunting Swallowtail vs Rain Wing Moth. A game is a game, no matter who the opponent is. I will do my best, Xiaoyao said firmly. Give it the final blow. Blizzard. Blizzard is the most powerful skill Xiangwei Miao has learned so far. Of course, this power is only relative. If it is normal, with Dora's body defense, the damage caused by the blizzard can almost be ignored. However, Kidora, who had just been scorched by the jet flame, had not recovered yet. She was panting and her face was hideous. The temperature of the originally bright silver armor was extremely high, and not only a faint red appeared in some places, but the entire body surface was slowing down. White smoke rose slowly. The whistling blizzard rushed past. For Kidora in this posture, this undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. The extremely high body surface temperature was blown by the cold blizzard, and the hot and cold alternated. But Dora rolled her eyes. Without humming, her heavy body slumped heavily on the stage of the gorgeous competition. Exclamation mark. 3 red crosses. Can Dora lose his ability to fight and be eliminated? In addition to the turbulent offensive at the beginning, the rhythm of the next game seems to be completely controlled by Xiaoyao's Xiangwei Miao. The gorgeous competition pays great attention to rhythm. When your rhythm is completely controlled by your opponent, you will lose the chance to come back. If Yizzy used a female fire elf in this game, the situation would definitely not be overwhelmed like this. It can only be said that this game was doomed from the beginning. Against the male Pokemon, Xiangwei Miao really dominated. Too big an advantage. She thought that she would lose, but she didn't expect it to be so miserable. Yizzy took back Kidora with a wry smile and looked at the girl opposite, who was far younger than her. Maybe she was really not suitable for being a coordinator. This game can be regarded as fulfilling one of my wishes. And don't you have a little baby? Look back at that. The little girl with a lost face. Xingjia, you are much better than your mother, and you will definitely become a very strong coordinator in the future. Next, your mother will fully support you, just like you used to support the restroom like a mother. Yizzy said sincerely. Miss Xiaoyao, you are amazing. I am convinced that I lost. I didn't expect that in the face of your Xiangwei Miao, but Dora actually didn't even have the strength to fight back. I didn't think it would be like this before the game. Haha, there's no such thing. Xiaoyao is humble. It's just because Xiangwei Miao's tricks are very restraining the male Kidora. If Miss Yizzy uses the fire spirit, the outcome of this game is uncertain. If you lose, you lose. After all, the rules of the level 1 gorgeous competition. I think that after this longevity conference, I will focus on my family in the future. The child of Xingjia has no father since he was a child, and I often ignore her feelings because of work and so-called dreams. Some emotion. Then next is the final duel between Xiaoyao, Yu and Xiaoshu. I don't know who will be able to win the ribbon medal for this conference. It must be me, Xiaoyao said confidently. I won't lose to that stinky guy from Xiaoshan. After the first round of gorgeous review and the second round of actual combat review, this gorgeous longevity competition has finally come to the last round. Vivian stood in the center of the stage generously, and her sweet and magnetic voice spread throughout the audience through the topic. The last two who stood out among the dozens of challengers, Xiaoshan and Xiaoyao, will represent the winner. Let us look forward to their wonderful performance together. Quote, looking at Xiaoshan, who closed his eyes and rested, Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and whispered, I will definitely not lose this time. I remember the first time I participated in the gorgeous competition in Kana City and successfully entered the second round of the review relying on the beauty of hunting swallowtail butterflies, but was easily defeated by that guy who always mocked me. This stock has always stayed in Xiaoyao's heart and has never been reduced. Since then, she has thought that she must defeat him, and go all out to defeat this stinky guy so that he can no longer be proud in front of her in the future. Don't underestimate a woman's vengeance. Xiaoshan not only defeated Xiaoyao, but also mocked her many times. In Xiaoyao's heart, this is like a life and death enemy. This time, it's finally the opportunity to win. Come on stage and hunt for swallowtail butterflies. Rainwing moth, show your beauty to the fullest. At the moment when Vivian announced the start, both sides released their own Pokemon. Xiaoyao is not using Xiangwei Miao. It's not that she doesn't want to use it, it's just because she already knows the gender of the Nirvana, a female Nirvana. Facing the same gender Pokemon, the advantage of Xiangwei Miao will be, there is nothing left, whether it is the characteristics of the charming body, or the combination of temptation and charming tricks all have no effect, plus the flying advantage advantage of the rain-winged moth. If you send the tail to the field, the game will become very difficult to fight. Gorgeous hunting swallowtail butterfly with a pink body and colorful wings, and a rain-winged moth with bizarre tentacles and a more flexible flight beat. The two sides each stopped 3 meters above their trainer's head, and stared at each other closely, just waiting for the trainer's order, and they would immediately launch the offensive. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Sorry, I haven't been home until now. I'm going to take a day off today. I'm really sorry. Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 222 Gap in Experience. After hunting the swallowtail, after the silver whirlwind, use a shocking trick. Xiaoyao took the lead in launching the attack order. I saw the hunting swallowtail vigorously waving the colorful butterfly wing, and the silver-white, visually gorgeous whirlwinds attacked the rain-winged moth directly above. At the same time, at the moment when the silver whirlwind was launched, the hunting swallowtail broke into the empty area in the center of the silver whirlwind using the impact trick. With the acceleration of the silver whirlwind, the whole body of the hunting swallowtail began to spin rapidly. The combination of the silver whirlwind and the impact is to use the silver whirlwind as the first move, which can not only be used as a means of protecting oneself but also can use the wind of the silver whirlwind to greatly enhance the power of the impact trick. Xiao Shun looked at the gorgeous hunting swallowtail with a calm expression. He had seen this trick used by hunting swallowtails at the Autumn Leaf Conference, and the target officially defeated his Poison Rose's Cherim last time. Although this move looks simple, in fact, if it is perfectly matched, the power is still quite good, especially for the inherently delicate defense of flying bug Pokemon. Rain-wing moth. Use slashing slash. Xiao Shun shouted loudly and launched a swift and violent counterattack. The 4 helicopter-like wings of the rain-winged moth immediately waved at high speed, and when the hunting swallowtail approached, 4 slightly transparent but visible air slashes flew out, and the sharp air slashes were almost in one shot. In an instant, the silver whirlwind wrapped around the hunting swallowtail was scattered. Fortunately, there is a silver whirlwind that acts as a protective film, and Xiaoyao usually enjoys cultivating swallowtail hunting. At this time, hunting swallowtails is not as immature as in the previous gorgeous competitions, as Xiaoyao is currently the strongest Pokemon. This beautiful guy with a natural sparkle and a pretty good talent doesn't feed only on appearances. The flexible butterfly wings swung downward quickly, and with the help of the inertia of the attacking trick, the flying height of the hunting swallowtail was forcibly lowered by 1 meter, thus avoiding the neck to air slashes of the rain-wing moth. Although I hate this guy, I have to admit that his strength is indeed stronger than his own. Xiaoyao frowned slightly, and the confrontation at the beginning was weaker and weaker. And this rain-winged moth is Xiao Shun's new Pokemon. In theory, its strength should be weaker than Poison Rose, but why do I have a feeling that this rain-winged moth is more difficult to deal with than the poisonous one? If Saga knew Xiaoyao's current thoughts, she would definitely do it for her. Rain-winged moths are of course more difficult to deal with hunting swallowtails than poison roses, even if poison roses are stronger. First of all, the attributes of poison rose are grass-type, insect-type hunting phoenix. Butterfly is naturally restrained by it, and the poisonous rose cannot fly, which is even more disadvantage than the hunting swallowtail flying in the sky. Now I have replaced the rain-winged moth with a more flexible flight beat, and both sides are insect-type. There is no attribute restraint, there is no flight advantage, and the strength of the two Pokemon is almost the same. The next thing to look at is the coordinator, the commander, who can discover the opponent's flaws faster and handle the details more carefully. Then the winner of this gorgeous contest will be him. It is indeed a lot better than last time, Xiao Shun said with a smile. But for the next move, I'll see how you dodge rain-winged moth and use water jets to the sky. Although the rain-winged moth is only a dual attribute of insect and flight, this does not affect its inheritance of some yo-yo skills. With a sound of insect, the white tentacles on the top of the head of the rain-winged moth began to spew out water column. If you look closely, there is a tiny outlet at the top of the tentacles. It is not an ordinary solid, and the water output of the water column is getting more and more big. The tentacle port also slowly expanded. Shin's rain-winged moth sprayed a large amount of water from the tentacles, but he did not use this to attack the hunting swallowtail, but sprayed it over the stage. I don't know Xiaoshan, what will the players think? Vivian introduced loudly. It's now, rain-winged moth, wake up the trick. Mom. The rain-winged moth let out a low cry, and 7 silver-white light balls were condensed from its 4 wings and 3 antenna ends, and then rushed into the air with lightning speed. It was too late. The falling water column, with a bang, saw 7 wake-up light balls hit the water column, and the force brought by the trick directly smashed the water column into all directions. Crash. Water column scattered, and countless water droplets fell like a downpour in the half-court of hunting swallowtail butterflies. Seeing this, Vivian, who was close to hunting swallowtail butterflies, stepped back a few steps to prevent her luxurious dress from getting soaked. Touching the drops of water on her face, Xiaoyao felt a trace of uneasiness, especially the expression of of Zhao Shan's grasp of everything, which made her have no confidence. Xiao Yao's actual combat experience is still much worse than Xiao Shan's. Saga in the audience looked at that. The boy with great talent took advantage of the fact that the rain-winged moth can use the water-type trick, which is different from the general insect-type Pokemon, and then use the wake-up trick to blast the water column, forming a with a small area of rain. I am afraid that the wings of hunting swallowtails are almost unable to swing. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 223 Longevity Conference. N. Hunting swallow butterfly Pokemon has a big weakness, that is, it is afraid of rain. The gorgeous and wide butterfly wings are covered with many colorful scales and powders. These scales are not only beautiful decorations, but those scales that are very rowdy to the touch also make the wings of hunting swallowtails fly more effortlessly. However, once this kind of butterfly wing is soaked by rain, the water droplets and scale powder fuse together to form a clot. Then the weight of the butterfly wing for hunting swallowtails will quickly become heavy, and the scale powder on the butterfly wing will lose its weight. Utility. After all, the wings of hunting swallowtails are not protected by a layer of oil film like Bidiao and Aogayan, which can well allow water droplets to stay from the wings without causing any impact on themselves. This point is not a problem of strength, it is the processing of details. Xiao Yao didn't notice this, but Xiao Shu happened to be perfectly aimed at hunting swallowtail butterflies. Woohoo! Sure enough, the wet hunting swallowtail began to feel uneasy, especially the wet wide butterfly wings, which usually feel very flexible and waving casually, but at this moment it feels a little difficult, like falling into a quagmire covered with so uncomfortable. One wrong step, Xiao Yao's gorgeous contest may be ended by him again. Saga sighed inwardly. Hunting swallowtail, how are you? At this time, of course Xiao Yao noticed something was wrong with hunting swallowtails, and asked anxiously. Woohoo! Hunting swallowtail frowned as if it smiled bitterly, and the flying posture also began to appear swaying. The weight of the wings suddenly increased, and all the scales and powder formed cloth. The swallow butterfly probably fell from the sky long ago. Xiao Shun touched Lu Hai on his forehead and said with a smile, you have indeed improved a lot, not only in terms of strength but also the mouth that refuses to admit defeat. But the gap between the two of us is still too big. Or, you are always attacking in this actual combat stage. You never observe any details, and you don't know how to cause the greatest danger to the opponent's Pokemon with the least cost. And now, you have lost. And just as Xiao Shun said these words, the slender antennae on the top of the head of the rain-winged moth immediately condensed, and in the next second, irregular blue light, accompanied by cold air, rushed straight to the barely supported hunting swallowtail in the air. The rain-winged moth directly used the freezing light, and the water column that had just hunted the swallowtail was soaking wet. The speed was greatly reduced, and there was nowhere to escape. The freezing light hit perfectly, and the chill is immediately frozen into ice while hunting Phoenix. But the water stains all over the butterfly have become the best conductor. In Xiao Yao's unbelievable gaze, a crystal-clear ice sculpture appeared in the air, and along with the free fall, the ice cube that was freezing the hunting swallowtail smashed heavily on the stage. A crisp landing sound seemed to announce the result of the match. This momentary change made the audience stunned. Even Vivian was stunned for a long time, and said, the hunting swallowtail has been frozen into ice. I wonder if Xiao Yao will still have a chance. Lowering Qin's head, Xiao Yao clenched her pink fist. Although her heart was full of fear, she also knew clearly that there would be no chance for the next time, not to mention whether there is still enough energy to break through the ice for hunting Phoenix butterflies. That guy's personality wouldn't give him a chance to hunt swallowtails, who was completely at a disadvantage. Xiao Yao's score bar immediately disappeared, and the three judges did not immediately announce the result but start the countdown of the last 15 seconds. If hunting swallowtails can break through the ice during this time period, then the game will continue. There was no accident. Until the last second of waiting, there was no sign of breaking the ice for hunting swallowtails. The three judges could only make their choice regretfully. They also liked the special color hunting swallowtail, but a game is a game. There are only wins and losses. Alas, seeing the final result, Vivian sighed regretfully, but as the host of the gorgeous contest, she still dutifully walked to the center of the stage, put the microphone to her mouth, and announced loudly, hunting the Papilio. No, so the final winner of this Pokemon Gorgeous Contest Level 1 Longevity Tournament is Koshin player from Green Ridge City and his Rain-Wing Moth. I lost. Xiao Yao lowered his head in disappointment, and at the same time took back the frozen swallowtail butterfly, so there is no need to worry about the safety of hunting swallowtail. After receiving the baby ball, the temperature in the baby ball can release the frozen state. There will be no problem if you check with Miss Joy again. It's just that the lofty ambitions before the start of the game seem to have become empty words. The winner enjoys the cheers and applause of the audience, and receives the ribbon medal representing the victory, while the loser can only retire sadly. Xiao Yao, really very sorry. Yizzy comfortably patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder, said, Xiao Shun's strength is indeed very powerful, but you are also not bad. It's just that you only lose the game if you don't handle it well in some aspects. Xiaoyao laughed at himself when he heard the word. Miss Yizzy, don't comfort me. I know where I am, although I am not reconciled, but I have learned the lesson this time, and I will meet him next time. I will never lose again. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. So annoying. I'm so busy every day. I'm rushing to work. My head is about to explode, and I'm going to take a leave of absence today. So annoying. I'm so busy every day. Drawing and rushing to work. My head is about to explode. I have to ask for leave without discipline today, and work hard tomorrow. : exclamation mark. Summer reading is fun every day. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 224. Wind Speed Dog. Myth. The Orange Islands are located near the equator. The sun is always so warm. The endless sky is as blue as the sea, and the endless sea below is correspondingly contrasted. Densely populated islands of different sizes are scattered all over this sea area. The large and suitable islands for human habitation are opened up by the locals as unique resort cities, while those numerous small islands, some uninhabited islands, are not suitable for human beings. Some small islands with beautiful scenery and rich species have been purchased by some rich people and become private holiday paradises. On the largest island of the Orange Island, 250 nautical miles to the east of Little Orange Island, there is a beautiful island with a unique shape. If you take a helicopter and look over the island, you will find that the overall shape of the island is like a gigantic pineapple. To the east of the island is a large coconut grove, which is the top leaf of a pineapple, and below it is a dense forest and a whole plain occupying at least 1/5 of the island's area, and the rest of the golden sandy beach is pineapple. Flesh skin. Drip, drip, drip. You have new news. You have new news. 1:15 p.m. This time is the hottest time on Pineapple Island. The island is very quiet, and the Pokemon who are usually active seem to be taking a nap. Wong Wu, the wind speed dog, who was resting under a coconut tree not far from the villa, suddenly raised his head. His diamond-shaped ears swayed flexibly, and a flash of excitement flashed in his black and white pupils. Stood up, shook the sand stained on his hair, and saw the wind speed dog's strong hind limbs gently kick. In an instant, the beach on the ground raised a flurry of yellow sand. A brown-red afterimage was fleeting, and the next second, we saw the tall body of the wind speed dog appearing at the door of the villa. Half squatting on the ground, gently lift up the front limbs and press down. The door of the villa opened with a click. Walking into this small and exquisite villa, facing you is a huge photo about 1 person high, which is very conspicuous and hangs directly above the living room of the villa. It was a group photo. A handsome blonde boy holding a trophy high and laughing happily. Beside him is a giant dog who is half squatting and taller than the boy. Behind him is a fierce-looking, the larger silver-white behemoth, and the fiery red big-billed sparrow stood tamely on the other side. Blue, with a spiky head standing in front of the sparrow, a golden-haired electric monster, an evil and funny Gengar, and a naughty and cute little white like a proud little princess. He usually stands on the boy's shoulder with his small head raised. Wong Wong. Every time I see this photo, Sugo will roar a few times with excitement, and the humanized eyes are full of nostalgia and admiration, because the boy in the photo, the blonde hair, the most important person in life. This large group photo was taken by Saga when he won the first regional championship in his life and the championship of the Quart Conference. Because it was the first time, it was more memorable, so he specially developed the photo and made this huge picture. Photo. The electronic voice of the mailbox in the room was still moving and moving for a while, and then the wind speed dog turned and walked to the room in the deepest aisle. Although it doesn't have the anthropomorphic hands like Gengar, the wind speed dog's forelimbs are still very flexible. The right paw, which is comparable to the size of an adult fist, gently presses the red button on the answering button. The original black screen is visible for a while. Shaking, a handsome blonde boy appeared on the screen, looking very imaginative to the boy in the huge photo, but he looked more mature. Zhang Gui, long time no see. Wong Wong. Seeing the boy's appearance, the wind speed dog screamed excitedly, and even raised his forelimbs to lie on the video phone, and pouted his head pitifully, even though his body was huge. But seeing such a wind speed dog, still can't help but feel a little pity. Most Pokemon are very loyal, but the most loyal Pokemon are Katie and Windspeed. They will only have one owner in their life. If the first owner abandons them, they will go on a hunger strike. Unless the owner feeds them personally, they will not eat. I would rather starve to death than eat food given by others. It's the Windspeed dog, the boy said in surprise. I'm still going to be Gengar to answer the phone. I didn't expect that the current Windspeed dog can even use these technology. It's really great. Hearing the owner's compliment, the Windspeed dog completely forgot the small mistake of calling his name wrong just now. From the behavior of the tail, you can see how excited the Windspeed dog is at this time. Feng Speed dog, I miss you too. Seeing the big dog on the other side of the screen, Sajia's nose is slightly sour. This Pokemon that grew up with me since I was a child may be the most important existence in my heart. The ignorant and daring self just wanted to get a Pokemon that belonged to him, but unexpectedly attacked a poacher adventure in the forest without knowing the sky and the earth, and accidentally got the egg of the Katy dog. In those years, in order to make a living, work frantically to feed the Katy dog and myself, I risked my life to go to the depths of the forest to pick rare medicinal herbs and tree fruit, and at that time there was a helpless little boy by my side. There is always only one catty dog who liked to lick his cheek. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 225. Handover Shakira. Well, I'll go back soon. Yes, this time is not. I'm going to keep you guys on Pineapple Island. I'll tell you the good news. Your master will soon have one who can move around. You may not know what a sky garden is. Anyway, it is a kind of house that can fly everywhere. You and Gengar will move there, so you don't have to worry about not being able to meet for a long time in the future. Aren't you very happy? Of the video phone. Anyway, there are no people at the Pokemon Center, and this time is also when most people take their lunch break, so Saga can occupy this place for a long time. Wong Wu. Although the Wind Speed dog does not know what the Sky Garden is, but according to the owner's meaning, the next time he comes back, he will move, and he will let himself and those friends accompany the owner by his side. The Wind Speed dog does not care where it lives, because as long as it is the place with the owner is the warmest and most comfortable. After chatting for a while with Fengsugo, Saga finally remembered the most important thing this time, and said softly, "By the way, I have a very important thing to ask you this time. Very important, very important. Important things must be said. Wow, 3 times. Hear the owner say so. Important." The Windspeed dog's excited face became serious. The canine teeth leaked out of the lower lip slightly. A strong aura was undoubtedly exposed, and the mane on the neck was slightly blown up, looking like a lion on guard. Nodding with satisfaction, Saga continued, "Kira has evolved, but its evolutionary form is different from yours. It needs a very quiet and safe place to rest and wait for the rebirth of the cocoon later. I'll take Yukira right away. No, it should be called Shakira now. I'll send a Pokemon ball over there, and then you give Shakira to Mama Bangira. By the way, and Lugia, by the way, Mama also said, let them both protect Shakira for a while until it evolves." The Windspeed dog, listening to a series of important instructions, can only nod frequently. Although there are some words in it that he did not understand, the general meaning can still be understood. It is that the little guy in the past has evolved and needs a safe place. Tell his mother and Big Rocky let them protect the evolved Petites until Petites evolve again. One more thing. Saga paused and said again, "Bring Xiaoyan here. This time I will take him out to meet the world. After studying for such a long time, I think it has acquired a certain strength. As a descendant of the divine beast, it is not only a you can sit on the island and watch the sky." Wong Wu. The Windspeed dog whimpered in a low voice, "It seems that you have brought Xiaoyan there. Why didn't you take me there? I miss my master so much." Cough cough. Hearing this, Saga touched the back of his head embarrassedly and said, "Don't worry, didn't I say I can pick you up right away? Just wait for a while. I promise I will pick you up as soon as possible." The Windspeed dog can understand the meaning of the owner, and does not continue the little daughter's attitude. According to Saga's instruction, he turned on the transmitter next to the video phone, and then trotted to the shelf next to him, and picked up a vacant baby ball with his mouth placed on the thick plate of the conveyor. Seeing that the Windspeed dog was ready, Saga also took out the baby ball with Shakira, put it gently on the teleporter beside, and clicked to confirm the transmission. Fizzle. Only listening to the sound of electric current, the baby ball on the teleporter began to glow red. This scene lasted for about 5 seconds, and then gradually became quiet. At this time, the teleporter controlled by the Windspeed dog at the other end of the screen began to glow red, and the baby ball shook for a few seconds and then became quiet. Depending on the distance of the transmission opportunity, the red light flashing time will be different, up to 15 seconds. Of course, such transmission cannot be carried out in remote mountainous areas, polar regions, or places where ports are not connected to each other. Sometimes Saga can only admire the technology of this world. Perhaps because of the powerful and special power of Pokemon, people do not go the way of researching military weapons, but vigorously develop various industries related to Pokemon. Space technology that was supposed to be a miracle seems to have become extremely commonplace in this world. The matter of handing over Shakira was quickly settled. After confirming that it was teleported, the Windspeed dog quickly bit the baby ball, and jumped out of the window on the other side with a vigorous leap, and galloped quickly towards the valley where Bangira's mother was. At the amazing running speed of the Windspeed dog, even without using any acceleration skills, it only takes about 6 minutes to run a full circle around the island. It is much faster than those high-speed trains. After running with all his strength for a while, the Windspeed dog came to a valley in the center of the island, where the rocks are rugged and the yellow sand is everywhere. Except for the color of the rock, there seems to be no green. Standing at Taniguchi, Windspeed dog's nose twitched a few times in the air, and his sense of smell, which is 500 times higher than human, quickly locked the location of Bangira's mother, and then galloped away again, his strong and majestic body jumping on the rock. Every time you blink, the figure of the wind speed dog has disappeared in front. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 226. Little Lugia is here. Drip, drip, I got it here. Saga shook the baby ball in his hand and said with a smile, thank you for this time, wind speed dog. Wong Wu. Wind speed dog stuck out his big tongue and shook his head quickly, as if to say, Master, no need to thank me, this is what I should do. Continue to chat with the wind speed dog for a while, and when the people in the center become more and more, Saga can only say sorry to the wind speed dog, and then turn off the video phone. This time, with the help of the wind speed dog, it can be considered a successful completion. I believe that Shakira will spend this time quietly on the island. As for the safety issue, Bangira, who has the peak of the king, and the strength and terror surpass the champion. Under the protection of these two, who else will do any harm to Shakira? Looking at the special baby ball with a purple shell and letter icons in his hand, Sajia couldn't help feeling a little excited. This baby ball has a very resounding name called the Master Ball. It is a prop that countless trainers dream of because of its efficacy. That is, without fighting, you can conquer all Pokemon, including even divine beasts. Of course, the cost of this kind of precious ball with almost exaggerated utility is also extremely high. It is often priceless, and the one in Saga's hand is also the only one Master Ball in his hand so far, which is the reward for the champion of the Chengdu Silver Mountain Conference. Product. In fact, the Master Ball is not as insignificant as people think. Using the Master Ball to forcefully subdue Pokemon will be very unfavorable for future training and the relationship between Pokemon. Unless you're using the Master Ball to subdue weak Pokemon with low IQs, those Pokemon may be easy to surrender. However, once you use the Master Ball to forcefully conquer some powerful Pokemon, yes, the Master Ball can forcefully subdue it successfully, but later you will find that even if you become its nominal owner, the Pokemon will still be the same. Have the right not to bird you. As for forcibly subduing the divine beast, it is a joke, not to mention whether you can meet a living divine beast in your lifetime, and secondly, at the moment of subjugation, I feel that you will be directly destroyed by the fury of the divine beast. Final analysis. Master Balls can only be regarded as the highest technological achievements of human beings in the field of Pokemon balls so far, and they are the best Pokemon balls of the highest grade, and they can even wait for divine beast. Because apart from the Master Ball, Pinna, who does not have any precious balls, has won the high-level divine beast, because the natural coercion possessed by the high-level divine beast is enough to shatter ordinary treasured balls. Returning to his room, he closed the door and exhaled softly, and the corners of Saga's mouth lifted slightly. He was looking forward to the separation for half a year. How did the little Lugia and its mother learn? I don't know if they can fly now. With these doubts and curiosity, Saga pressed the switch of the Master Ball. A bang! A dazzling white light rose in front of the eyes, and the shape became bigger and bigger. Suddenly a pair of silver-white wingspans suddenly opened. Different from the wings of ordinary bird Pokemon, this pair of silver-white wingspans seemed to be more like human arms, and the tip of the wingspan was opened like a human palm. The 5 separated feathers are like the 5 fingers of a human being. Ruthless. A slightly sharp cry, but there was some immature Saga in it. Before he could see Xiaoyan's appearance clearly, he felt a sudden white light in front of him, and then his body sank, and a sticky tongue kept on his own face. All of a sudden, this face has become hoo-hoo. Ha, alright Xiaoyan, let me see how you look now. Saga hugged the naughty guy, and pushed the long head that kept sticking out. Ruthless. Xiaoyan blinked his big eyes. Under Saga's dissuasion, he calmed down for a while, and the broad white wingspan hugged Saga's back tightly to express the joy of reunion. Silver white, smooth feathers that feel like pearls. The lovely big eyes are surrounded by 2 handsome dark blue feathers, and the beautiful pupils of the same dark blue are like an endless ocean. In addition to being smaller in size, Xiaoyan now has the taste of the god of the sea more than half a year ago, and the most important thing is that the original Milky Voice has become a little more mature. Lugia, the god of the sea, a mythical beast that he really conquered, although it is only a little now, but it can't cover up the supreme birth. It only takes time to accumulate, and little Lugia will definitely become its mother. As powerful as a divine beast, and even more powerful. Little say inside Department Group 1, 142529731. Fly Little say inside Department Group 2, 92908296. Every individual group of Little say all do not one sample O. Saga has this confidence. With his own training and help, little Lugia's future is limitless. Whenever I think about it, at a certain time in the future, I stand on the back of Lugia, who is already an adult and invincible in strength, with his arms around him, and his strong partners under him, disdain for countless titles and regional champions, even masters. As trainer, every man has ambition, and the size of ambition always depends on the strength of the man. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 227 Silver Strength. Lugia growth stage attribute. Superpower. Flight characteristic. Air pressure has a huge pressure on most Pokemon. To a certain extent, it will weaken the opponent's will to fight, and its own strength, and it is invalid for Pokemon that also have air pressure. 1. Adult Lugia heights or in parentheses. Weight 36. Special skills. Air Explosion. Weather Beam. Strength Evaluation. Quasi Tianwang Primary Evaluation. Cubs of high-level Divine Beast. There is no 1 out of 10. Since the creation of this world, it is the first time that high-level Divine Beasts have been found to breed cub. Its potential is almost unlimited. It is only a matter of time to get it and become a Pokemon master. With the innate coercion and ability of high-level mythical beasts, the challenge of leapfrog will become very easy. With the help of Jarvis, Xiaoyan's current series of materials quickly had a very intuitive impression in Saga's mind. It seems that in the past 6 months, this little guy who can only be cute at the beginning and can't even fly has made great progress. He has also learned 2 special skills, one of which, Air Explosion, is the only skill of the Lugia clan. No Pokemon can learn it except Lugia. Weather Beam is a very special skill. It will change its power and attributes according to the weather at the time of the user. In addition to Lugia, only Hwang and Lei Gong, one of the 3 sacred beasts in Chengdu, can learn this trick. Little Yin, can you fly now? Saga put the little guy on top and asked expectantly. A Pokemon like Lugia belongs to the sea and the sky. These 2 places are its home ground. In the sea, it is an unmatched monarch. In the sky, it is also invincible. But on land, Lugia's strength is very embarrassing, and the structure of the body makes it a moving target when standing on land. If little Lugia has not learned to fly, its strength should be reduced by at least half. Ruthless. Xiaoyan first licked Saga's nose happily, then nodded. The broad wingspan like a human arm waved lightly. A gust of wind blew against his face, and the curtains behind him blew, while Xiaoyan was very relaxed. Staying in midair, the long tail that resembles a whale also swayed gently to maintain the balance of the body. It may be that the little guy was eager to show his strength in front of the master. Xiaoyan started to flutter his wings, and kept lying around in this small bedroom. It was crooked, especially some papers on the desk were blown all over the sky. Okay, but, on, Xiaoyan, stop her. Seeing that little Lugia could fly freely, the last worry in Saga's heart disappeared. Seeing that the room in the Pokemon Center was so messed up by it, I could only hurriedly greet the little guy to calm down first, and I was about to check out in the afternoon. If Miss Joy, who was waiting to clean up the room, saw this look, it would be a shame. How can I explain it? Although the room in the center is free for Alliance trainers, once it is damaged or deliberately disturbed, compensation must be paid according to regulation. This is Lugia. Athena looked in disbelief. Wiping her beautiful eyes, she observed it carefully. It was true that the Pokemon with beautiful silver feathers in front of her was indeed the legendary god of the sea, Lugia. It's just that the body seems to be several sizes smaller than the data. What a beautiful Pokemon. Xiaoyao was completely overwhelmed by Xiaoyan's handsomeness, staring at the Pokemon hovering above Saga's head, and muttering, this Pokemon is so cool, especially the indescribable one. I feel, is it called Lugia? Even the name is so handsome. This is a forest with lush greenery and boundless forest, located in the east of Changshu town. At the other end of the forest is the location of Fengyuan's Sikkim Bag, Yinyu City. Even if the continent of Fengyuan is there is a lot of water, but the inland areas are also like Kanto and Chengdu. There are often large forests between cities. It can only be said that the protection of vegetation in this world is really good. Saga didn't care if little Lugia appeared in front of Athena and Xiaoyao. It should be said that as long as they travel with him, one day they will find out about Xiaoyan, unless he never takes out Xiaoyan. Sending Xiaoyan over this time is to train it hard, and by the way, let it become a powerful combat force as soon as possible. As for being coveted by others, I don't have any worries about this Saga. When you were weak, it was a big sin to have a baby beast, and when you were strong, it was a matter of course. The leader of the battle development area, Mr. Kamdai, has 3 divine beasts, but he has never heard of anyone being able to grab the 3 divine pillars in his hand. Athena stared at the little Lugia, a little thoughtful. I heard someone in the organization say that the one in the Whirlpool Island, Dr. Nanbo, was angered by the beast because of the capture of Lugia, and the entire submarine base exploded, except for Lin Duo and Xiao Saburo. No one seems to have survived. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel, Growing Lugia, Little Silver! Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 228 Test. According to some information obtained at that time, it can be speculated that there is more than one Lugia planned by Dr. Nanbo, but after the explosion of the Haiti base on the Whirlpool Island, all the important information disappeared, and the only surviving Armado and Kosaburo have completely lost their memory in the explosion, so the organization has no reasonable conclusion as to what happened. So now seeing a living little Lugia appear in front of him, he must have had his share in the destruction of the submarine base. Looking at the boy who was getting close to little Lugia, Athena's eyes were a little complicated, but then she relaxed again. He was his younger brother. To be recognized by Lugia Lugia, he should be happy for him, and Isaac should be happy for him. With the added strength, Athena also believed that he could protect little Lugia. As for reporting this matter to the organization, sorry, compared to the importance of my brother in my heart, the organization is still a lot worse. If one day Saga and the Rocket stand on opposite sides, Athena believes that she will definitely stand on Saga's side without hesitation, because the rest of her life is to protect this lost and found brother. Sister Athena, what kind of Pokemon is this cute little guy? Xiaoyao gently put her hand on Xiaoyan's head and stroked it, and asked curiously, there is no information in the Pokemon illustration. It seems that it should be a relatively rare Pokemon. Not to mention Fang Yuan, even among the locals of the Whirlpool Island, except for some researchers, most ordinary people have almost zero knowledge of Lugia. This kind of high-level divine beast known as the god of the sea. The dragon sees its tail but does not see its head. If an ordinary person can look up to Lugia's heroic appearance in his lifetime, he will not be in vain. Hee. Athena chuckled and said, Xiaoyao, this Pokemon is not only relatively rare. The name Lugia may not be very famous in Fangyuan, but it is an admirable name in Kanto and Chengdu, and it has a more the name of the image. People prefer to call it the god of the sea. God of the sea. Xiaoyao was surprised. No, what kind of beast is this little guy? Can be called the god of the sea by people. If it is not a divine beast, there is no other conclusion, but this little guy who looks harmless to humans and animals, and is so close to Saga, doesn't look like a majestic and powerful one. God beast. Athena was right. Saga withdrew the line of sight she had been observing. Since she took out the small silver, Saga has been observing the changes in Athena's eyes. Watches lie, but eyes don't. With his spiritual power far exceeding that of ordinary people, it is absolutely impossible for the changes in human eyes to escape his own eye. This woman has always maintained full goodwill to herself, and the king's heart can detect the sinister people's heart. The information from the heart of the king made Saga understand that this woman did not have any malice towards herself as she said, and even the heart of the king could vaguely perceive a special feeling. General, but Athena is still a high-level member of the Rockets in the final analysis, and the heart of defense is indispensable. Today, she deliberately released Xiaoyan in front of them. Saga also has many ideas to test her, but she did not expect to face this temptation. Ya's cub, and there must be an adult Lugia behind the cub. Her mood changes were normal, except for the shock at the beginning. The rest was actually happy for herself, ruling out the possibility that Athena would secretly report to the Rocket. Saga still didn't understand this. The two were not relatives and not related, and she still stalked and traveled with her. A Rocket's executive should not be thinking about the organization but an irrelevant person, which made Saga puzzled. Saga won't know, just because his appearance is exactly the same as that of Athena's younger brother who disappeared when he was a child, and the inexplicable familiarity when they met for the first time made Athena regard him as her own younger brother. Furthermore, the place where the two separated back then was the Viking forest, and Saga happened to be an orphan. Although there was no blood identification, Athena was sure that he was her lost brother. Xiaoyan is just a child now. It is the cub of the higher divine beast Lugia. Saga explained. Higher divine beast. Xiaoyao blinked his eyes suspiciously. Is there any difference between the divine beasts? Shouldn't they all be very powerful? When I was a child, I heard from the school teacher that if a trainer got a divine beast as his Pokemon, then this trainer will become as powerful as the 4 heavenly kings in a short period of time. Your teacher is right. Saga nodded and said, the premise is that the trainer has obtained a high-level divine beast, that is, a Pokemon of the level of Lugia. In simple terms, human beings are divided into 3 levels according to the strength and rarity of the divine beast, from the weakest low-level divine beast to the most powerful high-level divine beast, and the level of the divine beast of Xiaoyan should be the same as that of Groudon who created the earth and Kyogre who created the sea in your fable. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 229 Calculation of Skill Values. So that means, Saga, do you have a Pokemon as powerful as Groudon and Kyogre? Xiaoyao's voice suddenly increased several decibels. She doesn't know Lugia, but Groudon still has the name of Kyogre. As long as he is a local person, no one will not know. Many people have heard countless legends about these two mythical beasts since childhood. The continents and oceans of love are also created by them in legend. Be able to subdue a divine beast on the same level as Groudon and Kyogre, that would be too powerful. Now Xiaoyao's eyes on Saga have also begun to change. It's not normal. He used to treat him as an idol of worship, but now he hears this explosive news, and his eyes no longer look like human. Cough cough. Saga is also a little embarrassed by Xiaoyao's eyes. Put down Xiaoyan who has been entangled, and explain. I just said that Xiaoyan's talent potential is similar to that of Groudon and Kyogre, but don't forget it. It is still a child now. Even if it will become very powerful in the future, it is only a child now, and its current strength is not as strong as that of the Flame Chicken and the Lizard King. Oh, Xiaoyao nodded knowingly. Say, no matter how powerful Saga is, he can't exaggerate enough to subdue Groudon and Kyogre. Now Lugia is just a child and still very weak, but when he thinks about it, he will become so powerful. Xiaoyao is still a little embarrassed. He is incomparably powerful. In comparison, he seems to be useless. After traveling for so long, he has also won the ribbon medal one, and every time he meets Xiao Shun, he always loses to him. Instant, Xiaoyao's mood at the moment is mixed. Xiaoyan, use the weather beam at the flaming chicken. On a wide meadow, Saga loudly instructed little Lugia to launch an attack on the flaming chicken. He wanted to see how much strength little Silver could show now, and how powerful those two special skills were. Strength is the primary level of the quasi-celestial king, but this does not mean that it can display its own strength 100% without sufficient actual combat experience, and on-the-spot reactions. The strength of a Pokemon can play at most 70%. A good trainer can make a Pokemon play 120% of its strength, but only if the Pokemon has a lot of combat experience. Obviously, little Lugia, who just left the island, obviously doesn't have that experience. After Saga issued the order, little Lugia did not attack, but first curiously observed the flaming chicken not far away, and finally flew to Saga's side and acted like a spoiled child. Saga smiled bitterly. She could only calm down the team's emotions first, and then explain it well. With a little temptation, Xiao Luo, who flew back to the field, changed a little. His eyes were no longer as curious as before, and he was huge. On the contrary, there is an air of majesty. As a descendant of a high-level divine beast, as long as you get serious, the majestic aura in your bones can't help revealing. Fluttering his wings gently, Xiaoyan stared at the opponent in front of him. The master said that as long as he defeated it, he would cook something delicious for himself, and he would also sleep with him. Weather beam, Saga ordered again. Ruthless. A slightly immature, yet majestic cry emanated from little Lugia's mouth. The small mouth slowly opened, and a ball of fiery red light began to condense in front of its mouth. The neck suddenly stretched forward, and the jaw opened instantly. See, the light beam cut through the air and made a soft sound. The flame chicken on the opposite side saw a red beam galloping towards him, but he didn't mean to dodge at all, but crossed his hand, and in front of his head, he made an ordinary defensive stand, and it seemed that the flaming chicken was preparing to forcibly take this attack from little Lugia. Of course, this is also Saga's order. This battle is more of a drill. Saga needs to collect more complete data from little Lugia so that he can make a corresponding training plan. Mythical beasts are different from ordinary Pokemon, and the training methods that are effective for ordinary Pokemon may not be of great use to them, so Saga needs to tailor a training plan for Xiaoyan in order to make it possible in a short period of time. All strength, weather beam, skill attribute, fire skill power, 10 actual power, 75 at the moment when the red beam hits the flame chicken. Detailed data has been formed in Sajia's mind. The special skill of breath beam will change according to the weather at that time. Different attributes and powers are quite interesting skills. As for the calculation of the power of the skills, it is based on the official database of the Alliance to make the corresponding classification and sorting for the various skills of the Pokemon, thinking that the minimum value of the offensive skill power is 10, and the maximum power value is 200. Of course, these are only fixed values of the power of the skills, and the strength of the Pokemon will also greatly affect the effect of the skills. Example, the fixed power of destroying the Death Light is 150. The elite level Tyrannosaur will use its full force to destroy the Death Light. Without the influence of foreign object, the maximum power will not exceed 80, while the King level Tyrannical Dragon can fully exert its power. The full power of 150. The Champion level Carp Dragon can use the maximum power of 200. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Let me adjust. Kevin, the card is too dead. Tomorrow will be 5 watch. I will send. Tomorrow will definitely be 5 watch. Let me adjust. Calvin, the card is too dead. I will post it at 5 tomorrow, and it will definitely be 5 tomorrow. I will use my supreme discipline, and I will post it at 5 tomorrow. Summer reading every day is fun. Charge 100, give 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 230 Air Blast. Open black lens bracket. One more close black lens bracket. The red light beam finally exploded in front of the flame chicken, and the heat wave generated by the explosion also rolled up several meters of dust, and the grass on the ground was even more anxious. When the weather is clear, weather beam is a fire attribute skill. Rainy days are water, snow or hail is ice, sandy days are rock, and cloudy days are generally. The skill effect of the weather beam has a general understanding in Saga's mind. How should I put it? This is a special skill that follows the weather and produces different attribute changes. If the user can use other weather control skills on this basis, then the power of the breath beam will be maximized. Weather beam test is completed, and the next is the unique skill of the Lugia family, the air explosion. Saga decisively issued an order, and the little Lugia, who gradually entered the good state, began to get serious, waving the silver wings. The mysterious blue light in the eyes, has scared, appeared slowly in the middle. The flaming chicken frowned slightly. It didn't see any signs of using skills, but it clearly felt a little uncomfortable, especially the air that started to churn turning around the body. The air that was originally invisible and intangible was now a little crowded. That's right, this is the feeling. You obviously can't see anything, but there is an inexplicable pressure coming from all directions. PFF was a slight sound as if a bubble burst. At this moment, the blue light in little Lugia's eyes became even stronger. In an instant, a transparent eddy current that was barely visible to the naked eye began to appear around the flame chicken, and accompanied by bursts of explosions, a stream of air, the vortex, appeared at its arm, and then burst open instantly, and the next air vortex appeared behind the flame chicken, and it burst again at the moment of immersion, one after another, continuously. From the initial harmless to the present suffering, I can't tell. The power of these explosions is gradually getting stronger. I feel the internal organs vibrate. Obviously, the flaming chicken gritted its teeth and barely supported it. After all, the master's order was only to allow himself to withstand the attack of the new guy. Without the master's order, flaming chickens can't dodge. Xiao Yin, it's alright. Stop. Jia waved his hand, and stopped before the flaming chicken was injured. As soon as he heard the master's voice, little Lugia immediately stopping the attack. The wings suddenly exerted force, turning around and sprinting towards Saga, and then lying on top like he couldn't fly before. You go to rest first, Saga said with a wry smile to the flaming chicken, and when the other party nodded, he took out the treasure ball and took the flaming chicken back. Just carry this stick. The small family of people. Saga walked towards the camping place step by step. The power of the air explosion is somewhat unexpected. It is indeed the exclusive skill of the Lugia clan. It uses the innate mysterious power to control the air to generate eddy currents and fluctuations, so it keep blasting and attacking the opponent. Similar to the principle of the air cannon, but with a wider range and stronger persistence. The skills are very hidden. It is easy to catch the opponent by surprise, and as the explosion intensifies, the power will also increase. I don't know that in the future, when this little guy grows to the size of his mother, he directly controls the surrounding hundreds of square meters of air to explode, and the destructive power makes me shudder just thinking about it. You are back. Athena, who was inflating the tent, saw Saga walking slowly, and turned around to say hello. By the way, Xiaoyao just said he was going to find you. Why didn't he come back with you? Finally, he pulled the little silver off his back and put it on the table beside him. Hearing Athena's question at this moment, Saga couldn't help but be a little puzzled and said, I have been doing some work for the little silver on the grass in front of me just now. Basic training. I didn't see Xiaoyao coming to find me. That weird. After the inflation, Athena stretched her waist gracefully and said, the girl clearly said she was going to find Xiao Yin to play. Since she didn't go to your place, where would she go? Saga picked out some fine canned silver fish from the backpack, and wrapped the kelp to feed Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin squinted his eyes and chewed the delicious whitebait, thinking that, lying in the owner's arms, he doesn't need to hunt for food by himself. Just one bite. It's still a delicacy that is hard to eat at ordinary time. This kind of life is really very happy now. Deep-sea silverfish is a relatively rare seafood in this world. This kind of fish like to live in the deep sea, and there are also some polar seas. Even Lugia, who has the name of the god of the sea, is not easy to catch. To these rare fish, Lugia and her son moved to Pineapple Island. The Orange Islands are located on the equator, and there is no deep sea, so almost no silverfish will live here. Lugia's mother's family education is very strict. When educating Xiaoyan, the first point is to let him catch food every day, because even if they are divine beasts, they are like most Pokemon or wild animals. Work hard for food, but the recipes of some divine beasts are too special, which will create the illusion that some human beings think that divine beasts do not need to eat. After all, in the hearts of people in this world, mythical beasts are just like the gods on earth. They don't eat ordinary people, and their power is infinite. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 231 Rice Spoon Snake. Xiao Yao's Crisis. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Meow Shangwei. Meow Shangwei. Don't be naughty. Please come out quickly. A dark and lush jungle. Xiao Yao shouted anxiously, with worry and a hint of anger on his flushed face. Shangwei Meow is so naughty. He doesn't know where he is going if he doesn't pay attention. Just now, I wanted to go to the training place of Saga to get in touch with that cute Lugia. After all, he is a child of a divine beast. Just this booing head is enough to make people think very much more. Hyoka's high-level divine beasts are connected, and when the little guy grows up, he will not walk sideways. Searching for a long time, I couldn't find any trace of Shangwei Meow, especially in this jungle that looked exactly the same everywhere. Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel a little hairy in the bottom of his heart. There was no sound around. The silence was a bit scary, and the most tragic thing, Xiaoyao suddenly found that he seemed to be lost and walked around for a few laps in a row, and found that he had returned to the place where he rested before, and Xiaoyao's expression suddenly changed. My backpack and other Pokemon balls were all placed at the camp. Now, except for this dress, I seem to have nothing on my body, and Shangwei Meow doesn't know where to go. The more I think about it, the more Xiaoyao becomes more afraid. Want to cry out for help, but afraid of angering some kind of aggressive Pokemon Pokemon that might be hiding in the jungle. If there is a sleeping spoon snake in the surrounding jungle, if there is no Pokemon, once it is regarded as an intruder or prey, it will be quite scary. I really want to get out of this place quickly. Meow Xiangwei, please come out quickly. Xiaoyao folded his hands together and said silently in his heart, perhaps hearing Xiaoyao's prayer. A pile of grass not far from her right side suddenly shook slightly, accompanied by a familiar cry. Meow meow. It was Xiangwei meow. Xiaoyao's face showed joy, and hurriedly trotted towards the place where the sound came from. Cry got closer and closer. Xiaoyao said softly, Xiangwei meow, don't play prank. Go back with me quickly, or you won't have dinner today. I am serious this time. Perhaps because of the joy of finding Xiangwei meow, Xiaoyao ignored the message conveyed by the cry. Unlike the previous Xiangwei meow full of cute calls, this time there is a hint of urgency and a hint of fear. Meow. He grabbed the person who ran out of the bushes. Xiaoyao looked unhappy, and taught a lesson. You guy, you always like to run around when you have nothing to do, and you always cause me trouble. This time, I got lost. I must teach you a good lesson, or you won't be able to remember. Meow to the tail. Shivering in Xiaoyao's arms, he buried his head and didn't want to come out, as if something terrible was chasing him behind him. Meow Xiangwei, what's wrong with you? Aware of Xiangwei meow's abnormality, Xiaoyao hurriedly asked, are you feeling unwell? I just said I would teach you a lesson, but the master scare you. Don't take it seriously. For a cute pet like Xiangwei meow, Xiaoyao has always said that he loves it very much. Even if it often causes trouble, Xiaoyao just laughs and scolds it, and won't really punish it. After all, girls are very fond of these cute creatures. The tolerance is always beyond a man's imagination. Meow meow. Xiangwei meow raised her head from her arms and screamed anxiously, but unfortunately Xiaoyao, who couldn't understand Pokemon's word, was just outside Xiangwei meow. Maybe she was not feeling well. Hey, hiss. Bushes trembled again, and this time the magnitude was far greater than that just now, especially the familiar hissing sound, which made Xiaoyao, who was too late to be happy, froze all over. To have come true. A terrifying snake head protruded from the bushes, with the iconic golden pattern on the head, scarlet pupils, and long fangs longer than the middle finger of an adult. People shuddered. The most notorious forest bully in the Fangyuan area, the rice spoon snake. It's the rice spoon snake. Xiaoyao's face turned pale instantly, and his calf trembled involuntarily. Of the devil in the eyes of many people, this kind of Pokemon is extremely aggressive in the wild. When a traveler accidentally steps into its territory and faces it head-on, if you don't have a rice spoon, you can win the rice spoon snake Pokemon, then you will face a terrible attack. Rice spoon snake is not only strong in itself, but also has the advantage of being highly poisonous. It can make many Pokemon stronger than it capsize in the gutter. The most important thing is that this kind of Pokemon has a particularly bad personality. Play opponent, and when the prey is exhausted, inject venom before feasting on them at the end. Sizzle. The rice spoon snake spits out that scarlet scary head, and its eyes are full of humanized teasing. It can clearly feel the fear of the human being in front of it, and for this kind of bully-type Pokemon that bullies the soft and fears the hard, this is undoubtedly the best. The long, blade-shaped tail behind him slowly rises. This is the omen that the snake is about to attack. Meow to the tail. Use temptation. Although he is very scared, Xiaoyao knows that if he does not save himself at this moment, then waiting for his own fate may be terrible. The vileness of rice spoon snake. I don't know how much I have heard from old people since I was a child. This is also what people hate to encounter when traveling in the wild. Magical baby. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 232 Search. Counterattack to tail meow. Fizz. The rice spoon snake bit out a forked letter, and quickly swam toward one person and one pet. The scarlet pupils showed a trace of cruelty and abuse. The rice spoon snake did not like the prey that was too large, so it was not a very hungry rice spoon snake. They can eat people, but not eating people doesn't mean they won't attack people, torture this human being into serious injuries, and then eat the kitten in her arms. This is what Snake is thinking at the moment. Temptation is useless. Seeing that the snake rice spoon's expression is still normal, Xiaoyao's heart is cold, and the temptation of Xiangwei meow is invalid, which proves that the snake rice spoon is female. Is no way. Xiaoyao gritted her teeth, temporarily overcome the fear in her heart, picked up Xiangwei meow and ran to the bushes behind her. She doesn't care now. Don't get lost. Anyway, let's get rid of this rice spoon snake first, otherwise it will be really miserable today. She doesn't feel that fighting alone, Xiangwei meow will be the opponent of this rice spoon snake. Forest Ham. Saga, who has finished feeding the little Lugia, is bare-chested. His legs are hooked upside down on the branches of a big tree, and he is constantly doing upside-down sit-up. The muscles quiver slightly with the ups and downs of the movement. The well-fed little Lugia was taking a leisurely nap on the inflatable rubber sofa. There was not a bubble floating around her mouth. Judging by the posture, she slept very sweetly. Quote, exclamation mark, quote. Saga counted the numbers in a low voice, and when he counted to 500, he let go of his hands behind his head, then relaxed his leg, and landed firmly on the ground with a somersault. Taking the towel handed by Athena and wiping the sweat that barely existed, Saga looked at the sky, frowned slightly, and said, "It's been almost an hour. Why hasn't Xiaoyao come back? That girl won't be lost, right?" Athena replied, "But the road to find you is obviously very close, and it is basically impossible to get lost. I understand Xiaoyao's character. Although she can be stupid sometimes, she is not stupid. I think she may have encountered some trouble." Saga put on a vest and walked out. "You wait here. I will go around and look for Xiaoyao. I am not afraid of 10,000 just in case. For girls, there are still some things in this forest." Dodging, jumping and disappearing above a few trees. What a vibrant body. Looking at the shadows in the distance, Athena sighed a little. After so many days of getting along, Athena found that her younger brother was not only talented in training Pokemon, but even his physical fitness was amazing. It can even be said to be non-human. Even the entire Rocket team, only the guy Apollo might be comparable to him. "Are you trusting me, or are you testing me to cover little Lugia on the rubber sofa with a blanket?" Athena murmured to herself. "Put a cub of a high-level divine beast in front of me, a senior cadre of the Rocket team, and go to another place. If I have distracted thought, won't you regret it when you come back?" However, the feeling of being trusted by the closest person is really intoxicating. The speed of the rice-spoon snake in the jungle can be said to be quite fast. With the running speed of an ordinary person and the consumption of physical strength, it is still very easy to be caught in the end. The rice-spoon snake caught up. Xiaoyao ran out of breath and looked back. The terrifying big snake was still there. He was chasing after him more than 10 meters away. Form is leisurely and easy to handle. Obviously, the snake does not pursue it with all its strength. The snake bad character makes it not like to kill the prey so quickly. Pursue it slowly so that the prey has no way to retreat in fear. It's the most fun thing. Running like this is not the way to go. Xiaoyao is thinking about a safe escape strategy in his mind. With that, Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. As he ran, he faced Xiangwei Miao in his arms and said, "Xiangwei Miao, I'll throw you over later, and then you use the blizzard gill to spit that rice-spoon snake." Snake Pokemon should be quite afraid of the cold, and I don't expect to be able to defeat it, but I can delay it for a while. Meow meow. Xiangwei Miao heard this. He first shook his head. After all, it was very afraid of the rice-spoon snake. He was not tall enough for the big snake to swallow it in one bite. It looked like Xiangwei Miao's heart is a little moved. The master has always been protecting himself. Why can't I protect her one? Thinking of this, Xiangwei Miao grabbed Xiaoyao's arm, climbed directly to the top of Xiaoyao's head, and then jumped suddenly under Xiaoyao's exclamation. The petite body jumped high into the air. Her eyes were always squinting, and a gap was revealed at this time. This was the first time Xiaoyao had seen Xiangwei Miao with such a serious expression. Rice-spoon snake stopped and continued to chase. Its evil eyes looked curiously at the little guy who was pounced on him. It wanted to see what this guy who he regarded as food had to do to die. Meow. Meows coquettishly. His small mouth is wide open, and his furry belly begins to agitate slowly. The next moment, the cold wind suddenly gathers, and the strong wind carries the flying snow, and rushes in the direction of the spoon snake. Philo reminds you. Reading 3 Things Favorite Recommended. Chapter 233 Saga's Worry. Lizard King, have you found Xiaoyao? Standing on the stem of a tree, looking at the Lizard King moving fast from a distance, Saga asked indifferently. "Cha." The Lizard King shook his head, then took out a piece of red cloth from behind. "This is Xiaoyao's turban." Saga recognized at a glance what was in the hands of the Lizard King, a red turban with a white baby ball pattern, and a fragrance unique to a girl on it. Holding the turban in his hand, Saga frowned slightly, and said solemnly, "Take me to the place where you found this turban." Even the turban that he liked very much has fallen, which means that Xiaoyao must have encountered some intractable trouble, and in this wild forest the biggest possibility is that Xiaoyao was given by some kind of aggressive Pokemon. Attack. In the forest, the Lizard King is undoubtedly a Pokemon that belongs to the Overlord level. With the help of the trees, the already agile and flexible body is even more like a fish into the sea. The strong and elastic leg can make it in the form of super high speed, moving on top of various trees. Although Saga's speed is not as strong as that of the Lizard King, but after the strengthening of the King's heart and daily hard work, his physical quality is far beyond ordinary people. Even the Alliance is famous for his fighting skills and strong body. Shiba was nowhere near as good as him. The ground without needing any run-up. Unfortunately, there is a limit to how ordinary human bodies can perform devil training. If the physical quality of Shiba is the limit of human being, then Saga, who has the heart of a king, is far beyond the definition of human being. Not only him, but also some people who also have special powers. They cannot be completely defined by the concept of human being. They are the darlings of nature, the best among human beings. No accident. Human beings with supernatural special powers, and finally will definitely stand at the top of the pyramid. There are only Xiaoyao's footprints here, but there are no footprints of the Pokemon that attacked her. Saga followed the Lizard King to the place where he found Xiaoyao's turban, in a rather remote bush. Those messy, and running all the way forward can basically be determined to be Xiaoyao, because from the shape of the footprint, Saga can tell at a glance that he is about 10 years old. Bent weed, and some eroded branches without any footprint. It's a rice boon snake. Grim expression. Saga broke the branch in his hand. In the fragrant forest, there are only a few kinds of Pokemon that are easy to attack travelers. One is the more common forest rogue, the great wolf dog. They are very united Pokemon and like to hunt and fight in group, but they attack humans mainly for them. If you can't beat the wolf dog, then hand over all the food on your body wisely, and there will be no big problem. The second is the irritable popping sound monster. When encountering it, the first reaction is to ignore it or not. Unless you can kill it in an instant, you will still run away quickly. This is a kind of unwilling pursuit. Your Pokemon. The third type is Boscodora, who also like to live in group. Those big men have never been good at temperament, but as long as you don't accidentally break into their territory, the threat of Boscodola is not very big. However, the above Pokemon are far from being on a par with the rice boon snake. According to statistics from the Fengyuan Alliance, the trainers who are injured or even die in field trips every year, except for natural disasters, or eat some poisonous food, among which the rice boon snake the cause of injury, death, the ratio is as high as 65%. And notorious this Pokemon's character is, and it is more appropriate to describe it as a forest bully, bullying the soft and afraid of the hard, and it is extremely cruel to the weak prey. Fortunately, this nasty and very difficult snake is a Pokemon that like to live alone. In order to control the number of snakes in the wild, the Alliance will also hire powerful trainers to subdue them in the forest, ensuring that the number of snakes in a forest will not exceed 10 at most, and some forests and jungles that are too small or even worse, not one of them can be left, or they will be left alone, and in a few years the species there may be wiped out. But no matter bad and tyrannical the Pokemon is, when you defeat and conquer it with your strength, the Pokemon will also become very loyal. All you need is some care that you usually pay. But from this point of view, humans are far inferior to Pokemon. Pokemon is the most perfect masterpiece in this world, hopefully not hurt by the venom. Saga can only think on the bright side. If it is just an ordinary injury, it is okay to say, but once he is bitten by the fangs of the rice boon snake, or his body is cut by the venomous tail behind him, it will be bad in the wild without any medical condition. Can be fatal for the place where the footprints exist. As long as Xiaoyao appears near him, Saga believes that whether it is Jarvis or his own feelings, he can find her in an instant. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 234 Frog Seed. Pain. Xiaoyao sucked in a breath of cold air, touched the back of his head lightly, and found that there was a bulging bag there. As if he suddenly remembered something, Xiaoyao ignored the pain in his body and immediately he got up from the ground and shouted loudly, "Meow Shangwei, where are you? Meow meow." A weak, very weak sound came from the grass not far away. Xiaoyao heard the sound, and hurriedly ran towards the place where the sound came from, and found that at the moment Shangwei Meow was curling up on the grass, trembling all over. Her face even turned terrifying purple, and there was a wound drawn by a sharp blade on her abdomen. Drops of purple blood slowly flowed out from the wound. Meow to the tail. Xiaoyao hugged the shivering little guy with heartache, and there was a cavity in his voice. Of course she knew how this little guy was injured. Although the blizzard prevented the snake from moving for a while, it was terrifying for snakes to chase their prey. As long as the smell of you existed in the air, you would not be able to run in the wild. Drop, way, and finally came to the edge of the cliff, and Snake seemed to have lost interest in playing with it, and launched an attack directly with its poisonous tail. At that time, Shangwei Meow, who usually looks unreliable, tried to protect Xiaoyao. He actually rushed straight up, using his petite body to block the poisonous tail of the rice boon snake abruptly. The huge force knocked Shangwei Meow out of the cliff in an instant. Xiaoyao also disregarded his own safety for Shangwei Meow, and jumped over directly. Although he caught Shangwei Meow, his body could not maintain his balance, and he was not able to maintain his balance with Shangwei Meow. They fell off the cliff together. Cliff is very deep. Fortunately, thanks to the unloading force of the branches, Xiaoyao felt pain and discomfort in his body, but he did not suffer any serious injury. However, Shangwei Meow was seriously injured, especially when he was poisoned by the poisonous snake, which made Xiaoyao helpless. He was about to cry in a hurry. All the medicines are not there, and even where they are now, Xiaoyao doesn't know. She has never been so helpless. She hates herself for being useless, and she can't save Shangwei Meow. It can't go on like this. Seeing Shangwei Meow in her arms struggling and twitching uncomfortably, Xiaoyao's red lips were almost bitten. "Meow Shangwei, you must hold on. I'll go around to find some herbs for healing and detoxification," comforted Shangwei Meow with a crying voice. Brother Saga said that there are many grasslands in the forest that can heal wounds and detoxify, as well as detoxification grassland tree fruit. There must be some nearby. Shangwei Meow, I will not let you have an accident. Meow. As if hearing Xiaoyao's comfort, Shang's struggle gradually calmed down, breathing very fast and petite. The weak body is enduring the destruction of the venom. Sweet peaches, and Saga's peach can remove most of the toxin. As long as you find sweet peaches, Xiangwei Miao will be fine. Xiaoyao exclaimed loudly, then hugged Xiangwei Miao, and limped around to Cert, not letting go of every similar plate. Pity that tree fruit is a cherished resource in the forest. Most of the tree fruit will be occupied by powerful Pokemon, and it is easier said than done to find a fruit tree with sweet peaches in this vast forest. The footprints are gone here. Saga's face gradually darkened, his right fist clenched hard, and the crisp-click sound proved how angry he was at the moment. Saga never thought that her partner, the girl she promised to protect, would actually have an accident. Looking at the traces here, just think about it and know that Xiaoyao must have fallen off this cliff and been pursued by the rice-spoon snake as prey, and falling from such a high cliff. Saga can't imagine that this is always the case. What kind of damage will a girl who liked to giggle and cry her nose suffer? Unforgivable. Along with this anger, Saga's blue pupils were gradually replaced by cold dark gold. Breathing heavily, Xiaoyao hugged Xiangwei Miao from the forest to a rocky valley. The physical pain and mental fatigue made Xiaoyao tired and wanted to rest, but as soon as she saw Xiangwei Miao who was suffering, the thought immediately came to her. Smoke dissipated. Something happens to Xiangwei Miao because of her hesitation. Xiaoyao swears that she will never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Carpen. Feilu Little Say inside Department Group 1, 1-4-2-5-2-9-7-3-1. Flylu Little Say inside Department Group 2, 9-2-9-0-8-2-9-6. Every individual group of Little Say all do not one sample O. That is, Xiaoyao looked suspiciously at the Pokemon not far away. Is also petite. The body, with a cute and delicate seed on the back, and some dark green patterns on the surface of the matcha green skin, but it looked very cute. It's a frog seed. Closer look. Xiaoyao confirmed the identity of this Pokemon. Saga told Xiaoyao about Kanto and the Sanyu family in Chengdu, so Xiaoyao could still recognize the Pokemon in front of him. The grass-type Pokemon prepared by Kanto for novice trainers. The frog seed. Carpen. Frog seed didn't seem to notice a human being behind him at all, and still stood attentively on a rock, stretched out 2 rattan weaves from the seeds behind it, and went straight to the bottom of the cliff. What to pick with rattan? Failu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 235. A close call. Get sweet peaches. Quack. Looking at the 2 pink fruits under him, Frogseed felt that his saliva was about to stay, and tried his best to stretch his rattan weaving, trying to pluck these 2 fruit from the cliff. This gluttonous little guy didn't notice his situation at all. The rock he was standing on had already begun to tremble, and if he didn't stop his action, it would probably cause the rock to fall directly from the cliff. Quack. The seeds of the wonderful frog let out a cheerful cry, and the rattan weaving around the branches tugged so hard, only a click was heard, and the fruit-bearing plant was forcibly torn off by it. And with this force, the rock that was already shaking can no longer support the seeds of the wonderful frog, and the little guy has not had time to wake up from the joy of getting food. He feels his body slowly start to slide down, and wait until he reacts. When it was too late, there was a scream of fear, and he hurriedly jumped on the rock, but it did not stop the rock from continuing to slide. Then, after running a few steps, a sprint jumped to the nearest place to the seed of the frog. At the moment when the rock fell, Xiaoyao stretched out his hands and tightly hugged the 2 forelimbs of the seed of the frog, and the rock finally fell into the ground below. In the deep valley, Xiaoyao's lower body was lying on the edge of the cliff, the upper body was hanging in the air, and the wonderful frog seed seemed to be frightened, and blinked the big eyes of Hongguago, and the tears began to condense in the eye socket. Frog seed, it's alright, don't be afraid. Xiaoyao carried the wonderful frog seeds up from the air, smiled and comforted. Wow, it was really dangerous just now. Little guy, don't do anything dangerous in the future. This time you meet me, next time, but not so lucky. Quack. Frogseed nodded dumbly, and then seemed to have found something terrible, and took a few steps back in fear, and the 2 fruits he picked just now were tightly hidden behind him, thinking that others will not be found. Xiaoyao also saw that the wonderful frog seeds were afraid of him. He waved his hand, tried his best to look harmless to humans and animals, and smiled. My name is Xiaoyao. I won't do anything to you. Don't worry. Maybe it really felt Xiaoyao's intention. The frog seed did not continue to retreat, but stretched out another rattan from the seed on the back, and slowly brought it to Xiaoyao's face. Under Yao's curious eyes, this rattan with tiny plush roots gently rubbed Xiaoyao's face. Haha, I hate it. It's so itchy. The rattan weaving of the seeds of the little frog is so much fun. Seeing Xiaoyao laughing, the seed finally put down their guard. He also laughed happily. Wait, this is Xiaoyao, who had come back to his senses, stared blankly at the 2 pink fruits hidden behind the seeds of the wonderful frog. The pink flesh was covered with a layer of fine fluff. It looked like a sweet peach. Xiaoyao stood up excitedly, and it took no effort to get it. She thought that she might not be able to find sweet peaches, but unexpectedly rescued the seeds of the wonderful frog, and this little guy happened to use his own rattan weaving before pick the sweet peaches growing on the cliff. If there are no frog seeds, Xiaoyao feels feels that even if he finds sweet peaches, he probably won't be able to pick them. Originally, seeing Xiaoyao suddenly stand up, the seeds of the wonderful frog were startled, but seeing the other party's joyful and threatening behavior, he gradually relaxed. Wonderful frog seed, please. Xiaoyao squatted on the ground, put his hands together, and said sincerely, can you give me one of the sweet peaches you picked? My Shangwei Miao has been poisoned by a spoonful of snake. If there is no sweet peach to detoxify it, could be very dangerous. Crack. Wonderful frog seed looked at the two sweet fruits behind him, hesitant, but when Xiaoyao hugged his weak and twitching body to his tail from time to time, the hesitation was immediate. Smoke dissipated. This human being is not only his own savior, but also knows that such a beautiful and cute Pokemon in front of him was injured by a spoon snake, and the small face of the frog seeds is very indignant. It should be said that as long as it is a wild Pokemon living in the forest, there is nothing that disgusts the rice spoon snake. A Pokemon called Mongoose-san is a natural enemy with the rice spoon snake, in the slightest, even if it is subdued by the trainer. It is an endless battle when they meet each other. Therefore, if a trainer subdues the snake, then he must not go to subdue the mongoose again. Otherwise, you will kill yourself. Quack, quack. Frogseed looked even more anxious than Xiaoyao, trotted to Shangwei Miao, carefully picked a sweet peach from the branch with rattan, handed it to Xiaoyao, motioned her to feed Shangwei Miao quickly. Seeing that the wonderful frog seeds are so loyal and generous, Xiaoyao is also relieved. She is afraid that the wonderful frog seeds will not give out sweet peaches to help Shangwei Miao. In this case, she can only take tough measures for Shangwei Miao's safety. Fortunately, most of the grass-type Pokemon are mild-mannered, and Xiaoyao's kindness is in the first place, just asking for a sweet peach, and the wonderful frog seeds are not so stingy. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 236. Lift the Crisis. Poor rice spoon snake. Xiaoyao first picked up the sweet peach and gently took a small bite with her snow-white teeth, allowing the sweet peach to reveal the more tender pulp and juice inside, and then handed the sweet peach to Shangwei Miao's mouth. The drowsy Shangwei Miao smelled the slightest sweetness, reluctantly raised his head and leaned in, and then began to suck the juice of the sweet peach with his mouth. After absorbing some of the sweet peach juice, Shangwei Miao's complexion became better, and the original purple traces became lighter and lighter. After regaining a little strength, Shangwei Miao began to bite the pulp in small bites. After a while, this sweet peach, which was the size of an adult fist, only had a small gray-black core. Gappin. Looking at the incomparably sweet wonderful frog seeds that Shangwei Miao was eating, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He looked at the last sweet peach behind him, and the wonderful frog seeds shook his head fiercely, trying to overcome the greed in his stomach, closed his eyes, and handed the second sweet peach to Xiaoyao. Frog seed. Xiaoyao took the sweet peach, and looked at the little guy who turned his back and refused to look at the tail to eat. It was afraid that it would not be able to endure this temptation, and the taste of sweet peach. Except for fire-type Pokemon, there was no Pokemon that could refuse it. Because of the special taste of fire-type Pokemon, they only like spicy taste. The more spicy the better. It's better not to look at it than to watch others eat it and make you feel uncomfortable. Besides, seeing how small she looked, the second sweet peach should only be eaten up to half of it. Maybe I can taste it by myself later. Naive thought. Xiaoyao also did not reject the kindness of the wonderful frog seed. Although Shangwei Miao took a sweet peach, his body recovered a little, but the toxins in his body were not completely removed. The venom of the rice spoon snake is magical in many poisonous systems. The baby is the more violent one. Just in case, Xiaoyao continues to feed the second sweet peach to Shangwei Miao. Hi, frog seed. Xiaoyao lightly touched the seeds on the little guy's back. Gappin. Wonderful frog seed turned around suspiciously, and put on the two clean peach cores. His heart was suddenly cold, but he was thinking too good, and there was nothing left. Seeing the little guy staring blankly at the peach core on the ground, Xiaoyao certainly understood his feeling, and secretly took out an exquisite small box from his trousers pocket, smiling like a little fox. Would you like to try this? This thing is much better than sweet peaches. Saying that, Xiaoyao opened the lid of the box, and a faint fragrance began to diffuse out of the box, a little like the smell of vanilla, but fresher than vanilla. An energy cube carefully crafted by Xiaoyao from 3 kinds of tree fruit: blue, orange, fragrant pomelo, and green mug. This energy block is more suitable for grass type and general type Pokemon. It does not contain a lot of energy, so it is easier to absorb. It is a snack that Xiaoyao usually prepares for the greedy little guy Shangwei Miao. Miao frog seed sniffed with his nose, and with an intoxicated look on his face, Xiaoyao was overjoyed. He poured out some energy cubes and put them in his palm. The Miao frog seeds had been greedy for a long time. One, like eating snack, occasionally made a crisp chewing sound. Eat slowly, there's a lot more here. Looking at the cute frog seeds in front of her, Xiaoyao became more and more satisfied. She wanted to subdue this little guy. After all, her current Pokemon were only hunting swallowtails, turkey chick, and Shangwei Miao. Only, after traveling for so long, there are only such 3 Pokemon. The number is indeed a bit small. If you capture this wonderful wonderful frog seed, you can make up for the number. Moreover, this kind of Pokemon, according to Saga, is very good. The talent potential is also quite outstanding, and the final evolutionary type is the one that is also top-notch among many grass-type Pokemon. Xiaoyao's side solved the crisis and took 2 sweet peaches to the tail, except that the body is still a little weak. There is no serious problem. But now the rice spoon snake that attacked Xiaoyao and Xiangwei Miao is in bad luck. Saga didn't find any trace of Xiaoyao. It's easier said than done to find someone in this vast forest. But he made another discovery. Xiaoyao didn't find it, but the Lizard King found the culprit that caused all this to happen, the rice spoon snake. Now, this so-called forest bully still has the arrogance of bullying Xiaoyao and the others before. At this moment, the snake is like a bullied little daughter-in-law, curled up and tragically coiled under a tree, trying to sneak away. Let go. But whenever I see the Pokemon above my head, that is even more terrifying than myself. Snake courage will be instantly summoned. Retreat. It doesn't want its only remaining fang to be cut off with a knife. The wicked have their own grind, and Saga has no sympathy for the miserable snake, just like a criminal and an executioner among human beings. The existence of rice spoon snake in Pokemon is almost the same concept. It is better than Pokemon that is stronger than it, and those Pokemon that are weaker than it, if encountered by it, it will definitely be a terrible encounter. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 237. A sudden attack. Open black lens bracket. 1 more close black lens bracket. Now the rice spoon snake is really bad luck. The prey has not been caught, and it has been blocked at the door of the house. Before the Lizard King was subdued by Saga, it was also a bully-level Pokemon in the forest. It was different from the ruthless nature of the rice spoon snake. When the Lizard King was still in the forest lizard days, it may have been a difficult encounter since childhood, and it was different from ordinary people. Forest lizards are more belligerent, which make forest lizards especially brutal when they grow up. Back then, in the Cunning Tengu forest, in order to force the Cunning Tengu clan to leave the giant tree, the forest lizards did everything they could. The stronger Sly Tengu was also beaten to death by a series of despicable schemes by the forest lizards. So when it comes to cunning and brutality, the Lizard King is even more terrifying than this forest bully. Saga didn't do anything, just put his arms around his arms and quietly looked at the spoon snake in front of him, who was in a dilemma. Under the almost crushing strength of the Lizard King, it didn't have the slightest chance to escape or fight back. Saga didn't want to subdue it, but she wouldn't make it easier. Because of Xiaoyao's safety, Saga vented her anger more on the culprit. The blade of the Lizard King fluttered on the snake spoon, and within a moment, all kinds of dense knife edges surfaced on the snake's body. It circled its body, only daring to dodge in fear, without the slightest courage to fight back. Saga didn't want to harm the life of the snake. When the second fang of the snake was cut off by the blade of the Lizard King, Saga also waved his hand to stop the Lizard King from continuing to attack. It was unpleasant. After all, according to its original intention, it would be more painful to directly cut this big snake in two, but since the master has spoken, then the Lizard King will not disobey Saga's orders no matter how rebellious it is. Putting away the blade of the right arm, a dodge appeared behind Saja, and the bright vertical pupil gave a cold look at the extremely miserable rice spoon snake. The rice spoon snake was frightened by the terrifying eyes and nays. Seeing that the other party did not continue to attack, there was no hesitation. It swayed its tail wildly, and swam towards the depths of the jungle, wanting to quickly get out of the sight of these two demons. It should be said that I left this forest directly. This place is really terrifying, and it means that I will never come back again in this life. Note, the restraint of the species should be the snake and lizard, but now such a huge snake is beaten by the lizard horribly. This picture is really impressive. Although the tacit consent of the Lizard King cut the two poisonous fangs of the rice spoon snake were lost, but Saga did not kill them all. With the restoration ability of the rice spoon snake, it was almost possible for him to rest for half a year, and he usually hunted food, and the flexible poisonous tail was better than the clumsy poisonous fang. Saga continued to search for Xiaoyao's traces with the Lizard King. This time, he was going to go down to the forest below the cliff to find it. He tried his best to find Xiaoyao before the sun went down, otherwise it would be night. A girl who is alone is undoubtedly dangerous. Wait, don't get me wrong, I don't have any ill will towards the seeds of the wonderful frog. Xiaoyao looked at a group of grass-type Pokemon that suddenly appeared in front of him, and quickly waved his hand to explain. With the happy frog seeds that she had eaten, and Xiangwei Miao's body was almost recovered because of the relationship between the two sweet peaches. With this more active character Xiangwei Miao joining, one person and two pets are undoubtedly the best choice. We got along very happily, and at this moment, a group of different grass-type Pokemon came from nowhere. The seeds were snatched back. Malflower, the stinky flower, the walking grass, and the sunflower monster. They all stared at Xiaoyao, who was caught off guard with hostile eyes, and at the same time blocked the seeds of the frogs behind them, and seemed very worried about the safety of the seeds of the frog. What the matter? Xiaoyao wondered. Why are you so angry? Xiaoyao couldn't understand. Obviously he didn't do anything out of the ordinary, and he was very fond of frog seed, but these grass-type Pokemon who came out to protect frog seeds were full of hostility towards him. Without waiting for Xiaoyao to speak again, one of the smelly flowers took the lead in launching an attack. The bright red flowers swayed, yellow-green, and a stench of paralysis powder swept toward Xiaoyao's side overwhelmingly. Immediately afterward, Kuduhua also launched an attack. The buds on the top of his head suddenly stretched, and a rattan weave made a sound of breaking through the air, and slammed towards Xiaoyao. The sunflower monster at the head was also not to be outdone, waving his hands wildly, and the sharp half-moon-shaped leaves rushed towards Xiaoyao. Paralysis powder, rattan weaving, flying leaf knife. The three skills attacked at the same time. Xiaoyao's face changed greatly, and he swooped to the right. It's an attack from Pokemon. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. It's really getting old. There is a strong typhoon here in Jiangsu, and there was a sudden power outage in the middle of the code word code, and it's only now. I cried. I knew that I used a laptop to code. I rely on it. The laptop can last at least an hour after a sudden power outage, and the host will be completely destroyed. Exclamation mark. Summer reading everyday fun. Charge 100 and get 500 coupon. Immediate top-up event time. August 7th to August 9th. Have something to go out. I will go on a business trip on the 18th. I will deal with some things today. The update will be placed tomorrow, and there will be 4 update tomorrow. Something. Out. On a business trip on the 18th. To deal with some things today. The update will be placed tomorrow, and there will be 4 update tomorrow. There will be no 4 shift tomorrow, and there will be 10 meat grinders on the live broadcast day.